Chapter 1. In X767, in the mountains thousands of miles east of Magnolia. Hey, what do you want to do, old man? Feng Ye looked at the old man who was 1 or 2 meters away. He looked old but kind, and his head was bald. Although he was an old man, his height was not much different from Yemu, and he was even a little shorter. The old man, Makanov, looked at the child in front of him and felt the huge magic power that Feng Ye was emitting. He was shocked. Makanov preliminarily inferred that Feng Ye's magic reserve at this time had surpassed most of the wizards in the world just by relying on Feng Ye's seemingly uncontrollable magic power. Little friend, are you Fengjai Xingla? Fengjai Xingla is a resident of a town called Kobo outside the forest. The reason why Makanov appeared alone so far away from the fairy tale guild this time was because of a commission. The client designated him, the president, to take action. Originally, Makanov sneered at such a commission, but when he saw the long string of zeros on the commission form, and glanced at the guild members who were fighting with each other, Makanov couldn't help but emerge in front of his eyes. That was his lovely guild members destroying his guild again and again, and then he saw the tickets sent to him for the losses caused during the commission tasks. Makanov didn't know why he saw such a scene, but he accepted the designated commission. After completing the commission, Makanov came to the small town of Kokoya, which was not far from the mission location, to rest for a night. When Makanov was drinking in a tavern in the town of Kokoya, he suddenly heard a story about Feng Ye. The name of this story is The Child Blessed by God. The content of the story is very brief, that is, 7 years ago, when the first ray of sunshine of the day shone on the town of Kokoya, the town of Kokoya welcomed a new life. At that moment, a man in a cloak whose face could not be seen walked up to the mother and child in the sunlight. The mysterious man stroked the baby's head and said something. The mysterious man left quickly, just as he came, and disappeared under the beam of sunlight. And after that, the baby thrived, he was healthier and stronger than any other child. More importantly, several wizards in Kokoya town said that the child has extremely powerful magic. He is more sensible than all the other children, and with his powerful magic, the child's strength has exceeded the imagination of the residents of Kokoya town. That is why the people in the town call the child, a child blessed by God. Makanov heard this story and felt that there were many loopholes, such as the pregnant woman should have given birth at home or in the hospital, and the mysterious man, and the time was a bit inconsistent. In Makanov's doubts, the tavern owner, as the person involved, gave him a detailed description of what happened at the time. Fengjai's mother, Kozia, has loved basking in the sun since she was a child. Especially the first ray of sunshine that falls on the earth every morning, Kozia likes it the most. As long as it is not raining or cloudy, Kozia will go out early and greet the sunrise of the day in the square in the center of the town. And Kozia's habit has been preserved to this day. Even during pregnancy, as long as she can move, she will wait there. Kozia left the town after adulthood. When she came back again, she became a magic guide, and she was pregnant. This made countless people in the town who had been in the town secretly gritted their fists, and determined that if she met the scumbag one day, she must be angry with Kozia. The period has arrived, and she may have a child at any time, but she still maintains her daily habits. It was also on that day, when everyone thought that Kozia would be taken home by Aunt Kokoro after basking in the sun for a while. Many people set their sights on Kozia, ready to see how happy Kozia would be when she embraced the Sunday. When the sun shone on Kozia, Kozia felt the warmth on her body and a happy smile appeared on her face. But the smile on her face lasted less than 3 seconds, and Kozia's face turned pale, and she fell to the ground with her hands covering her stomach. Fortunately, Aunt Kokoro reacted quickly enough and caught Kozia's body directly. The townspeople who were watching Kozia around also changed their faces, and their bodies returned to the house or surrounded Kozia as if they had practiced countless times. The women brought quilts and hot water, and even pulled a midwife. The women used quilts to form a wall to block the equally concerned sight of the men around them. Seeing this, the men also reacted and consciously stepped back, forming a human wall not far away, while observing the surrounding houses to see if there were any unruly people upstairs or on the roof. In the tense mood of the crowd, from the time Keisha's face turned pale, only 9 minutes later, a very loud cry resounded in the square. Hearing this loud voice, everyone's tense hearts relaxed. After a few minutes, at the request of the weak Kozia, everyone standing on the east side moved away. In an instant, the warm sunlight shone on Kozia and the baby in her arms. At this moment, everyone saw a happy smile on Kozia's face. Everyone looked at Kozia's smile and smiled. However, at this moment, someone noticed that in the east, there was a very illusory figure, bathed in the sun, slowly walking towards them. When the man approached, everyone could not see his face clearly. Everyone noticed that something was wrong and wanted to speak out to stop him, but they found that they could not speak. Not only did everyone find that they could not speak, but they also found that the situation at the scene was surprisingly quiet. Every step of the man clearly stepped on the stone road, but no sound was made. Such a quiet and terrifying atmosphere made everyone feel fear in their hearts. In fear, everyone watched the man stretch out his hand, gently placed it on the baby's body, and while slowly stroking it, he kept saying something in his mouth, but no one present could hear it. Chapter 2. Yes, what's wrong? Feng Ye looked at the old man in front of him puzzledly, wondering what the other party wanted to talk to him about. I am Makarov Doria, the president of the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale. I would like to invite you to join our guild. How about it? Makarov first introduced himself, and then directly invited Fenjai. Fenjai was obviously stunned when he heard Makarov's words, and many long-forgotten memories instantly emerged in his mind. Fenjai is a traveler from Earth. He traveled to this world almost 8 years ago, and his soul entered Kozia's belly. After 10 months of pregnancy, he was successfully born into this world. Although Fenjai has lived in this world for 7 years, he has not been far away from Coco Town in these 7 years. Although he was very surprised that there was an extraordinary group of wizards in this world, Fenjai, who was already a member of it, did not know much about the outside world. Although Fenjai knew that the country he was in was called King Fiori, but he didn't think much about it at all. But now, when he heard the name Makarov, a string in Fenjai's mind immediately jumped. What made Fenjai think of those long-lost memories was naturally Makarov's words fairy tale. Fairy Tale was an anime that Asuna had chased when he was a teenager. When Fenjai watched the anime Fairy Tale for the first time in his previous life, he watched it with a disc. After the disc was finished, he used his mobile phone to catch up with the Fairy Tale anime that was still being updated. When the Fairy Tale anime ended, Fenjai, who was still unsatisfied, found the Fairy Tale manga that was still being serialized while surfing the internet. Fenjai, who learned the news, hurriedly started to catch up. Fenjai vaguely remembered that the original penguin tribe was still there. After he caught up with the latest Fairy Tale manga, he would run to the tribe to discuss the content of the latest episode with a group of like-minded netizens. In order to be the first to see the latest episode, Feng Ye even went to the website full of advertisements to read the raw version of the latest episode. Although he could not understand the words after reading it, it did not stop Feng Ye from sharing the content of this chapter with netizens in the tribe. And Makarov's words fairy tale can be said to have completely awakened all Feng Ye's memories of fairy tale. But there is not much left to remember. Fenjai had heard long before his death that the 100 Years of Fairy Tale chapter had been updated, but Fenjai had never read it, so he had no idea what was in it, let alone whether there were any patches to the previous settings. Fenjai quickly came back to his senses from his memories. He looked at Makarov in front of him, and replied decisively. No. Makarov, degree, hey. Makarov was shocked. He had never thought that someone would reject his invitation so decisively. Even if it was an S-class wizard, he would have to pretend to think for a few seconds before rejecting it for his sake, right? Makarov looked at Feng Ye puzzledly and said doubtfully. Why? Our guild fairy tale is the #1 guild in Fiori, why did you refuse without even thinking about it? Feng Ye's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he couldn't help but think of the protagonist group that was capable of causing trouble. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and he waved his hand at Makarov and said, I'm sorry, I hate trouble, and it just so happens that you fairy tale are a troublemaker, so I refuse. Feng Ye said the truth. What he hates most is trouble. If it is another guild, even a small guild, as long as the other party is sincere enough, he will choose to join after thinking again and again. But Feng Ye really doesn't plan to join the fairy tale guild, because this guild is really a troublemaker. Any trouble the size of a sesame seed can run to them. What's more, after the so-called plot begins, look at what kind of monsters they encounter. Feng Ye said that he doesn't want to have any intersection with those guys. And more importantly, his mother, his relatives and uncles and aunts are all in Kobo town. In addition, he himself is a lazy person. He is the kind of person who would lie in bed and not even get out of bed when he has nothing to do. Once he joins fairy tale, there will be trouble and noise every few days. Although he can choose to stay out of the guild for a long time like guildarts, can this get rid of those shitpots that fall from the sky? No. So Fengjai decisively answered the rejection. At least before Mingreyi changes his opinion of the fairy tale guild, the probability of him joining it is very small. Makarov was stunned when he heard Fengjai's words. He didn't expect someone would reject his invitation with such a reason. Makarov recalled that the tickets from the Magic Council had increased in recent years, especially every time he received a ticket related to guildarts. The shocking numbers on it made his eyes darken. Makarov shook his head violently, shaking off the unpleasant memories in his mind, and then smiled and said to Fengjai, Our guild members are very loving and warm. If you join our guild, it will be like having a family. What do you think? Do you want to consider joining? Makarov still wanted Fengjai to join the guild very much, but he thought for a long time and couldn't think of any outstanding advantages of their guild. In the end, he could only say the only two advantages of fairy tale left: loving and warm. Feng Ye looked at Makarov speechlessly, and said after a moment, I'm sorry, I have a very warm family, and I also have a mother who loves me very much, so I don't need it. After saying that, Feng Ye turned and left. Makarov looked at Feng Ye, who turned and left, and didn't know what to say. After listening to Feng Ye's words, he remembered that it seemed that his guild, big and small, was basically full of problem children. Just when Makarov was thinking about what reason to use to invite Feng Ye again, he saw Feng Ye suddenly stopped and turned to walk towards him. Seeing this scene, Makarov thought that Feng Ye had changed his mind, and a happy smile immediately appeared on his face. He said to Feng Ye, who was approaching, Have you decided to join fairy tale? No, I went in the wrong direction. Kobo town should be here. Feng Ye said, and his body passed by Makarov. Makarov, who had been petrified, stood there blankly. Chapter 4. After solving the safety problem of Kikoya town, Feng Ye left Kikoya town alone after nightfall. That night, Feng Ye rested on a tree. The next morning, Feng Ye, who was still asleep, slapped himself to wake up. Feng Ye, who was slapped by himself, opened his eyes in a daze, and then looked around blankly. After a long while, Feng Ye Tang finally felt the burning pain on his face. His Feng Ye took a breath and covered his red face with his hands. He looked around fiercely, trying to see who had hit him while he was sleeping. After looking for a while and not finding any figure, Feng Ye said angrily, Damn! I ran away after being hit, but the problem is that I ran really fast. When Feng Ye put down his hand covering his face, he saw a small black ball in his palm. Feng Ye frowned and said to himself in confusion, What is that? Without thinking too much, Feng Ye flicked the small black ball in his palm with his fingers. He found a stream not far away and used the water surface as a mirror. Through the water surface, Feng Ye could clearly see his face that was slapped by someone. There was a very clear and red slap mark on it. Feng Ye saw the slap mark on his face and took a deep breath again, then cursed in a low voice. "MD is really ruthless. Don't let me know who did it, or I will catch you even if it's at the end of the world, and pay you back double." After cursing the man who attacked him, Feng Ye packed up and continued to move forward. The direction Feng Ye chose was the west of Kobo town. In this direction, about 1,000 miles away from Kobo town, there is a city called Magnolia, and in this city, there is a wizard guild, that is, Fairy Tale. Feng Ye's destination this time is indeed Fairy Tale, and he is indeed going to join Fairy Tale. The reason why Feng Ye joined Fairy Tale is very simple, because Fairy Tale has a large number of magic books, and its stock exceeds 99% of the guilds on this continent. For these magic books and various kinds of magic, Feng Ye had no choice but to join Fairy Tale. You know, the dark magic, light magic and other series of magic that Feng Ye is using now are actually low-level magic, and only a few of them are intermediate magic. As for advanced magic, Feng Ye didn't learn any of it. It's not that Feng Ye doesn't want to learn those advanced magics, but Feng Ye has never encountered advanced magic at all in these years. He didn't even encounter a powerful magician. And of all the magic that Feng Ye has learned now, except for a small part taught by his mother Keshia, the rest are all from the surrounding dark guilds. A few years ago, Feng Ye, who felt that his own strength was already good, happened to hear that there was a dark guild somewhere near Kobo town. Feng Ye, who had completely learned the magic taught by Keshia and was already handy, ran over immediately. That time, Feng Ye successfully removed an uncertain dangerous factor in the area around Kobo town, and also obtained a lot of magic books. In addition, after Feng Ye handed over the Dark Guild magicians who were beaten down by him to the Magic Council, the Magic Council gave Feng Ye a reward of 2 million J. Feng Ye's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the huge sum of 2 million J, and then he started an irregular trip. After walking for half a day, with Feng Ye's own recovery ability, even if he didn't deliberately use magic to speed up the recovery of his injuries. At this time, the red slap mark on Feng Ye's face had long disappeared. Pa! Feng Ye casually slapped a mosquito on the back of his hand into a meat pie, and then flicked it away, and continued to move forward. However, Feng Ye stopped before he took 3 steps. His originally careless eyes suddenly became alert, and his originally lazy momentum was instantly restrained, looking vigilantly at the woods ahead. After waiting for a while, Feng Ye saw that there was no movement in front, so he spoke. "No need to hide, come out." A somewhat sinister laugh sounded from behind a big tree in front, and then a man with red hair and a sinister look walked out. After the red-haired man walked out, 7 or 8 people appeared from behind the surrounding trees one after another, all looking at Feng Ye with malicious eyes. "Who are you?" Feng Ye looked at the red-haired man and others with vigilance and asked. "We are wizards from the guild Black Swan. I am the S-class wizard of Black Swan, Ali Kuka." The red-haired man introduced himself to Feng Ye. "The wizard guild Black Swan." Feng Ye listened to Ali's words, with a look of doubt and contemplation in his eyes. Suddenly, Feng Ye's ears moved, and then he shook his head and said, "Never heard of that." The veins on Ali's forehead bulged a little, and the smile on his face was a little stiff for a moment, but soon he continued to maintain his smile that made Feng Ye unhappy, and said with a bit of contempt, "People from small places are short-sighted. Listen carefully, our guild Black Swan is a super guild in the top 10 of dark guilds. And the president of our Black Swan is as powerful as the president of Fairy Tale who has the title of Holy 10. Do you understand, kid? If we Black Swan were not a dark guild, our leader would be a super powerful wizard who could become one of the 10 holy wizards." "Ah? The president of Fairy Tale? Are you talking about that old man Makarov?" Feng Ye looked at Ali in surprise, then raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, and asked in confusion. Is the title of Saint Ten so weak now? Can a random little shrimp dare to claim to be as powerful as Saint Ten? Bastard! You dare to insult our president, you are looking for death. Kill him! Yunnan! When Ali heard Feng Yi's words, he was instantly furious and shouted at Feng Ye. In an instant, a figure rushed out from the bushes above Feng Yi's head. With a ferocious smile and a sharp blade in his hand, he stabbed Feng Yi's back. For such a sudden attack, Feng Ye just turned sideways lightly and dodged the sharp blade in the hands of the attacker. The man named Yunnan felt incredible when he saw that Feng Ye actually dodged his sneak attack. Just as Yunnan was surprised and shocked, Yunnan suddenly felt a sudden chill all over his body. Before he could react, his head was grabbed by a hand, and at the same time, Feng Yi's icy voice came from behind him, and he heard Feng Ye say, "You really wanted to kill me just now, didn't you? In that case, it should be okay for me to kill you, right?" Hearing Feng Yi's words, Yunnan's pupils shrank instantly. And his brain instinctively issued a command to beg for mercy. However, before Yunnan could open his mouth to beg for mercy, Feng Ye grabbed his head and slammed it heavily to the ground. In an instant, a crack with a diameter of 3 meters appeared on the ground with Yunnan's head as the center. And Yunnan, under Feng Yi's attack, successfully reported to the underworld. After dealing with Yunnan, the sneak attacker, Feng Ye stood up. He looked at Ali and others as if he was looking at a dead person, and said in an extremely cold tone, "Now it's your turn, bastards." Chapter 5. Flames of Hate. Several purple beams of light with a hint of black flame appeared from the purple magic circle in Ali's palm and rushed straight to Feng Ye in front of him. In response, Feng Ye just jumped to the side and dodged Ali's magic attack. Before his feet landed on the ground, Feng Ye whispered to Ali, "Giant fist." As soon as he finished speaking, a black magic circle with a diameter of nearly 10 meters appeared above Ali and other members of the Black Swan. Immediately afterwards, a huge black fist with a diameter of nearly 7 meters suddenly appeared from it and smashed directly at Ali and the others. Ali was a little horrified when he saw this, but he also reacted the fastest and used a magic directly, shouting, "Fire bomb!" Boom! Before the giant fist fell, the magic under Ali's feet was cast in advance and exploded. The powerful impact force blew Ali away at the moment the giant fist fell. Fortunately, Feng Yi's target was not just Ali, but all the members of the Black Swan. And Ali was in a relatively marginal position, so he was able to dodge Feng Yi's attack with the backhand. Although Ali dodged Feng Yi's attack, the other people who belonged to the Black Swan Guild with him were not so lucky. In addition, the strength of the others was much weaker than Ali, and they could not dodge Feng Yi's attack. Before they had time to scream, they all turned into meat foam under the giant fist. After the giant fist disappeared, a huge fist mark that was not much different from the giant fist was left there. In that fist mark, there were several pools of meat foam with clothes. Ali was blown to the ground more than 10 meters away. He stood up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He knew the fate of his companions without even looking. Ali stared at Feng Ye with anger. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat, but Ali did not notice it. It could be said that he did not have the time to think about it. Ali gritted his teeth. He did not expect that the kid he met today would be so strong. Just when Ali was shocked, Feng Ye, who was his enemy, did not have too much time. He raised his hand and waved at Ali, and said in a low voice, "Flame Demon Attack." Instantly, a purple-red magic circle with a diameter of nearly 1 meter bloomed in Feng Yi's palm, and then a fireball with a diameter of half a meter and a length of nearly 2 meters appeared from it and bombarded Ali on the opposite side. Ali dodged the moment Feng Yi released the magic and successfully avoided the attack of the fireball, but the explosion shock wave generated by the fireball made Ali move to the side a few steps, and his already tattered clothes were blown to pieces. "Damn little devil!" Ali cursed, then took out 3 rings from his clothes and put them on his right hand. Feng Ye naturally saw every move of Ali. Looking at the 3 rings on Ali's right hand, Feng Ye whispered, "Magic props." Magic props, usually props that use a small amount of magic power to cast powerful magic. Or they are used to cast magic with different elemental properties. In addition to the above 2 common magic props, there are also special magic props. For example, the Star Spirit Key is also a kind of magic prop. But if you want to use the Star Spirit Key, you must learn to use Star Spirit Magic. Magic Rain. A half-meter-sized purple magic circle bloomed in front of the ring on Ali's right index finger, and then hundreds or thousands of red streams of light rushed out from it and attacked Feng Ye in the distance. Feng Ye saw so many dense attacks and did not choose to dodge, but stood where he was. When the attack was still 4 or 5 meters away from him, he whispered, "Rock wall." Instantly, a brown magic circle with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared under Feng Ye's feet, and then a rock wall with a diameter of more than 15 meters and a height of 10 meters suddenly rose from the magic circle. The rock wall that rose in an instant blocked all the magic attacks that were about to attack Feng Ye. A large number of magic attacks did not even cause the rock wall to shake at all. Seeing this scene, Ali's face changed, and while the attack of magic fire rain was not over yet, he turned around and began to run away. Soon, the attack of magic fire rain ended, and the rock wall disappeared. Feng Ye, who reappeared, looked at the direction where Ali ran away, and said in a calm tone, "Enough of that, it's time to end." Shadow Thorn. Feng Ye cast a low-level dark magic, and then walked slowly towards the direction where Ali was running. A few minutes later, Feng Ye saw Ali, who was almost covered with a hedgehog. At this time, Ali was half a meter away from the ground. It can be imagined that he was covered with a hedgehog either after he jumped up or when he was about to land. When Feng Ye approached, Ali was still alive. Ali listened to the footsteps behind him, and a bleak smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth was bleeding, and he asked Feng Ye behind him in a hoarse and weak voice, "What kind of magic is this?" "Low-level dark magic, Shadow Thorn." Feng Ye fulfilled Ali's wish before his death and replied softly, "Hat, this is not low-level magic at all, nor, it's not shadow stab at all. I can do shadow stab too, it's not like this at all. What kind of magic is it?" Ali laughed in anger when he heard this. He spat out blood foam while asking Feng Ye with some reluctance, "No, this is low-level magic, Shadow Thorn, but my magic power is 100 million points higher, so the use of low-level magic has produced some qualitative changes." Feng Ye shook his head and said, then he thought of something. He looked at Ali and said very boringly, "Are you really an S-class wizard?" "Of course. I am one of the only 4 S-class wizards in the Black Swan." Ali replied to Feng Ye. Even before his death, when he mentioned his S-class wizard ID card, his tone was full of pride and arrogance. "Then, you, an S-class wizard, are too weak." Feng Ye finished speaking, without giving Ali any chance to react or refute. A black spike instantly appeared from the ground and pierced Ali's head in an instant, ending Ali's life. After seeing Ali completely dead, Feng Ye continued, "With your strength, if you were put in fairy tale, I'm afraid even that. Halfway through his speech, Feng Ye found that he couldn't remember the name of the person he wanted to talk about. After stuttering for a while, he continued, "I'm afraid you can't even beat Miraja's brother, Elfman. Shadow Thorn. Attribute, dark rank. Low-level magic. Effect, summons a spike from the shadow within the visible range, no more than 20 meters away." Chapter 6. Half a month later, Magnolia, Fiori Kingdom. Feng Ye stood in front of the Fairy Tale Guild, looked at the name of the guild written on it, touched his chin and walked in. As soon as he pushed open the wooden door that looked like a tavern, a small figure bumped into Feng Ye. "I'm sorry. After bumping into Feng Ye, the figure quickly apologized to Feng Ye and ran out of the fairy tale guild. Girl? Who is it? Feng Ye looked at the little figure with long black hair and felt that she looked familiar, but he didn't recognize her at all. Without thinking too much about the girl's identity, Feng Ye turned around and walked into the noisy fairy tale guild. As soon as Feng Ye entered the fairy tale guild, noisy sounds came into his ears. Looking at the group of guild members who were either drinking or making loud noises, Feng Ye felt inexplicably tired. Welcome, is there any commission you need to post? An old male voice came from not far away, and in the noisy guild, it was clearly heard by Feng Ye. Feng Ye looked in the direction of the voice and saw a little old man sitting at the bar looking at him. The little old man had a Mediterranean hairstyle, and the remaining hair had already turned grey. The little old man's face was flushed at this time, and he was holding a glass of wine in his hand. Judging from the degree of swaying of the wine in the glass, it was obvious that he had just put the glass down. Feng Ye recognized who this little old man was at a glance. He was none other than Makarov Doria, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, who was known as the 10 Holy Wizards. Wow, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you are still so healthy. Feng Ye raised his hand and said hello to Makarov with a smile, then walked towards Makarov. Young man, do you know me? Makarov obviously didn't recognize Feng Ye. After all, Feng Ye looked completely different from what he looked like 7 years ago. Old man, didn't you recognize me? Feng Ye looked at Makarov with some surprise, but he quickly realized that it was normal for Makarov not to recognize him. If he recognized him at a glance, then something fishy would happen. Makarov fell into deep thought when he heard this, looking at Feng Ji's appearance, obviously thinking in his heart whether there was an acquaintance like Feng Ji. Seeing Makarov's thoughtful and silent look for a long time, Feng Ji knew that it would be impossible for Makarov to remember him by himself, so he simply said, "My name is Feng Ji Xingla, how about it? Does the old man remember me?" When Makarov heard Feng Yi's name, he was stunned for a moment, and then he felt that the name was very familiar. Then Makarov went into thought again. After just a few seconds, Makarov was shocked all over, and then he looked up at Feng Ye with a look of shock and disbelief, and said in surprise, "You said you are Feng Ji Xingla?" "Yes, that's right, I am." Feng Ye smiled and nodded. "Why are you here?" Makarov asked immediately after hearing this. "Of course I will join your guild," Feng Ye said with a smile. "Join a guild?" "True." When Makarov heard that Feng Ye was coming to join their guild, he sobered up immediately. He looked at Feng Ye with surprise at first, but when he was halfway through his words, he looked at Feng Ye with suspicion and said suspiciously, "I say, you kid, you have other intentions, right?" "Yes, that's right." Feng Ye would not lie to this, but smiled and nodded. Really, really?" Makarov was shocked. He didn't expect Feng Ye to be so direct. Makarov quickly recovered from his shock. He looked at Feng Ye with a serious face and said, "In that case, what is your purpose?" "Of course, the goal is to learn the magic of fairy tale. Whether it is low-level magic, mid-level magic, high-level magic, or super magic, I want to learn it." Feng Ye smiled and answered Makarov's question, and then continued to ask Makarov, "Then, old man, can you let me join the guild?" Makarov was silent for a while, then raised his head and looked at Feng Ye, and said to Feng Ye with a serious face, "Then I have a question for you. Will you betray the guild and harm its members?" "Of course I won't betray you," Feng Ye answered Makarov without even thinking about it, and then said to Makarov in the same serious tone, "As for the latter, as long as they don't provoke me, I don't mind teaching them a lesson." "So that's it." Makarov fell silent again after hearing that. He glanced at the guild members not far away inadvertently. There are only a few strong members in the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov is the only one in the older generation. After Makarov, there is only Gildarts, who is extremely strong and is the pillar of fairy tale now. As for the younger generation, there is only Makarov's grandson Laxus. If fairy tale has no more strong and talented young people joining, the guild ranking will drop, which is secondary. Makarov does not take it too seriously. But if the overall strength of the guild declines, the guild members will definitely be bullied by other guilds, which is something Makarov never wants to see. Yes, welcome to join fairy tale. After thinking for a long time, Makarov finally smiled and extended his hand to Feng Jie. Yes, President. Feng Ye also smiled and stretched out his hand, holding Makarov's hand. After letting go, Makarov raised his wine glass, jumped up and said loudly to all the guild members. Hey guys! Welcome new members, join our guild. Oh! Times N. When the members heard Makarov's words, they immediately raised their glasses and cheered. It's really lively. Feng Ye looked at the lively scene and couldn't help but say to himself. Hey, where do you want the guild emblem printed? By the way, what color do you want the emblem to be? At this time, Makarov's wine glass was replaced with the guild seal. It should be black. As for where it is printed, let me think. Feng Ye thought about it after hearing it, and after a moment he stretched out his right hand and continued. Just print it on the forearm. Makarov quickly adjusted the color and stamped the fairy tale pattern on Feng Jie's right shoulder. From today on, I am also a member of the fairy tale guild. Feng Ye looked at the guild emblem on his right shoulder, and to be honest, he felt quite complicated. Chapter 7. Fairy tale in the library. There are not only books that record some history, but also many books about various magic. Wow! As expected of fairy tale, as expected of Fiori No. 1, there are so many magics recorded in this library. Feng Ye sat on the ground with a large number of magic books beside him. Is there an advanced version of Giant Fist? Write it down, write it down. Feng Ye's eyes sparkled as he looked at the magic book in his hand. He excitedly memorized all the magic in his mind while practicing it in his heart. 1 month later, Feng Ye, with messy hair, kicked open the door of the library, left fairy tale, and ran straight to the forest behind Magnolia. In the guild, Makarov looked at Feng Ye, who had stayed in the library for a month, and went straight to the back mountain as soon as he came out. He fell into deep thought. After thinking it over again and again, Makarov jumped off the bar and followed Feng Ye slowly. Feng Ye stood in a sparse forest in the forest 20 kilometers away from Magnolia. He raised his hand and a brown magic circle bloomed in his palm. Feng Ye said in a low voice. Stubborn stone giant. The ground 100 meters away began to wriggle rapidly, and then the bulges mixed together. In 5 or 6 seconds, a 10-meter-tall rock giant appeared there. Then, the rock giant trembled, and its joints moved. Soon, it took a step and rushed towards Feng Ye. Seeing this, the brown magic circle in Feng Ye's hand disappeared instantly, and then a green magic circle bloomed. The language of the forest, tree. A green leaf appeared in front of the rock giant and broke out of the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked, and huge vines emerged from the soil and tightly wrapped the body of the rock giant. In just a moment, the rock giant disappeared, and a green tree more than 20 meters high appeared there. The effect seems good. Feng Ye looked at the effects of the two magics and nodded with satisfaction. Stone Colossus and Forest Words, Tree are among the many magics that Feng Jie learned in the Fairy Tale Guild. Both of these magics are high-level magics, and their attributes are naturally earth and wood respectively. Phew, let's continue the experiment and try that trick. Feng Ye raised his hand again, and a brown magic circle bloomed in his palm again. Stubborn stone giant revised frenzy. Boom! A brown magic circle with a diameter of nearly 50 meters suddenly bloomed on the ground hundreds of meters away from Feng Ye. The ground covered by the magic circle began to wriggle rapidly. Soon, a rock giant appeared in the magic circle, and then rushed towards Feng Ye. However, that's not all. After this rock giant appeared, one after another rock giants drilled out from the ground and rushed towards Feng Ye. After about 10 seconds, more than a dozen rock giants were born and rushed towards Feng Ye. At this time, the first rock giant was less than 50 meters away from Feng Ye. The speed is not bad. Looking at the speed of the rock giant approaching, Feng Ye couldn't help but comment, and then made a grabbing gesture with his right hand, and a purple-black magic circle bloomed in front of his palm. Undercurrent attack. Feng Ye's right hand suddenly blasted towards the rock giant rushing towards him. At the moment when Feng Ye's right hand was stretched straight, the purple-black magic circle instantly became larger, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. In the magic circle, a purple-black shock wave with a diameter of nearly half a meter suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the rock giant at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The purple-black shock wave of undercurrent attack instantly penetrated the huge body of the first rock giant, leaving a big hole on its huge body. Undercurrent assault penetrated 5 rock giants in a row, but this did not mean that this magic had reached its limit, but because there were only 5 rock giants standing in a row. The shockwave of undercurrent assault passed through the magic circle of Stone Colossus Modified Frenzy. At the moment when undercurrent assault entered the magic circle of Stone Colossus Modified Frenzy, a rock giant just emerged from it and was shot in the head by the passing undercurrent assault and returned to the earth. Then it flew more than 100 meters before hitting a big tree, and finally caused an explosion with a diameter of tens of meters before it ended. Ode to Water, Rain. Feng Ye's magic power burst out, and a blue magic circle instantly bloomed in the sky above the rock giants. The magic circle only existed for a few seconds before disappearing. After the magic circle disappeared, the sky began to become much darker, and then a drop of cold rain fell on the rock giants. Ah, this magic is good for neutralizing the hot weather. Although Feng Ye was not caught in the rain, he could clearly feel the cold coming from the front. Since it is raining, there should be thunder to accompany it. Feng Ye said, raising his right hand high. A golden magic circle bloomed in his palm. Thunder. Boom. Boom. Crack. Boom. In the dark sky, a golden lightning struck down from the sky in an instant, directly hitting the rock giants. The scene was extremely horrifying for a moment. But Feng Ye scratched the back of his head when he saw this scene, and said, "Using thunder to attack the earth seems useless, right?" However, Feng Ye was stunned soon, because after the lightning disappeared, the rock giants in the rain, those rock giants attacked by thunder, now turned into a pile of stones, and smoke was still rising from there. This scene made Feng Ye stunned for a while, but he quickly reacted and figured out the problem. He said to himself, "So that's why. These rock giants rely on a lot of magic to move, and they are essentially just a pile of ordinary dirt. So under the attack of powerful magic, even if they have relatively restraining attributes, they will be wiped out under the powerful attack. To put it bluntly, it is actually the collision of two magical powers. The magic power contained in the rock giant is naturally far greater than that of the lightning strike. Therefore, even if the attributes have a restraining relationship, the weak should be destroyed easily when facing the strong. But looking at this, it seems that after the lightning strike defeated the magic power in the rock giant lost its magic power and turned back into ordinary stone and soil, and the remaining lightning strike was introduced into the earth. So this magic world has physics." Feng Ye tilted his head and said thoughtfully, "In this case, let's try it again." Feng Ye stopped the attacking rock giants one by one, and then Feng Ye's hand bloomed a brown magic circle again. Earth Magic Man. A huge amount of magic rushed out of Feng Ye's body and gathered in the air. At the same time, a grain of yellow soil flew up from the ground and flew into the magic. Soon, an expressionless puppet landed not far in front of Feng Ye. "Good." Feng Ye growled, clenched his right fist, and golden lightning flashed on it. In this attack, Feng Ye used the same amount of magic power as the one who created the magic power. Thunder Thunder Fall. Chapter 8. In the end, it's just a competition of magic power. After several experiments, Feng Ye looked at the magic man who was melted in the golden thunder and said softly. Time passed quickly as Feng Ye continued to experiment with magic, and in the blink of an eye it was already sunset. The language of the forest. The sea of flowers. Feng Ye cast the last spell while looking at the bare and flat land several kilometers in front of him. As the green magic circle bloomed and disappeared in Feng Ye's hand, a green light full of vitality appeared from under Feng Ye's feet, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. In the green light, new emerald green lives quietly broke out of the ground. Seeing this, Feng Ye turned and left. The land behind him, which should have become barren, was now full of vitality, and when the next dawn appeared, it had turned into a sea of flowers. After walking for a while, behind a big tree on a small slope, Feng Ye saw Makarov with a shocked face. President, what do you think? It's not a bad idea for me to join Fairy Tale. With my ability, it won't be a problem for me to be an S-class wizard in the guild. Feng Ye looked at Makarov and said with a smile. Makarov turned his head stiffly after hearing this, looking at the young man in front of him with disbelief. Makarov also stuttered and said in shock. Your magic power actually has all elemental attributes. During this day, Makarov witnessed Feng Ye performing all types of elemental magic once, even several times. Until now, Makarov couldn't believe that there were people in this world whose magic power actually contained all elemental attributes. Feng Ye was slightly stunned when he heard this. After calculating the properties of the magic elements he had cast today, he looked at Makarov and said with uncertainty in his tone. Right. Makarov was silent. Facing Feng Ye's answer, he was also somewhat silent. After a moment, he continued to say to Feng Ye. As expected, your magic power does contain all the elemental attributes. When Makarov said this, he remembered Feng Ye using the purest flame when performing fire magic. You know, although fire magic is very common on the continent, pure fire magic is different. In this era, pure fire magic has been included in the list of lost magic. Among the lost magic, the most famous one is the Dragon Slayer magic that was glorious hundreds of years ago. By the way, have you ever learned those special kinds of magic? Makarov suddenly felt that Feng Ye might be more than that, so he asked him. Special type? Feng Ye's head was full of question marks for a moment. He looked at Makarov puzzledly and said. For example, warlock magic, costume magic, additional magic, etc. Makarov gave an example. Let me think, the warlock learned some. Feng Ye began to think after hearing this. After searching through all the memories about magic in his mind, he said to Makarov. Does space magic count? Space magic? That's the lost magic. Do you really know it? Makarov was shocked. He ignored the warlock magic Feng Ye had mentioned before. Because Feng Ye's words really surprised him too much. He didn't expect that his sudden question would actually lead to some shocking news. Of course, do I look like someone who would tell a lie? Feng Ye continued. I found that space magic in the spoils when I was clearing out the Dark Guild. The magic book was in tatters at the time, and I thought it was just a piece of junk, and I almost threw it into the fire. Makarov looked at Feng Ye with some shame when he heard this. Nowadays, not to mention the whole world, there are still people who can use space magic in the kingdom of Fiori. For those wizards who can use space magic, even the lowest level space magic is a priceless treasure for them. In this world, whether it is the common elemental magic, the strange special magic, or the owner of the lost magic, even for those who rely on the flesh and weapons for close combat. One's own magic is actually more of self-study and self-development. But everyone's imagination and magic power are limited, and the magic that most ordinary wizards know is basically the same. Anyone who can stand out has a few tricks of housekeeping skills. But no matter who it is, if there is a magic book that records the magic he has never learned, then for him, it is an absolute treasure. Because this can save a lot of time consumed in creating magic, and it can save countless brain cells. Although I am also curious about what kind of magic it is, I will not ask too much for privacy reasons. Makarov said. By the way, President, I remember that dress-changing magic is also a kind of space magic, right? Dress-up magic. Makarov thought for a moment and continued. Although costume magic is closely related to space magic, it has been separated from space magic many years ago. After Makarov finished speaking, he saw the puzzled look on Feng Yi's face, and explained without waiting for Feng Yi to ask. Space magic is a magic that allows oneself, others, or objects to exchange between two locations. Although the dress-changing magic also has space attributes, it is completely different in nature. Among the wizards who have learned the magic of changing clothes, some high-level ones will open up a storage space in themselves or in a designated place. If you want to take things or store things in this space, you need to use the magic of changing clothes. Even if you are in a very, very far place, you can summon weapons through his magic coordinates. For some wizards who are not good at this, the range of the magic of changing clothes is limited. If it exceeds this range, these wizards will not be able to summon weapons. I see. Feng Yi touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking. I remember that Urza seemed to bring a lot of luggage with her every time she went on a mission. What was in it? It's getting late, let's go back to the guild. Makarov said to Feng Yi. Yes. Feng Yi nodded and followed Makarov back the way they came. By the way, President, are there any higher-level magic books in the guild? Lend them to me. As they walked along the road, Feng Yi had the idea of taking the magic books in the guild. Makarov's face darkened when he heard this, but he sighed in his heart and said, You have already seen everything that can be shown to you. If you want to see the rest, you can only wait until you are promoted to an S-class wizard or become the president. Chapter 10. Kana, you joined the guild at such a young age, you must be pretty strong, right? Feng Yi asked Kana while stroking Pepe in his arms. No. I'm not a wizard yet, Kana lowered her head slightly and replied in a somewhat depressed tone. What's going on? I feel that you have magic power in your body, how come you are not a wizard yet? Feng Yi looked at Kana with a puzzled look on his face and asked. Because, Kana bit her lips with her teeth and said softly. Because I still don't know what kind of magic to learn. Kana, how long have you been in the guild? Feng Yi looked at Kana in surprise. Kana herself didn't have much of a plot in the original novel, and Feng Yi only had the impression that she was a drunk and had learned one of the three great magics. As for the rest, he either didn't know, or didn't know. 2 years, almost 2 years, Kana said, lowering her head even lower. 2 years, Fengjai murmured, then looked down at Kana and said to her. So, Kana, do you have any special hobbies? If you are confused, why not move forward in the direction you like? Hobby. Kana thought with her head down, and quickly took out a deck of Carlo cards from the small bag she was carrying. What is this? A playing card. Although Feng Yi knew what a Carlo card was, he didn't recognize it. For this type of card, Feng Yi always regarded it as the most familiar playing card. After all, the patterns on the back of the playing card were very colorful. No, this is a card. Many people use it for divination. Kana shook her head and explained to Fengjai. Callow cards. Feng Yi suddenly realized what was going on. He looked at Kana and said. So Kana, do you like fortune-telling? Well, sort of. Kana nodded slightly. Although she had only come into contact with the Carlo card after coming to the Fairy Tale Guild, in this guild where she was the only child, Carlo card and Pepe accompanied her for most of the time. Now, Kana has a different feeling for Carlo card. When facing her father whom she had not yet recognized, Kana had used Carlo card to decide whether to recognize him. In that case, why don't Kana try to learn card magic? Feng Ye suggested to Kana. He just remembered that Kana used card magic in the original book. Feng Ye was willing to let Kana choose this path in advance. Card magic. Kana looked at Fengjai with some curiosity and confusion, her words an expression full of confusion. Well, card magic is a very magical magic. It allows the user to unleash a variety of different attribute attacks, and even do many things that other magicians can't do. When Feng Ye said this, his mind couldn't help but emerge. In the Hades Gate chapter, Kana waved her hand and all the members of the Fairy Tale Guild were sucked into the card. Because of this, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild who were in desperate situation got a glimmer of hope. I don't know if it's because of the contact with Kana for a while, Feng Ye had almost forgotten the plot related to Kana, but now he remembered several of her glorious moments one after another. Is that so? Hearing this, Kana looked down at the Carlo cards in her hand, clenched her hands, and her eyes sparkled. How about this? Why don't you listen to the president's opinion first? Feng Ye smiled slightly when he saw Kana like this, and touched Kana's head and said, This isn't good, is it? Kana glanced at Makarov, who was still drinking at the bar. It doesn't matter. I think the president will be very happy, right, Pepet? Fengjai said to Kana, and asked Pepet with a smile while rubbing his head. Woof, Pepet responded softly. You see, Pepet thinks it's okay. Fengjai got Pepet's response and said to Kana with a smile. Kana looked up at Fengjai's smile and was stunned for a moment, but soon lowered her head and nodded gently. Then let's go. Feng Ye saw Kana nod, so he stood up, held Kana's wrist, and walked towards Makarov. Kana, whose wrist was held by Feng Ye, looked at Feng Ye's back with a slightly red face. President. Makarov, who was sitting at the bar and drinking a little drunk, heard someone calling him. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Fengjai holding Pepet in his arms and Kana walking towards him. Hiccup Fengjai, Kana, what's wrong? Seeing this, Makarov asked the two of them. Hey, Kana and I came to you just to hear your opinion, President. Feng Ye came to the bar and said, then looked down at the small Kana. Kana was looking up at him and Makarov at the bar, but Feng Ye noticed something at a glance. Makarov at this time was a situation where Kana could not see him even though he heard his voice. Seeing this, Feng Ye put Pepet on the ground and picked up Kana and put her at the bar. After letting Kana, who was a little shy because of being picked up, sit down honestly, he held Pepet in his arms again and said to Makarov. This is the case, President. I heard Kana say that she has been in the guild for 2 years, but she has not learned magic yet. I also heard Kana say that her hobby is card magic. Since Kana's hobby is card magic, I thought it would be better to let Kana learn card magic. After all, in this case, it is better to let Kana try to learn card magic instead of letting her continue to be confused. What do you think? Card magic, is it a hobby? Makarov looked at Kana who was looking uneasy beside him and said to her gently. Card magic is also a very magical magic, because it can not only display various elemental properties, but also has other magical abilities. It is said that they are all sealed inside, and can be summoned to fight in battle. So Kana, if you really don't know what kind of magic to learn, then you can try card magic. Makarov said, looking at Kana with a serious face. But Kana, I need to tell you in advance that there is not a single wizard in our guild who knows card magic. Even in the kingdom of Fiori, there are only a few wizards who have learned card magic. So, Kana, if you want to learn card magic, it means that you need to explore this path by yourself. No one in the guild can help you. Do you understand? The scheduled release has been reviewed, and then I found that the number of chapters was written incorrectly, and then this chapter was deleted by me by mistake. I thought about whether it could be retrieved, and then I asked the customer service and learned that it could not be retrieved after being deleted. I didn't dare to use Tomato's author assistant to write, and ran to another writer assistant with a recycling bin to rush this chapter. Chapter 11. Yet. Because of Makarov's words, Kana also began to think about whether she should choose to learn card magic. Seeing this scene, Fengjai rubbed Kana's head and said with a smile, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. How about this, first learn about card magic. Once you have a certain understanding of card magic, then decide whether to learn it. What do you think?" "Yes." Kana nodded slightly, and felt more relaxed because of Fengjai's words. "Since we have heard the president's opinion, let's go back. By the way, Kana, have you eaten?" Fengjai asked Kana as he carried her down from the bar. Kana was still a little shy about Fengjai's sudden hug, but after hearing Fengjai's words, she nodded gently and said, "Have eaten." "So where did you eat?" "I haven't eaten for a long time. My stomach is growling when I wake up," Feng Ye said as he rubbed his stomach with his free hand. Suddenly, Feng Yi's stomach started to growl. "The guild provides food and drinks, but they cost money." Kana answered Fengjai's question, and at the same time glanced at Fengjai's stomach. "I see." Feng Ye nodded when he heard that. In his impression, the guild seemed to only provide drinks, but his memory was too vague for him to remember. Kana was about to take Feng Ye back to the bar, because both drinks and food were ordered there. But as soon as they turned around and took a step, a figure appeared in front of them. Feng Yi's right foot, which had just stepped out, happened to be stepped on by the person who suddenly appeared. Feng Ye lowered his head to look at his right foot that was stepped on by the person in front of him, and then raised his head to look at the person who had also turned his head to look at him, but when Feng Ye saw the appearance and dress of this person, he was stunned, but what stunned Feng Ye even more was what this person said, and he heard this person say, "Why are you putting your feet under me?" Feng Yi's forehead instantly showed blue veins when he heard this. He suppressed the surging anger in his heart and said to this person, "It was you who stepped on me, okay? It's fine if you don't apologize, but you're also blaming me. Why?" Feng Ye looked at the man in front of him. His age was about the same as Feng Ye, about 14 years old. He was wearing dark green clothes and black pants. He had a handsome face and yellow hair, and his ears were covered by a pair of headphones. The man's hair color and dress, as well as his appearance in the Fairy Tale Guild, immediately made Feng Ye recognize his identity. He was the famous king of the sky in Fairy Tale, Laxus Dolia. Feng Ye was very impressed by Laxus, even more than a certain droopy eye. Laxus's single-handed fight against the two dragons, his super handsome rescue on Tenro Island, and his single-handed victory over all the members of the other guild during the Great Demon Director's martial arts, all left a deep impression on Feng Ye. Of course, what Feng Ye remembered most was the law without injury. Whenever he thought of this, Feng Ye couldn't help but want to laugh. Despite this, Laxus was one of Feng Yi's favorite male characters. After all, he was really handsome. But even so, could Feng Ye tolerate the other party calling him a kid? It was obviously possible, not to mention that Laxus was about the same age as him. "Hey? You're putting the blame on someone else? If you don't put your feet where I stand, will I step on you?" Laxus said, looking at Fengjai with a sidelong look. "L.A. Laxus." Kana was shocked when she saw Laxus. She only reacted after Fengjai talked to Laxus. She quickly grabbed Fengjai's hand and said to him urgently, "Fengjai, he is Laxus, he is very powerful, one of the strongest people in the guild, don't mess with him, let's go." Listening to Kana's fear from the bottom of her heart, Fengjai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the number one of the younger generation, will he still scare his companions even if they are in the same guild? Feng Ye knew that with Laxus's character, no matter how bad or rebellious he was, he would never attack Kana, who was still an ordinary person. Even if it was other people in the guild, Laxus, whose strength surpassed theirs, would not take them seriously, let alone bully them. But even so, Laxus, who had great strength at a young age, also made the members of the guild involuntarily afraid of him. Not to mention Kana, who was still a child. In the original work, after the incident on Tenro Island and before Laxus returned, no one in the guild was not afraid of Laxus except for a few people from the Thunder God clan. Even the fairy queen Urza was extremely serious when she saw Laxus. The reason for this is that neither of them really accepted him in their hearts. The other party, of course, this is also a big reason why the two sides have not had much contact from the beginning to the end. Despite this, the powerful Laxus is still the pride and idol of the guild members. And Laxus keeps calling the weak one on the left and the weak one on the right. Even if he doesn't regard those guild members as so-called companions and family members, he has never regarded them as enemies in his heart. The law of the University of Space is the best proof. Speaking of the law of the University of Space, Fenjai feels that before the law was launched, Lei appeared and awakened the almost possessed Laxus. Even if Laxus did not regard the people in front of him as enemies, at least it would be impossible for him to not suffer any harm. You say that the law is actually black magic? That's okay, because black magic is so weird. Did you hear that, brat? Get out of here if you don't want to get beaten. Laxus listened to Kana's words, lowered his eyes to look at Kana, and said to Fenjai. Fenjai heard the word brat from Laxus' mouth, and the veins on his forehead twitched twice and then calmed down. Fenjai raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Laxus and said sarcastically. Oh? Really? But I feel like you're weak. Hey? I think you really want to get beaten, right? Laxus looked at Feng Ye and said with an unhappy tone. Laxus, Fenjai, what are you doing? Makarov, who was drinking at the bar, finally noticed the situation here. Seeing the two people who were full of gunpowder, he quickly spoke to them. At the same time, Makarov's words also attracted the attention of the other members of the guild. As one by one, everyone in the guild looked at Fenjai and Laxus, and soon everyone in the guild looked at the two of them in silence. It's nothing, President. I just saw that a certain little boy was a bit rebellious, and I wanted to teach him a lesson. Feng Ye said to Makarov without turning his head, and at the same time, he looked at Laxus with a provocative look, with the corners of his mouth raised, smiling at Laxus. Feng Ye was obviously smiling, but Laxus on the opposite side was not happy at all, and wanted to punch him in the face. Chapter 12. Hey look, that new guy is facing Laxus. The newbie is really brave. He actually provoked the most unprotestable person in the guild. It seems that Laxus' current strength is only weaker than the president and guildarts, right? That's right, with Laxus' current strength, he will be able to pass the S-Class Wizard assessment and become an S-Class Wizard in a few years. Facing Laxus, the newcomer will definitely be knocked down in an instant, right? That's right, Laxus is extremely powerful. By the way, isn't Kana the one next to the newcomer? Hey, who of you guys go pull Kana away from them? Why don't you go? I'll go. The man put down the wine glass in his hand, stood up and prepared to pull Kana away. Don't worry, Laxus knows his limits, Kana won't get hurt. But then again, that new guy, the president let him live on the second floor. Even so, are you trying to say that the newcomer's strength is already at the level of an S-Class Wizard? S-Class Wizard? How is that possible? He is about the same age as Laxus, who is a genius in magic. How can a newcomer of the same age be stronger than him? I think it would be good if the newcomer is half as strong as Laxus. Half? Isn't that too low? Half? I think it would be great if he could have 1/3 of Laxus' strength. You know, Laxus can't be described by common sense. Who knows? But we'll know soon. Look, they're about to fight. Little devil! Do you know who you are talking to? Kid. Laxus's magic power surged, and he said coldly to Feng Yet. Hey? Are you angry? It seems that you are nothing special. Feng Ye looked at Laxus, whose body was already covered with yellow magic, and smiled faintly. Hey! Laxus! Fenjai! You two, stop it now! Makarov yelled at the two of them, but he didn't show any intention of leaving the bar. Fenjai turned his head and glanced at Makarov, who was still sitting at the bar. The smile on his face rose again. He looked at Laxus in front of him and said with a smile. It seems that the president also wants me to educate the guild members who are in the rebellious period for him. Makarov equals degree equals could you please not say it? Really? Do you have that ability? Laxus looked at Feng Ye and said coldly. Strength? It's more than enough to teach you a lesson. Feng Ye still answered Laxus with a smile. Don't be so arrogant. Newbie. Laxus yelled at Feng Ye. Are you arrogant? Then come and hit me. Laxus glanced at Makarov at the bar, and saw that Makarov's face was obviously very angry, but he didn't even move his butt, so he instantly restrained the magic power he was emitting. Laxus took back his foot that had been stepping on Fenjai's right foot, then jumped back to the door. He looked at Fenjai and said coldly. Then let me see how powerful you are. As a senior, I will let you make the first move. Feng Ye chuckled when he heard this, and after comforting Pepe, who was trembling in his arms, he handed him to Kana, who was also extremely scared. Do you really want to fight Laxus? He is very strong. Kana took Pepe and held him in her arms, and said to Fenjai with a worried look on her face. It's okay, trust me, okay. Feng Ye smiled gently and rubbed Kana's head and said softly. Yet. Seeing this, Kana nodded worriedly, then ran to Makarov with Pepe in her arms. Seeing Kana leave, Fenjai actually wanted to say, it won't have much impact if you don't leave. But after seeing Kana trotting to Makarov, he didn't say it, but turned to look at Laxus and said. No need, you should do it. Because if I do it, you won't even have a chance to do it again. If you get embarrassed, don't blame me. Really? Then don't blame me. Laxus heard this, and he clenched his right fist with pride, and lightning flashed in his hand. It appeared. This is Laxus's lightning magic. Too strong, I can feel the powerful magic in Laxus from here. The gap between him and me is too big. Laxus's eyes condensed, and the magic power under his feet burst out instantly. He rushed directly towards Feng Ye and punched Feng Ye in the face. Fenjai, be careful. Kana, who was beside Makarov, saw this and shouted to Fenjai. Makarov's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene, and he quickly simulated the fierce battle between Laxus and Fenjai in his mind. Was he fighting with Fenjai? Or was he defeated after falling into a disadvantage? Or was he suppressing Fenjai? No. The result was. Makarov's eyes suddenly widened, because he had guessed the outcome of this battle. Feng Ye looked at Laxus's straight punch, his mouth slightly raised, and when Laxus approached, he slowly raised his right hand. When Laxus got close, Feng Ye's right hand turned into a knife and fell down suddenly. Bang! Bang! Smashing sound! Crash! Shattering sound! Da 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 da! Smashing sound! It was only a moment. Everyone in the guild stared at this scene in amazement. Makarov equals degree equals. Kana sigma, degree. Everyone in the guild. The guild fell into silence for a moment, and a moment later, an earth-shattering cry was heard. Hey! Laxus! Laxus actually! By the newcomer! Kill it instantly with one move! Is that a lie? This must be a lie, right? That Laxus, how could it be possible? Flash sale! This matter, too magical. It's unbelievable that Laxus would be killed instantly, and he was killed instantly by his peers. Hey, things are going to change in this guild. The strength of that new guy, isn't it too strong? Everyone was stunned by this scene, and cold sweat could not help but flow down their foreheads. Markov's eyes were wide open. Even though he had expected such a result, he was still shocked and speechless when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Kana at the bar covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open, and looked at this scene in disbelief. Fenjai looked at Laxus, whose eyes were already white in the pit, and the corners of his mouth rose again. Chapter 13. In the fairy tale ward. Laxus, lying on the bed, frowned for a while, then slowly opened his eyes. Laxus looked at the ceiling of the ward blankly, feeling a sense of strangeness. Laxus propped up his upper body, and after he looked around the environment in the ward, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. What the hell is going on? Laxus rubbed his aching head and thought. The next moment, Laxus stopped rubbing his head because he remembered what happened before. Laxus slowly put down his hand, looked down at his palm, and after a moment he looked up at the sunset outside the window and whispered softly. Did I lose? Half a day ago, after Feng Ye killed Laxus in an instant. After Feng Ye filled his stomach, he touched his bulging stomach and came to Makarov and asked Makarov. President, what can I do to become an S-class wizard? Makarov, who was still drinking, put down his glass and looked at Feng Ye, pointing to the commission board on the other side and said. The prerequisite for becoming an S-class wizard is to obtain the qualification for the S-class wizard assessment. Before that, you must meet two conditions. One is that you have enough strength, and the other is that you must complete enough tasks this year. Oh, is the S-class wizard assessment held every year? How long is it until this year's assessment? Feng Ye asked. Well, but the prerequisite is that someone must be qualified for the assessment. There are still 4 months before this year's S-level assessment. Makarov answered Feng Ye's questions one by one. 4 months? That means every December. Feng Ye thought for a moment and said. It was early August of X774. Yes, that's right. If you want to qualify for the S-level assessment, you have to work hard. This year, everyone in the guild is very interested in accepting commissions, and the tasks on the commission board are often not enough for their needs. Makarov said slowly to Feng Ye. Feng Ye nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and then turned and walked towards the commission board. However, when Feng Ye walked to the commission board, he was stunned, because it was covered with commissions of all sizes. He looked back at the guild members who were still drinking, and looked at the commission board again. Feng Ye just felt that there was something strange. Feng Ye didn't think much about it, and stretched out his hands and danced quickly on the commission board. The next moment, Feng Ye left the commission board with a thick stack of commissions in his hand. Kana, Pepet, I'm going to do a mission. I'll collect information about card magic for you on the way. Be good in the guild. When passing by Kana, Fenjai stroked Kana's hair and said to Kana with a smile. Well, thank you, please be careful on your way. Kana nodded to Fenjai with a red face, and Pepet at his feet barked at Fenjai twice. Then, Fenjai pushed open the door of the guild and left. What Fenjai didn't know was that Makarov's last words were completely a lie. The members of the guild were not very interested in commissions. Except for some people who had families and would often take commissions to support their families, the rest of them lived by looking at the money in their pockets. They would only choose to take commissions when they had no money in their pockets. For this year, on average, the number of commissions completed by one person may not even reach double digits. Hey! A member who had just finished drinking and was about to take a commission to fill his pockets came to the commission board and was stunned. He looked at the bare commission board in a daze. After scratching his head, he shouted to Makarov at the bar. President, where are the orders on the order board? Why are they all gone? Makarov, who was still in a good mood because he had fooled Fenjai, was stunned when he heard the words, and then he soon thought of something, staring at the door of the guild with his eyes wide open in shock. After leaving the fairy tale guild, Fengjai went to buy a detailed map and left Magnolia. When Fengjai arrived at Magnolia, Fengjai took out the stack of commissions stuffed in his arms and looked at it to see where his first stop was. But when Fengjai saw the location of the task on it, his face suddenly darkened, and he turned around and returned to Magnolia. Half an hour later, Fengjai went to the client's residence carrying a black cat. A moment later, Fengjai appeared on the street with a reward of 10,000 J. Fengjai, with the cat hair still on his face, thought to himself with a dark face. Why do we have to leave the cat search to the wizard? Feng Ye took out that pile of commissions again in the park. This time, Feng Ye did not rush out of the city, but divided them into several parts according to different locations. After a moment, Feng Ye looked at the nearly 20 commissions with locations all in Magnolia, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. That afternoon, Feng Ye returned to the guild again. Makarov looked at Feng Ye, who suddenly returned in surprise. He didn't know what Feng Ye wanted to do, but he saw Feng Ye handing him nearly 20 commissions and saying that the commission had been completed. Makarov took the commissions in astonishment. After flipping through them, he found that the words "commission completed" were also stamped on them, and said to Feng Ye, "In that case, then I'll pay you 20% of the reward." Feng Ye nodded. He felt that there was no problem with this, so he decisively took out 85,000 J. After handing in the commission, Feng Ye left the guild again and headed towards the north of Magnolia. Half a month later, Feng Ye first went to the city of Ashtabana by train. On the way, he passed through several cities and had some commissions. There were not many, but it took Feng Ye a lot of time. Then he walked to Mount Habeko. When he was still dozens of miles away from Mount Habeko, Feng Ye already felt a little cold. Before sunset, Feng Ye successfully arrived at Mount Habeko. Looking at the snow-capped but golden mountains illuminated by the sunset, and feeling the coolness on his body, Feng Ye felt that he was lucky. When he came here, he not only saw the beautiful scenery, but also it was not snowing. And looking at some places, bare ground has been exposed. It seems that it has not snowed for a while. Mount Habeko is located in the north of the Kingdom of Fiori. The climate here is very special. It snows all year round. Even in the hot summer, there will still be snowflakes falling, but compared with other seasons, it is much smaller. Get lost. Feng Ye kicked away several Vulcans who came to cause trouble, and turned to look for a suitable place to rest. After walking for a while, Feng Ye stopped after turning a corner. He turned his head and saw a short figure. He saw all the pain and loneliness in the little face. The ice crystal tear marks on both sides of her cheeks proved that she had cried. The little girl slowly raised her head, looking at Feng Ye blankly with lifeless eyes. Chapter 14. Although it was not snowing at night, the biting cold wind blew one after another. Next to the fire, two figures, one big and one small, sat 1 meter apart. Did you have a quarrel with your family? Feng Ye looked at the lonely girl and asked softly. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head even lower. Seeing this, Feng Ye almost understood the situation and said softly, "It seems that the situation is more serious than I thought." The girl lowered her head and looked at the fire in front of her that gave her warmth. "Can you tell me your name?" Feng Ye asked the girl again. The girl's eyes, which had been staring at the fire, finally moved, and after moving towards Feng Ye, she said softly, "Arusha." Feng Ye was stunned when he heard the name. He looked at the little girl in front of him with astonishment, and couldn't believe that this was Arusha. Feng Ye quickly came to his senses, and then he began to look at Arusha carefully. Arusha had black hair, and her originally delicate face turned pale at this time. The ice crystal tear marks on both sides of her cheeks made Feng Ye feel distressed. "Arusha? What a nice name!" Feng Ye said softly, and then said to Arusha, Do you want to see magic? Arusha shook her head slightly when she heard that. Seeing this, Fenjai looked at Arusha's thin clothes, and then looked at his own thin clothes. Fenjai was able to stay in this cold Habeko mountain with only thin clothes because he had powerful magic power. Although he felt very cold, Fenjai could completely endure it. As for Arusha, Fenjai could feel that she did not have much magic power in her body, and the reason why she was able to stay in Habeko mountain for a long time under such circumstances. Fenjai speculated that it was because of the heartbreak. Arusha was too sad and ignored the cold pain in her body. And Fenjai almost guessed the reason why Arusha was like this. It should not be said that he guessed it, it should be that Fenjai remembered this matter. If I remember correctly, Arusha probably saw the scene of her mother and her two disciples getting along. Feng Ye thought of this, and he asked Arusha softly. It's cold, isn't it? Arusha was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then she felt the bone-chilling coldness all over her body. Arusha hugged her small body with both hands, huddled in front of the fire, and her body trembled violently. If there was no bonfire in front of her to give her enough warmth, she would have fallen to the ground when she felt the cold. Feng Ye couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this scene, and thought to himself. It really is a 2D creature. Arusha felt her body getting colder and colder. Her back could only feel the coldness. Her limbs gradually became numb and her vision became blurry. The next moment, Arusha felt her consciousness becoming blurry and her body fell forward. At this moment, a hand pressed on Arusha's shoulder and stabilized her falling body. Are you feeling better? Arusha listened to Fenjai's words. Before she could react to what Fenjai meant, she found that she could sense her body again, and her consciousness and vision were recovering rapidly. Arusha turned her head to look at Fenjai's hand on her shoulder, which was emitting a dazzling golden light. Fenjai injected light attribute magic into Arusha's body, allowing her to quickly restore Arusha's lost consciousness. After a while, Fenjai put his only coat on Arusha, and she was wearing a t-shirt inside. He touched the goosebumps on his arms and looked at Arusha, who was still pale and trembling with his hands holding the coat on his body. Although Arusha is no different from before, her physical condition is actually much better than before. I'm so sorry, I haven't learned any healing magic, otherwise I could have cured you. Feng Ye said to Arusha with a little apology. No, this is good enough. Arusha felt the biting cold on her body and the thin coat on her body. Even though her body was shivering in the cold wind, she felt warm in her heart. Arusha pursed her thin lips that were frozen purple and whispered to Fenjai. Thanks. Really? Then I'll accept your thanks. Feng Ye said with a smile, and then he looked at Arusha and continued with a smile. By the way, let me show you a magic trick I created recently. After saying that, Feng Ye stood up and walked to the open space beside him. After hearing that, Arusha finally raised her head and looked at Feng Ye. Only then did she realize that Feng Ye looked only a few years older than her. Look. My self-created magic, forest language, house. Arusha looked at the green light emanating from Fenjai's hand and the green magic circle blooming on the ground, and was curious about what the self-created magic in Fenjai's words was. The next moment, trees suddenly broke out of the ground at the edge of the magic circle. Under Arusha's surprised gaze, in just a few seconds, a semicircular wooden block with a diameter of about 4 meters appeared in front of him. Success! Feng Ye clenched his fist and said excitedly. This magic was developed by Feng Ye during his walks these days, and it was only today that this magic was successfully developed. It was the first time that he actually performed this magic in front of others, and the joy of success was also Feng Ye was excited for a rare moment. He took Arusha into the cabin. Although it was still cold inside, the biting wind was gone, which made them feel much better. Feng Ye made a small modification to the cabin, opened a hole on the top, and made a vertical passage with wood. Below the passage, there was a bonfire. After a while, the cabin became very warm under the burning of the bonfire. After a while, Arusha even felt that the cabin was a little too hot. After controlling the temperature in the cabin to a suitable temperature, Feng Ye used magic to summon a pile of matches. Although it was summoned by magic, the forest language used by Feng Ye is also a relatively high-level magic in magic. The plants summoned are not disposable, but permanent. So in essence, they are no different from ordinary wood and can be burned as wood. Of course, Feng Ye has cast protective magic on the walls around the bonfire and the passage above, so there is no need to worry about being burned by the bonfire. Looking at Arusha on the other side, he smiled and said, "Arusha, can I call you that?" "Yes." Arusha looked at Feng Jai, nodded slightly, and then handed the folded coat to Feng Jai. "You can use it first, it can be used as a pillow when sleeping." Feng Ye waved his hand, then used the forest language to create 2 pillows, handed one to Arusha, and then he lay on the wooden floor and said softly to Arusha, "Good night, Arusha." Chapter 15. After slapping away several Vulcans that came for revenge, Feng Ye led Arusha out of Mount Habeko and headed forward. Arusha looked at Feng Ye's route and fell into silence. Fortunately, Feng Ye was not going to the north of Mount Habeko, but to the west. This place is located on the edge of the snowy area in the north of the kingdom of Fiori. Although the climate is cold, there are many people living in the area. After walking for most of the day, a small town finally came into Feng Ye's sight. After meeting the client in the town and understanding the details of the commission, Feng Ye and Arusha rested in the town for one night, and then took Arusha to the north the next day. According to the client, there is a town in the snow and ice a few dozen kilometers to the north. But the destination is not that town, but a rare plant on a snowy mountain not far from it. According to the client, it is a very rare medicine that matures during this period of time every year. That afternoon, on the top of a 1,000-meter snow-capped mountain, Ye looked at the purple flowers that had not yet bloomed, and said to Arusha helplessly. The client said that the best time to pick the flowers is when they are in full bloom. I was originally confused about what he said, but now I understand. "Arusha, is it okay to stay here for a few days?" "Yes, no problem." Arusha nodded gently. Feng Jai then used magic to create a wooden house again, and he and Arusha stayed on the snowy mountain. 2 days later, Feng Jai looked through the window at the flower buds that had already shown signs of blooming, and Arusha beside him said at this time, "It looks like it will bloom tonight." "Is that so?" "That's great. If you weren't here with Arusha, I would have died alone." Feng Ye immediately lay down on the wooden recliner and said to Arusha with a dull look on his face. For Feng Ye, traveling alone is not a big deal, but if he stays alone in one place, he will be very bored. Arusha smiled and closed the wooden window. At night, there is a small town in the snowfield 20 kilometers away from the snow-capped mountains where Feng Ye is. The town should have been quiet at this time, but now it is ablaze, and countless townspeople begin to run desperately towards safety. "Everybody run away! Mommy! Daddy! Where are you? The devil is coming, everyone run away!" On the other side of the town, a giant devil with a height of dozens of meters and a hideous face was stepping into the town step by step. Roar! The demon roared at the house in front of it. In an instant, the strong sound waves carrying magic power instantly blew down more than a dozen houses and turned them into ruins. The demon waved hard, and a gully 100 meters long appeared in the town. The demon looked at the townspeople running for their lives in front of it, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. The screams of humans in despair are its favorite. This is not enough, not desperate enough. It needs to work harder. On the hillside 1 kilometer outside the town, a little boy stood here panting. He looked at the giant demon who was wreaking havoc in the town. Looking at the demon's face, the little boy gritted his teeth and said, "As expected. As expected, it's you, Deliera." After the little boy exhaled a heavy breath, he looked at Deliera in the town with hatred in his eyes, and ran towards the town with his legs. Not long after the little boy left, a big and a small appeared on the hillside. "You are you? Look at that." The white-haired boy pointed at Deliara in the town and said to the short-haired woman beside him in a horrified voice. When you saw Deliara, her eyes shrank instantly. She looked at Deliara in shock and said in a surprised voice. "That is, the demon in Jeref's book, Deliara. Is that Deliara who destroyed the Grey family?" The boy looked at Deliara in shock. "Damn it, Grey!" You quickly recovered from her shock and sternly warned the boy beside her. "Leon, you stay here, I'll bring Grey back." "Well, you, be careful." Lion nodded when he heard it. You immediately ran towards the town, but what you didn't know was that after she left, Lion, who was supposed to wait there, gritted his teeth and followed her as he watched her leave. A few minutes later, in the town, Grey ran breathlessly to a place only 40 or 50 meters away from Deliara. He looked at the huge Deliara and Grey, who had a blood feud with him. Even in anger, when he looked up at Deliara, his legs, no. His whole body was shaking violently. After Grey's throat rolled, he mustered up the courage to suppress the fear from the bottom of his heart. He roared at Deliara, who was still moving forward. "Deliara!" Deliara, who was still wreaking havoc and enjoying the wailing of humans, heard such a different sound, stopped, and saw right in front of him. No, it should be said that it was on the ground more than 10 meters away. Deliara saw a human cub, who was looking at it with hatred. Grey turned sideways, put his hands together, and a blue magic circle bloomed in front of his hands. He roared at Deliara. "Ice make!" Grey squatted down and slapped his hands on the ground. The next moment, a large amount of ice suddenly appeared and attacked Deliara. Soon, the ice hit Deliara's feet and covered most of its feet. "How is it? This is a move I have practiced for a long time, I will definitely be able to, ah!" Grey released the magic and saw that he successfully hit Deliara, so he clenched his fist and said to Deliara excitedly. But before Grey finished speaking, he saw Deliara just slightly moved his feet, and the ice that originally covered it was instantly shattered. How come? Grey looked at this scene in astonishment. He couldn't believe that his magic had no effect on Deliara. When Grey thought of the fact that his magic was not even enough to tickle Deliara, his body couldn't help but tremble again, and he couldn't help but take a step back. But it was also this step that made Grey come back to his senses from the panic. His parents appeared in his mind. He gritted his teeth to steady his shaking body, put his hands together again, and roared in a low voice. "For my dad and mom, I must. Ice." Grey had just finished shouting when a huge hand suddenly approached his pupil. "Hey!" Grey realized that Deliara had already attacked him. Grey knew he couldn't avoid such an attack. "Feel sorry." Just as Grey accepted the fact and prepared to face death, Deliara's hand that launched the attack was instantly frozen. Seeing this scene, Grey naturally knew who was coming, and his tone instantly changed from sadness to joy, saying, "You are you." Chapter 16. Look, the flowers are about to bloom. Arusha pointed to the buds that were already showing signs of blooming and said to Fengjai beside him. "Really? That's great." Feng Ye took a look and found that except for the top opening slightly, there was not much change. Feng Ye looked at Arusha and asked. "Arusha, do you know how long it will take before it blooms?" Well, after Arusha calculated in his mind, he replied to Fengjai. "It takes about 2 hours. 2 hours, do we have to wait that long?" Feng Ye looked up at the sky with a dejected look on his face. "Well, we have waited for several days, so what's the harm in waiting for another 2 hours? Arusha smiled slightly when he saw Fengjai like this, and then continued. "You know, some plants only need more than 10 minutes from blooming to withering, while some plants only need several days to bloom. I once saw a small white flower that took half a month to fully bloom. It was very beautiful, but its flowering period was less than 15 minutes. So it's only 2 hours, let's wait slowly. Ah Feng Ye sighed when he heard this. He looked at Arusha, who was smiling faintly, and said slowly, I'm not as open-minded as a kid like you. No, Fenjai, you are just too bored. Arusha smiled and shook his head when he heard that. Arusha thought about the past few days. Fenjai, except for occasional bursts of inspiration to experiment with magic and go out hunting, has been lying on a recliner or on a wooden bed like a salted fish. Arusha even felt that Fenjai seemed to have lost his life goals at certain times. When he looked at the sky with lifeless eyes, he looked just like a salted fish that turned over but was still a salted fish. Fenjai often muttered, so boring these days. Arusha asked Fenjai curiously, why don't you continue to study magic? And Fenjai's answer was, I need inspiration or motivation. In response, Arusha smiled embarrassedly, and it was hard to say anything when he saw Fenjai's salted fish look. Bored. Feng Ye looked up at the wooden ceiling after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, yes, this place is so boring, really. Not only did I not meet a Vulcan, I didn't even see a monster. Arusha on the side smiled slightly when she heard this. She remembered that on the first day she and Fenjai arrived here, a giant monster more than 10 meters tall came to cause trouble. As a result, Fenjai slapped the monster and rolled down the snow mountain. Since then, Fenjai and Arusha have never seen a monster in the snow mountain where they could occasionally see a Vulcan or other monsters. Damn it! Can you please send a monster to relieve my fatigue? Fenjai said viciously with a pair of dead fish eyes, and then closed his eyes and prepared to go to sleep. Arusha, who saw this scene, smiled awkwardly. Not long after Fenjai closed his eyes, he opened his eyes instantly, stood up from the recliner, and looked out the window with a serious look. Arusha was puzzled by Fenjai's sudden behavior, but seeing Fenjai's solemn expression, she guessed something, and she lowered her voice and asked Fenjai, what's wrong? A powerful energy suddenly erupted in the distance. Feng Ye stared at the darkness in the distance and said, hey! Arusha was surprised, and then she saw Fenjai climbing out of the window. Arusha ran out of the cabin and trotted to Fenjai standing in the snow, looking at the direction Fenjai was looking at. The snow-capped mountain where Arusha and Fenjai were located was considered a relatively high mountain in this snowy area, and at this time, in the direction they were looking at, there was no mountain except for a few hills, which meant that the two people on the high ground could see very far away. There seems to be a fire over there. Arusha pointed to the dark night, which was slightly stained red, and said to Fenjai, the distance is a bit far. Feng Ye looked at the direction of Arusha's finger, feeling the powerful energy coming from there, and said with a frown, this energy, it's not like magic. It's not magic? Then what is it? Arusha looked at Fenjai in surprise. I don't know either. Feng Ye shook his head and said, then reached out and lifted Arusha's collar and walked towards the cabin. Wait. Arusha was suddenly treated like this by Fenjai, and she shook her body in panic. Fenjai carried Arusha to the wooden house, closed the door, and raised his hand to cast a magic on the wooden house. Triple defense magic, Guardian. 3 pale yellow magic circles of different sizes instantly bloomed below, in the middle, and above the wooden house. Feng Ye said to Arusha, who was standing at the window, don't come out until I come back, understand? Arusha bit her lips lightly, then nodded to Fenjai. Well, please be careful on the way. Feng Ye smiled and waved to Arusha, then he kicked his feet hard and jumped off the snowy mountain. Arusha watched Feng Ye's figure disappear into the darkness, and she held on tightly to her hands on the windowsill. After a moment, Arusha looked in the direction of the fire, and a figure appeared in front of her. Her heart trembled, and she couldn't help but worry about it. She looked over there and said worriedly, Ulu. You are you? Gray shouted worriedly as he watched Uru being forced back by Deliara. Uru retreated to the roof of a ruined house. Her chest was heaving violently, Cold sweat was dripping down her forehead, she was panting heavily, and she put her hands together. A sky blue magic circle bloomed, and a lot of cold air emanated from her hands. Ice make white rose garden. As Uru slapped his hands to the ground, a large amount of cold air accompanied by magic froze the surrounding ground, and spiral rose vines and ice roses grew out of it to attack Deliura. Roar! Deliura took several steps back after being hit, and ice formed on the surface of his body. Ice make ice lotus. Uru immediately released magic again, and the ice on Deliura's body began to spread instantly, and in a moment, Deliura was turned into a huge ice block. But Uru frowned and clenched his teeth when he saw this, and whispered, "No, it still doesn't work." As soon as Uru finished speaking, Deliura's vomiting roar came from the ice, and the ice shattered instantly. Chapter 17. Ice make shield. A huge ice shield suddenly rose up, blocking Deliura's fist. Seeing this, the caster Uru immediately jumped back, putting himself in a relatively safe position. Uru heard this familiar voice and looked back, and saw Leon with white hair running towards her. Leon? How did he get here? Uru was surprised by Leon's sudden appearance, but then she saw Leon still running towards her, and she immediately shouted at Leon. "Don't come over here!" Leon stopped and looked at Ulu, who continued to shout. "Take Grey away from here! Go quickly!" "Yes." Leon looked at Uru reluctantly, turned around and ran towards Grey, who was hiding not far away. Bang! The ice shield was shattered by Deliura's punch, and the broken ice was blasted in the direction of Uru. Uru gritted his teeth at this scene, staring at Deliura's movements. But the next moment, Uru's eyes shrank instantly, because she saw that Deliura opened its huge mouth and began to emit green light. The green light grew at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye it filled Deliura's entire mouth. Uru saw that the situation was not good at the first time, and she moved quickly to the opposite place where Grey and Leon were. Uru knew at a glance that the power of such an attack should not be underestimated, so in order to avoid affecting her two disciples, she could only distance herself from them. Soon, Uru had to stop because Deliura had already launched an attack on her. A huge green beam of light shot out of Deliura's mouth and shot straight towards Uru. Ice make multiple shields. The magic circle bloomed in the ruins, and one tall and thick ice wall after another rose from the ground in an instant. When the beam touched the first ice wall, it was instantly shattered, but Deliura's attack did not stop, but continued to move forward. Seeing this, Uru could only grit his teeth and retreat while continuing to release magic, raising one ice wall after another from the ground. But Uru's speed in creating ice walls was far slower than Deliura's speed in attacking and destroying them. Uru could only watch Deliura's attack approach him. Hateful! The next moment, a semicircular explosion circle with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the town. Uru, Grey and Leon, who were far away, cried out in tears when they saw this scene, and were blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. The shock wave caused by Deliura's attack destroyed a large number of houses in the town, and even the glass was shattered in the distance. Ha 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 ha! Deliura looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help laughing wildly. After Deliura laughed for a while, he looked at the explosion. He could clearly feel that the woman inside was not dead yet. Deliura took a breath and blew hard at the explosion. The next moment, a strong gale blew out of Deliura's mouth, and a large number of house ruins in front of him were blown away directly under his breath. Of course, Deliura's target was still the pile of burning houses and thick dust. Soon, the flames were blown out by Deliura, and a large number of ruins were also blown away by Deliura. Without the annoying ruins, Deliura then saw the woman who was playing with it. A playful smile appeared on the corner of its mouth, and it walked towards Uru. Uru stood there in an extremely embarrassed state, and the blood flowing from her forehead dyed half of her beautiful face red. At this time, Uru was gritting her teeth to endure the huge pain. In front of her, a huge rock was pressing on her right calf. Uru's right leg was hit when she was dodging Deliura's attack. If Uru had not retracted her leg in time, her right leg might have disappeared in that instant. But what Uru never expected was that she happened to pull a huge rock when she landed. Even if Uru reacted and dodged it, her right leg was still hit by the rock. Damn it! Tears appeared in the corners of Uru's eyes. She could only endure the great pain at this moment, especially when she heard the loud noise when Deliura took action. She could only grit her teeth and cast magic. Ice make. The ice pillar instantly lifted up the boulder. Uru heard Deliura's footsteps, immediately propped up her body, pushed hard with her left foot, and rushed to the other side. The next moment, the place where Uru was originally was instantly crushed by a giant foot. After Uru landed and rolled twice a few dozen meters away, she endured the huge pain in her calf, raised her head and looked at Deliura, and said, "Deliura, the demon in Jalal's book, is called the undead demon because of his strong vitality and strong recovery ability." Uru said at the end, and she couldn't help but think of the time when she injured Deliura with magic, and Deliura's visible recovery speed made her despair. If you want to kill Deliura, it seems that's the only way. Uru thought of the only way to kill Deliura, and that was her forbidden magic absolute freeze. Uru heard a familiar voice, and she turned around and saw Gray and Leon. "Don't come over here!" Ulu shouted at them. Gray and Leon stopped at the same time. They all looked at Ulu in astonishment. Under their gaze, Ulu stood up. Even though he felt unbearable pain in his right calf, Ulu still stood up with extraordinary perseverance. "Uru, be careful!" Gray and Leon's voices reached Uru in her ears. Ulu raised her head instantly, and saw a huge hand, rushing towards her at high speed. Boom! Ah! Uru was hit directly by Deliura, and Gray and Leon behind her were also blown away by the palm wind. Uru landed awkwardly a few dozen meters away. She propped herself up and looked at Deliura, who was looking at her with a teasing expression, gritting her teeth, and said, "This guy, is he playing?" Looking down at his right calf that was almost shattered, Ulu gritted his teeth and said, "It's too much of a hindrance." After Wu Lu finished speaking, she made up her mind and an ice blade quickly appeared in her hand. Wu Lu tightly grasped the ice blade in her hand and swung it towards her injured right calf without hesitation. "Why bother? If you receive good treatment later, you can recover, right?" Uru looked at the hand that suddenly grabbed her wrist and was slightly stunned. Then she looked in the direction where the hand was stretched out. Uru saw a hand stretched out from the shadow beside her, and it was this hand that held her wrist. Seeing this scene, Uru said in surprise, "Shadow magic." Chapter 18. Shadow magic, who are you? Uru looked at the shadow in front of him and asked after a moment's pause. "Me? To you now, I should be a passing hero." Feng Yi's body emerged from the shadows and said to Uru with a smile. "Hero?" Uru was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect to hear such a word. "Can you give up the idea of hurting yourself?" Feng Yi asked Wu Lu while holding her wrist. But if not, upon hearing this, Ulu lowered his head and looked at his right leg again, gritting his teeth and saying, "There's no way to stop Deliura." "Is that so?" Feng Ye smiled softly when he heard this, then instantly bent down and picked up Ulu, and then jumped away from the spot. Immediately afterwards, the place where the two were originally was stepped on by Deliura. What a fast speed! Deliura was also surprised by Feng Yi's speed. Because when Feng Ye picked up Ulu and moved, Deliura's big feet had already landed. And in that short moment, Feng Ye, who had his back to Deliura, was able to take Ulu away, which really surprised Deliura. Feng Ye carried Ulu and moved continuously on the ruins. When passing by a place, he saw two little kids lying in the ruins. Gray, Leon. You also saw the two disciples who were unconscious in the ruins. Seeing this, Feng Ye put one hand around Yu's waist, grabbed Gray and Leon's collars with the other hand and walked away from Deliara. After bringing them to the edge of the town and putting Yu and the others on the ground, Feng Ye said to Yu, "Leave this to me, and let them take you away when they wake up. You are seriously injured now. Although it is not difficult for you to move with your strength, you should try not to move in order to avoid any sequelae in the future." After saying that, Feng Ye continued to say to Ulu, "I will take care of that big guy, so you don't have to worry. So, is there anything else you want to say?" Yu looked at Feng Ye with his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "That is the demon in Ziref's book, named Deliara. Because it has strong vitality and strong self-healing ability, it is called the undead demon. Ordinary magic cannot cause much damage to it. Although Deliara is called the undead demon, its strength is also extremely powerful. Please be careful, please." Ulu lowered his head and said to Feng Ye unwillingly, "Don't worry, leave everything to me." Feng Ye smiled and waved to Yu, then walked towards Deliara who was walking towards them. Soon, Feng Ye and Deliara looked at each other in the center of the town. Feng Ye stood on the roof of a relatively intact building. Behind him was the town that had not been destroyed by Deliara. Behind Deliara was the ruins of the town that was broken into pieces, with flames rising into the sky, like hell. Deliara? Then she should be Yu, and those two little ghosts are the exhibitionist Droopy Eyes and his senior brother. Feng Ye looked at Deliara opposite her, thinking of the woman and the two little ghosts she had saved, and guessed the other party's identity. Deliara, an undead demon? In the original novel, Yu sacrificed his life to launch the Absolute Freeze, and it took 10 years to completely kill the demon. It's really scary to think about it. If that's the case, Feng Ye raised the corner of his mouth, clenched his fist towards Deliara, and said with a bit of excitement, "Let me try how terrible you are." Deliara is undoubtedly the strongest enemy Fenjai has ever encountered, but because of this, Fenjai wants to fight him even more. Because of this, Fenjai can have an accurate positioning of his current strength. Even though they are more than 100 meters apart, the corners of Fenjai's mouth are clearly reflected in Deliara's eyes. This made Deliara a little angry, but at the same time it began to get a little excited. Deliara has been doing evil in the northern region of the Kingdom of Fiori for a long time and has never encountered a decent strong man. In the past, those wizards who came to attack it, Deliara either turned the opponent into meat paste in a few moves, or made the opponent confused. As time went on, although his main job was to cause destruction, Deliara was also eager to meet some decent strong men, so that it could satisfy its desire for a little bit. Roar! Deliara roared and walked towards Feng Ye. Seeing this, Feng Ye's right hand turned into a sword finger and waved it around his body a few times. The next moment, a brown magic circle with a diameter of half a meter bloomed in front of Feng Ye with a boom, and then a red magic circle of the same size appeared in front of the brown magic circle. Fusion magic, lava giant. As soon as Feng Ye finished speaking, a red-brown magic circle with a diameter of 50 meters suddenly bloomed in the town square in front of him. Deliara, who was moving forward, also stopped when he saw this. Although he thought that his strength was far superior to that of Feng Ye, a human, he was not stupid enough to step directly into the opponent's magic circle. The next second, the huge magic circle emitted an amazing rainbow light. A huge rock giant with a flowing face on his body quickly rose from the magic circle. Roar! The lava giant, who was almost as tall as Deliara but more than twice as strong as Deliara, roared at Deliara and then rushed towards him. Deliara looked at the lava giant in surprise. He had never expected that such a big and strong man would come out of the magic circle, and he had never thought that a mere human could do such a thing. Bang! Deliara was surprised when the lava giant got close to her and hit her hard with the lava giant's huge fist. The giant suddenly knocked Deliara's head crooked. Deliara took a few steps back, stabilized his body, and roared excitedly. Then he saw the lava giant rushing towards him. Deliura was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the lava giant. Roar! The lava giant riding on Deliura roared at Deliura, then swung a pair of huge fists and smashed Deliura's face frantically. Bang boom 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 dash! Deliura was so angry at being beaten by the lava giant that a green beam of light came out of his mouth. Boom! The lava giant's head was instantly engulfed by the light, and the swung fist also stopped abruptly. After the light disappeared, the bewildered lava giant fell to the ground, and at the same time turned into a pile of ordinary stones and flames and fell on Deliura. Deliura stood up, roared angrily in the direction of Fenjai, and then rushed towards Fenjai. Seeing this, Fenjai's mouth corners raised, and looking at Deliura's actions, he suddenly had a strange thought in his heart. Strange idea! The next moment, Feng Ye pushed his feet hard, clenched his fists and rushed towards Deliura. Deliura looked at Feng Ye's behavior and his clenched fists, and instantly understood Feng Ye's thoughts. Deliura was furious. It didn't expect that a human would actually want to compete with it in brute force. Deliura waved his fist angrily and bombarded Feng Ye. Seeing this, Feng Ye also used all his strength and punched Deliura's fist. At the moment when their fists touched, there was only a stalemate for a moment, and Feng Ye's figure flew backwards, and his body crashed through more than a dozen walls before stopping. Feng Ye pushed away the stone pressing on his body, first shook his aching right hand, and then patted the stones on his shoulders. He jumped onto the roof, looked at Deliura with his eyes, and chuckled. I'm on fire. Chapter 19. Giant Fist. The giant fist hit Deliura's chest, knocking Deliura back several steps. Deliura opened his mouth and a mouthful of green light was aimed at Feng Ye, but before it could launch an attack, several thorns broke out of the ground and pierced its mouth. The words of the forest, "Thorns, I won't let you use such a dangerous attack." Feng Ye remembered clearly that Deliura had just launched such an attack and easily destroyed his lava giant. Deliura endured the great pain and pulled the thorns out of his mouth with his hands. Seeing this scene, Feng Ye couldn't help but twitch his eyes, and then waved his hand to launch a magic. The words of the forest, "Thorns." Countless thorns burst out from Deliura's body, and the sharp tips pierced through Deliura's body. This scene was like Pluto piercing the Star King with a thorn. Roar! Deliura reluctantly shattered the thorns that pierced it, and tried to rush towards Feng Ye, but it found that its lower body could not move at all. Deliura looked down and saw that its lower body had turned into ice at some point. Ice magic, imprisonment. Feng Ye chuckled, looking at the bloody wounds on Deliura's body. However, those wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Feng Ye narrowed his eyes and said, "It's such a powerful self-healing ability," but, after finishing speaking, Feng Ye raised the corners of his mouth, smiled and continued. "It is also an excellent experimental tool." Feng Ye waved his hand, and a red magic circle bloomed in front of him. He said, "Ode to Fire." As soon as he finished speaking, 8 pillars of fire burst out from the ground around Deliura, surrounding him. Fire sacrifice. A fiery red light instantly emanated from under Deliura's feet. The next moment, a sky-high flame rose from the ground and engulfed Deliura. Ah! Deliura screamed in pain in the flames, but Feng Ye did not react to it. Instead, he watched the scene quietly. After a moment, realizing that the flames seemed to have done no harm to Deliura, Feng Ye raised his hand and waved at Deliura, saying, "Ice Lotus." Wow! In an instant, the huge pillar of fire turned into an ice pillar, freezing Deliura inside. However, the next moment, the ice pillar made a crackling sound. Feng Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and then saw the ice pillar shattered, revealing Deliura, who was almost healed. Seeing this scene, Feng Ye came to some conclusions, and he whispered to himself. It seems that the damage caused by ice magic is very limited. Deliura has been active in the cold northern region for many years, and is highly immune to ice magic. In other words, is Deliura's ability ice? Just when Feng Ye came to this guess, he saw Deliura raised his hand high. Seeing this scene, Feng Ye felt something was wrong. The moment Deliura waved his hand, Feng Ye dodged and left the original place. The next moment, with a loud splash, the house where Feng Ye had just stood, along with the houses around it, all turned into ice sculptures. Feng Ye landed dozens of meters away. He looked at the ice sculpture, then turned to look at Deliura and said softly, "It seems that my guess is correct. In that case, let's use magic other than ice magic." At the edge of the town, Yu was shocked as he watched Deliura wave his hand and turn a group of houses into ice sculptures. Yu never thought that Deliura had such an ability. She stared at Deliura and whispered, "Deliura." While Yu was horrified by Deliura's ability, he was also shocked that Feng Ye was able to suppress Deliura. Feng Ye dodged Deliura's freezing attack again. Feng Ye looked at the two houses that had turned into ice sculptures, and then looked at the half of the town that had not been harmed by Deliura. Finally, Feng Ye set his sights on the ruins behind Deliura. "Although you shouldn't think so much when fighting an enemy, your strength doesn't seem to be enough for me to go all out, Deliura." Feng Ye flashed in front of Deliura's giant face and said to Deliura with a smile. Deliura was furious when he heard this, and opened his mouth to spit at Feng Ye. What was different this time was that Feng Ye could clearly feel that the temperature around him was dropping rapidly at this moment. Deliura's attack was very decisive and direct, but Feng Ye's was faster than it. Feng Ye pointed his palm at Deliura's big face and whispered, "Dark Energy Impact." A purple-black magic circle bloomed from Feng Ye's palm, and a purple-black energy beam hit Deliura's face in an instant. Immediately afterwards, an explosion occurred on Deliura's face, and then Deliura fell backwards with smoke on his face. Boom! Deliura fell to the ground, stirring up a pile of ruins and dust, and the dust soon covered Deliura's body. Just after Deliura's body was covered by the dust in the sky exploded instantly, and Deliura was seen swinging his giant fist towards the position where Feng Ye's breath was. Boom! Deliura's punch was so powerful that even Yu, who was on the edge of the town, could feel the strong vibration. Deliura thought that its punch was unexpected enough, and even the Saint 10 among humans could not avoid it, but... "Where are you hitting?" The voice came from behind Deliura. Deliura's pupils shrank instantly and he looked back. However, what Deliura saw was a huge flaming fist. Bang! Deliura's head tilted to one side under this punch, but before Deliura could react, another flaming fist hit his head from the other side. "Flame Giant X2," Feng Ye said softly while looking at the two flame giants who were beating up Deliura. Every punch from the two flame giants not only caused great damage to Deliura, but also left Deliura with a negative burning effect. Deliura was beaten up by the two flame giants with punches and kicks, and couldn't fight back at all. His face was smashed into the soil. Facing such a beating, Deliura cursed Feng Ye in his heart for not following martial ethics, and then gathered energy in his mouth that had already eaten a lot of soil, and launched a frost breath towards the earth. In an instant, the earth cracked, and cold light appeared from it, followed by a bang, and the cold light gathered together to form the cold current had no blind spots. Seeing this, Feng Ye hurriedly moved back, away from this troubled place. The cold current was about 300 meters in diameter, and everything within these 300 meters was turned into ice sculptures. Even the two fire giants made entirely of flames were turned into ice sculptures under Deliura's frost breath. Bang! Bang! After getting up, Deliura smashed the fire giants that were beating it with two angry fists, and then looked around with a pair of angry, bloodshot eyes, looking for Feng Ye's figure. Feng Ye, who was more than 500 meters away, saw the scene caused by Deliura's breath and couldn't help but frowned, then muttered to Deliura. "This magic should be considered super magic, right?" After saying this, Feng Ye closed his eyes, and a golden light began to appear on his body, and magic began to surge all over his body. You, who was at the edge of the town, felt this sudden surge of powerful magic. She felt the power of this magic, and she couldn't help but look at the direction where the magic appeared with a look of horror, and exclaimed, "What a strong magic power!" Feng Ye had used the original version of this attack many times, but this time it was different. This time it could be said to be a supreme deluxe upgraded version. Feng Ye's whole body was filled with magic power, and he used nearly half of his own magic power to activate this magic. Deliara felt the terrifying magic power, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He didn't think much and turned around and ran. However, at this time, Feng Ye opened his eyes, and a golden light column magic circle appeared in his pupils. Feng Ye spoke. At this moment, the whole town was echoing with Feng Ye's voice, and he heard him say, "The giant gods strike." Chapter 20. The sky gradually turned pale, and the light of dawn shone on the earth. Gray, who was lying on the ground, frowned for a while, and slowly opened his eyes after a while. After opening his eyes, Gray blinked a little confusedly, and then suddenly reacted, straightened up and looked around. Then he saw Wooloo and Leon sitting on the snow beside him, silent. Seeing this, Gray also sat on the snow, looked around, and did not find Deliara. He asked Wooloo in confusion, "Wooloo, where's Deliara?" "Dead." Leon's voice came from the side. "Hey!" Gray was stunned. He turned around and looked at Leon in disbelief. Then he lowered his head, staring at the snow with his eyes blankly, and clenched his fists. After a moment, Gray raised his head and looked at Wooloo, asking, "Is it Wooloo?" No, however, Gray was completely stunned by Wooloo's answer. "Hey!" Gray looked at Wooloo in shock. He looked at Wooloo's tightly bitten lips, his eyes were blank. Wooloo gritted her teeth. What happened last night could be said to have made her thoroughly understand the saying, "There are always people better than you, and there are always mountains better than you." If Deliara's strength shocked and surprised Wooloo, then Feng Ye's strength made her feel unbelievable. Wooloo still clearly remembered the golden magic circle that bloomed over the town. The magic circle was so large that it covered the entire town, and the giant fist that emerged from it destroyed the entire town and Deliara with overwhelming force. Time went back to half a day ago. Ursha had been quietly looking at the direction of the town from the window. After an unknown amount of time, Ursha's beautiful eyes slightly enlarged. Because in the direction she was looking at, there was a dazzling golden light and powerful magic. Seeing this, Ursha's hands on the windowsill suddenly clenched. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Ye's voice reached Ursha's ears. "It seems that you are quite obedient." Ultia looked in the direction of the voice and saw Feng Ye slowly walking out of the darkness. "Are you okay?" Ultia trotted over to Fenjai and asked him with concern. It's okay." Feng Ye smiled and waved his hand when he heard that. Then he took a look at the mission target of this trip and found that he had only opened half of the road. Then he and Ultia entered the wooden house. As soon as he entered the warm wooden house, Feng Ye shuddered all over, exhaled a breath of hot air, and said with a comfortable look on his face, "Ah, so warm. Can you tell me what happened there?" Ultia waited for Fenjai to calm down for a while, then asked Fenjai with curiosity and worry. Fenjai glanced at Ultia, and the worry in Ultia's eyes did not escape his eyes. He said, "A very big demon appeared there. It was said to be an undead demon named Deliara from the Book of Ziref. When I got there, the town was almost half destroyed by it. What about the rest? Did you defeat it?" Ultia asked nervously. "Of course." But then again, Fenjai first proudly answered Ultia's question, and then said in a nostalgic tone, "When I arrived, I just saw a female wizard in the form of ice fighting Deliara." Ultia trembled when she heard Fenjai's words. She clenched the hem of her skirt with both hands, looked at Fenjai and asked nervously, "Woo! How's that female wizard doing? You mean the female wizard who used ice? She was in a very bad state when I arrived, and she even had a broken leg. Feng Ye said this lightly, but his eyes were secretly observing Ursha. When Ursha heard what Feng Ye said, her whole body trembled violently, and when she lowered her head, her eyes instantly turned red. She continued to ask Feng Ye with a voice that she was trying hard to hold back tears. And after that? After that, of course, she withdrew from the battlefield, and I fought Deliera alone. After a difficult and arduous hard battle, I finally defeated Deliera. Feng Ye did not keep her in suspense and directly told Ursha the answer she wanted most. When Ursha heard this, her tense body relaxed instantly, but at this time, she heard Feng Ye softly say to her, "Don't you want to go and have a look?" Ursha shuddered again. She knew exactly what Fenjai's deliberate pause meant. After taking a few deep breaths, Ursha wiped the tears from her eyes, shook her head, and raised her head to Fenjai and said, "No need." Feng Ye saw Ursha like this, came to her side, hugged Ursha in his arms, gently stroked Ursha's hair, and comforted her softly. I don't know what Feng Ye said. Ursha suddenly burst into tears. Tears flowed from Ursha's eyes like they were free, soaking Feng Ye's clothes. After a while, Feng Ye looked at Ursha sleeping on the bed and whispered, "Good night, Ursha." Coming to the window, looking at the half-opened buds swaying in the cold wind, Feng Ye smiled gently, sat on the wooden chair and waited. Time passed unknowingly until the next afternoon. After Feng Ye and Ursha returned to the town and handed the items in the commission to the client, Feng Ye took the reward to a clothing store. This was something Feng Ye discovered when he came back. He had forgotten to buy cold-proof clothes for Ursha when he came here. When he came again, Feng Ye still realized that he and Ursha were out of place here under the strange gazes of everyone. He matched a few sets of clothes for Ursha and went to other places to buy some other. After packing the things, Fenjai carried a huge bag and left the town with Ursha the next day. The two continued to move towards the next mission location. Because there were no more commissions that needed to be carried, Fenjai simply planned a route. After walking for 2 days, the two were far away from that cold area. Half a month later, Fenjai and Ursha, who had completed all the commissions in the Northern Territory, were ready to go south. Ursha was flipping through the commission list while comparing its location on the map. Ursha looked at the commission list in her hand, then looked at the map, blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Fenjai, "Hey, Fenjai, guess where our next destination is?" "I don't know." Feng Ye gave Ultia a blank look and said, "You guess it." Altair winked at Fenjai and said with a smile, I remember, well, I really can't guess." Feng Ye thought about it and waved his hand helplessly. His memory was not good enough to remember so clearly something he had just glanced at a month ago. "It's Crocus," Altair said with a smile. "Where?" Feng Ye looked at Ultia with a puzzled look, and Ultia smiled and said, "The capital of the Kingdom of Fiori." Chapter 21. Fiori Kingdom, Capital City, Crocus. "Is this the capital? It's really prosperous." Feng Ye walked along the roadside of the capital, looking around with curiosity. Although the capital was very prosperous, it was not enough to make Feng Ye behave like Granny Lu entering the big garden. Yes, and it is said that many people in the capital love flowers, so it is also known as the capital of flowers. Altair said as she looked at the flower beds that continued to extend along the road. Feng Ye looked at the flower beds that seemed to have no end, and then looked up at the houses around him. He found that all kinds of flowers were planted at the door and balcony of each house. It seems that people here really love flowers. After spending a few days completing the commission tasks here, just as Altair was about to set off for the next stop, Feng Ye called her and said, "Altair, since it's a rare trip to the capital, why not have some fun? I also have some things I want to do. Is there anything I can help you with?" Ultia asked Feng Ye. "This is not necessary, but I think I should go to the libraries in the capital. If you are interested, we can go together. Fenjai rejected Ultia's kindness. Of course, let's go. Altair said, and went to the nearest library with Fenjai. Fenjai, is there anything you want to look up in the library? Ultia asked Fenjai curiously on the way. Well, you also know that I have joined the Wizard Guild, right? Before I went out to do the commission, I promised a little sister in the guild to help her find some information about card magic. Feng Ye told Ultia about the matter. Card magic. Urusha was slightly stunned when she heard this. Feng Ye smiled and said when he saw Urusha's expression. What's wrong? Urusha, do you know card magic? Ultia nodded slightly, and then said, I have heard of this magic before. It is said that not only are there very few people who learn this magic, but none of them have become powerful wizards. That's all I know. Really? But I believe Kana can definitely become an excellent card wizard. Fenjai encouraged Kana, who was far away in the fairy tale guild, then looked at Altair and asked curiously. Suddenly I remembered, Urusha, how old are you this year? 10 years old. Ultia replied slowly after hearing this. 10 years old? Then you are 2 years older than Kana. You must take good care of Kana in the guild in the future. After all, you too will be the youngest in the guild. Fenjai said to Ursha, and then rubbed Ursha's head. Ursha nodded slightly, and a little kid named Kana appeared in her mind. She looked at Fenjai beside her. Although Ursha didn't think so, she still felt a little sour in her heart. In the library. Card magic. Feng Ye closed the book that recorded the card magic information, and after thinking for a while, several card addicts emerged in his mind. When he thought of those people, Feng Ye wondered if he could train Kana to be a card addict. What if it really became? After discussing with the administrator, Fenjai bought the book and took Ursha to another place. 2 days later, Fenjai and Ursha left the capital with the magic book that they had spent a lot of money on. A month and a half later, Harjan. Great, now I have finally completed the last commission. Feng Ye looked at the reward in his hand and said with a very happy smile. Does that mean our next stop is Magnolia? Ultia looked at Feng Ye and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Don't panic, I'm going to go home first. Ultia, do you want to go with me? Feng Ye shook his finger at Ultia and said. Feng Ye is going home. Ultia was also stunned when she heard Feng Ye's words, but she quickly reacted and nodded. Of course. I'm also curious about what Fenjai's hometown looks like. Since the commission has been completed, there is no need to stop or go to other places except for resting. But even so, it took Fenjai and Ursha nearly 10 days on foot to reach Coco Town. Harjan is about 700 kilometers away from Coco Town, but since they don't know the route from Harjan to Coco Town, it took so much time. Coco Town has not changed much since Fenjai left. He smiled and greeted the townspeople he met along the way, and walked with Ursha towards his home. Dong dong dong. Kozia, who was inside the house, heard the noise and went to open the door. When she saw Fenjai at the door, she was naturally very happy. But when she saw Ursha next to Fenjai, she was stunned for a moment, and then she burst into laughter. Kozia directly pulled Ursha into the house, leaving Fenjai standing outside alone with a confused look on his face. When Fenjai reacted, he could no longer see Kozia and Ursha at the door. When Fenjai walked into the living room, he saw Kozia and Ursha sitting on the sofa. Kozia held Ursha's little hand with both hands, and kept talking there, while Ursha had cold sweat on her cheeks and kept smiling and responding to Kozia. Are you guys friends of different generations? Feng Ye couldn't help but complain when he saw this scene. Ah, Xiao, you're back. Kozia said, patting Urusha's hand, then came to Fenjai and whispered to him. Xiao, although Ursha-chan is indeed very cute and a great beauty at first glance, you can't do this. Did I do something? Feng Ye was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Kexia with a puzzled look, but after he finished speaking, he reacted, and his eyes twitched. Sure enough, the next moment he heard Kexia say, "I know, Ursha-chan is only 10 years old this year. Xiao, you are breaking the law, although I am also very satisfied with Ursha-chan." Fenjai's mouth twitched violently, and then he looked at Kozia with a speechless expression and said speechlessly, "Mom, what are you thinking? Altair and I are just a simple brother and sister relationship, a very simple one, and I don't like lowly." "What kind of girls does Xiao like?" Kezia asked curiously. "I'm not very picky, as long as she's pretty and has a good figure," Feng Ye said very honestly, and at the same time, several graceful figures appeared in his mind. On the sofa, Altia, who had a little better hearing, looked down at her flat chest. Chapter 23. "Hey, it's done." Makarov stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Altair looked down at the purple fairy tale emblem on the back of her hand in a daze. "Sister Yerusha, welcome to join the guild." Kana congratulated Yerusha. "Ah!" Pepet also shouted at the side. Altair came back to her senses after hearing the sound, looked at Kana and Pepet, and nodded with a smile. "Yes, thank you." Several people came to the table and sat down. Kana was introducing some of the situations in the guild to Altia. At this time, 2 people came over. One of them, a man with blue hair, looked at Feng Ye and the others and said with a smile, "Oh my god, I didn't expect that you, Fenjai brother, actually came back." "Kana, who are these 2? Feng Ye looked up at the 2 people and found that he didn't know them, so he asked Kana. "The one with blue hair is Makao, and the other is Wakaba, they are both members of the guild." Kana heard this and introduced the 2 to Fenjai and Altia. "My name is Macau Kongbo, nice to meet you, please take care of me." Makao introduced himself to Fenjai and Altia, and then Wakaba beside him also said, "I am Wa Kaba Mini. Although we have met you several times, this is your first time meeting us, so please take care of me. And the little girl here is also. Nice to meet you. My name is Ursha. Please take care of me." Ursha stood up politely and nodded. After introducing herself, she sat back next to Fenjai. "I see, hello, brothers." Feng Ye did not stand up like Altair, but raised his hands to Makao and Wakaba, and then continued. "If you 2 are free, why don't you sit down and chat? Yerusha and I are not very clear about the situation in the guild, and we hope you 2 can give us some pointers." "Ah, what you said, haha." Makao and Wa Kaba didn't know how to respond for a moment after hearing Feng Ye's words, and then they heard Feng Ye continue to say, "It's almost time for dinner, how about I treat you 2 to a meal?" "Brother, since you said that, it would be impolite if we don't sit down," Makao and Wa Kaba said as they sat down opposite Feng Ye and the others. After a few words of small talk, Feng Ye looked at Makao and asked with some doubt, "From what my brother said just now, did he know that I would come back today?" "That's right." Makao smiled and nodded. Feng Ye's eyes narrowed when he heard this, thinking, he actually knew the time of my return in advance. I didn't expect that this person in front of me was actually a hidden great power. Makao also saw the subtle changes in Feng Ye's expression. He smiled and waved to Feng Ye, then said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, Fenjai. I don't have that much ability. The reason I know this is because Kana told me." "Kana?" Feng Ye turned his head in surprise and looked at Kana, who was sitting quietly beside him. At this time, Feng Ye also remembered that Kana was the one who came to pick him up not long after he entered Magnolia. Altia also looked at Kana with surprise and curiosity. Kana faced the surprised and puzzled eyes of the 2 people, and her little face turned red in a short while. "Come to think of it, Kana, how did you know I would be back today?" Feng Ye asked Kana curiously. "Yes, Kalo told me." Facing Fenjai's gaze and question, Kana stuttered for a while before giving the answer. Calo cards. Feng Ye looked at Kana with a puzzled look, not understanding what she meant. Divination, divination. At this time, Wa Kaba on the opposite side saw Feng Yi's puzzled expression and said, although Fenjai has joined the guild for several months, he has not actually been in the guild for long, so it is natural that he is not clear about the situation in the guild. Fenjai, don't you know? Kana can tell fortunes, and her accuracy is very high. She also predicted the time for guildarts to return to the guild several times before. Including today, it seems like it's almost the 5th time, right? Kana, can you tell fortunes? Feng Ye looked at Kana in surprise. Yet. Kana nodded gently, then said. However, the chance of divination going wrong is still relatively high, and only occasionally will divination be correct. What's the big deal? Since Kana predicted that I would come back today, doesn't that mean Kana's divination is very powerful? Feng Ye said with a smile, then stood up and took out a package from the bag beside him and put it on the table in front of Kana. What is this? Kana looked at the big package in front of her and asked Fenjai in confusion. Remember? I told you I would find you a book about card magic. Feng Ye said, patting the package and continuing. These are what I bought in the capital. Some of them are records of card magic, and others are books related to card magic. These things should help you learn some knowledge about card magic. By the way, Kana, have you decided what kind of magic you want to learn? After Feng Ye finished speaking, he remembered this and asked Kana. Yet. Kana nodded slightly, then said, I have decided to learn card magic. I see. Phew, I just remembered after I took out the book that if you are no longer interested in card magic, I will be so embarrassed. Feng Ye heaved a sigh of relief and said to Kana with a smile. After Fenjai recommended me to learn card magic, Mr. Makeo and Mr. Wa Kaba also recommended me to learn card magic. Kana said, then stood up and bowed to Fenjai, saying, Thank you very much, Brother Fenjai, for helping me collect so many books about card magic. I will definitely not let Brother Fenjai or everyone in the guild down. That would be great. Fenjai smiled and rubbed Kana's head. After they had lunch together, Fenjai led Ultia, Kana, and Pepe out of the guild. Sister Ursha, don't you have a place to stay yet? Kana looked at Ursha with some surprise, but she quickly realized that Ursha had just arrived in Magnolia today, so how could she have a place to stay? She immediately said to Ursha. Why don't you live in the dormitory provided by the guild like me? They can provide us with free accommodation until we can complete the commission independently. Altair was a little hesitant after hearing this. What do you think, Fenjai? Kana asked Fenjai when she saw Altair's hesitation. Feng Ye touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind and he smiled. It's better to just buy a house. Hey! ×2. Chapter 24. Buy a house. Ultia looked at Feng Ye in surprise. Well, instead of living with someone else or renting a house, wouldn't it be better to just buy a house? Feng Ye said, and Ultia and Kana nodded opposite him. They were very tempted, but their faces were full of helplessness as they said. Let's not talk about other things, just talk about money. I don't have enough money to buy a house. Ursha said and thought for a while. There was still money left in her wallet. No. She was completely penniless. Suddenly remembering that she was penniless, Ursha felt like crying but had no tears. This is money. Feng Ye took out a large purse from the package behind him and handed it to Ultia. What is this? Ultia did not take it directly, but looked at Fenjai with a puzzled look and asked. The total reward for this trip is about 30 million J. After paying the 6 million J to the president, there is still 24 million J left. Most of the tasks behind are completed by you and me, so we will each take half. Feng Ye explained to Urusha while holding the purse. Hey! Urusha looked at the bag in front of her in shock. She never thought that it contained a huge sum of 12 million J. After a moment of hesitation, Urusha waved her hand and refused Feng Jai. How could this be? I basically didn't help with the mission, I just watched from the sidelines, and I hadn't joined the guild at that time, so I couldn't accept the money. Is that so? Since you don't want to take it, I'll just treat it as something you keep with me. Come to me when you need money in the future. Feng Ye said this when he saw that Ultia refused to take the money, then stuffed the purse back into the package and said to the two women. Since I don't want to buy a house, then I have a new idea. What is it? Altair and Kana looked at Feng Jai with curiosity and confusion. Build a house. In the forest not far from the Fairy Tale Guild, this place is very close to the Fairy Tale Guild, the straight line distance is only about 200 meters. Choose here. Altair looked at the lake in front of her, then turned her head to look around, and the Fairy Tale Guild was faintly visible through the trees. Well, the scenery here is nice, isn't it? Feng Ye nodded. After coming here, he was very satisfied with the scenery here. I passed by here before, but I didn't even notice there was such a good place here. Kana looked around curiously and said in amazement. Since you are all satisfied, then it is decided to stay here. Feng Ye saw that the two women were very satisfied with this place, rubbed his hands and put down the package. Let's plan it first. Feng Ye said, and Ultia and Kana came over curiously. First this, then that, build it this big, to accommodate so many people, then do this, and then do that. Feng Jai drew a simple abstract drawing on the ground and explained it to Urusha and Kana. Urusha, Kana, and Pepe were all confused. After a while, Kana reacted and looked at Feng Jai curiously and asked. Brother Feng Jai, is it necessary to build such a big house for you and sister Urusha? Urusha blushed when she heard Kana's words. Before she could correct Kana's mistake, Feng Jai waved his hand and said. No, Kana, you misunderstood. This is for you and Urusha to live in. Of course, I also included the girls who will join the guild in the future. After all, you are still young, and it would be easier to have an older sister to take care of you, right? But we can take care of ourselves. Ultia puffed up her cheeks and said. Kana beside her also nodded and said. I don't know why you included me, brother Feng Jai, but Pepe and I can take care of ourselves. Woof! Pepe also barked, expressing his affirmation of Kana's words. I thought that since there are only two girls in the guild now, and you are so young, I would like to let you two live together so that you can take care of each other. Feng Ye explained Kana's doubts. After hearing this, Ultia and Kana thought about it and nodded slightly. For Ultia, the only ones who can be considered friends in the whole guild are Feng Ye, Kana and Pepe. She has no objection to living with Kana. As for Kana, she was naturally happy to hear this, because in the whole guild, except for the one who accompanies me, she is the youngest. The next one is Ultia who is 10 years old, followed by Laxus who is almost 14 years old, and then Feng Ye. Kana was naturally very happy to be able to live with Urusha, who was her age and one of her only friends now. Only, Urusha still frowned, feeling a little sorry for Feng Jai taking such good care of her. The same was true for Kana. Although she was already mature among her peers, she was still a little behind the steady Urusha. But Feng Jai took such good care of her, and she was unable to help Feng Jai at all, which made Kana feel very guilty. Just when the two girls were feeling guilty, a pair of hands were placed on their heads and gently rubbed, and then Feng Jai said softly. It's okay, you two are in similar situations, and as your best friend, isn't it my duty to help you? The two girls trembled slightly when they heard this, and raised their heads at the same time, looking at the person in front of them with tears in their eyes. After that, Feng Ye told Makarov about the construction of the girls' dormitory. Makarov thought for a moment and readily agreed. After getting Makarov's consent, Feng Ye led his men to cut wood and dig the soil. The area where the wood was cut was exactly where the house was built, and the missing wood was completely given to Feng Ye. It took only 10 days from the start of construction to the time when the house could be moved in. While the construction team was still there, Feng Ye took them to a few dozen meters away and cleared a new piece of land, preparing to build a house for himself. A few days later. Hey, Feng Ye was shirtless and excitedly helping the engineering team scrape the bark off a tree. Two figures came running over not far away. One of them waved at Feng Ye and shouted, "Brother Fenjai!" Hey! Feng Ye stopped what he was doing when he heard the voice, looked at the person in confusion, and said in confusion, "Kana, Yerusha, is there something wrong?" Yes, the president is about to announce this year's S-level assessment list. Fenjai brother, you should go back quickly. Kana explained to Fenjai while panting. S-level assessment. Feng Ye blinked when he heard this. He had been helping here for several days and didn't react for a while. Chapter 25. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov sat on the fence on the second floor, looking at the many guild members on the first floor below, and glanced at Laxus in the corner, thinking. Laxus has met the requirements for the number of commissions this year, and his strength is not bad, but his character is not good enough. Apart from Laxus, only Fenjai meets the requirements. Makarov pondered for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth, stroked his beard and said softly. Well, that's it. Anyway, I decide the content of the assessment. Sorry. Just when Makarov was feeling happy about his plan, the sound of Feng Ye came from the gate. Looking for the sound, he saw Feng Ye, Ultia and Kana trotting into the guild. Seeing this, Makarov stood up on the guardrail, looked down at everyone and said. The annual S-level assessment is about to begin, and there are 2 people selected this year. 2 people? Then it must be them, right? After hearing this, one person sighed in his heart and said to the person next to him. Well, since there are only 2 spots, then this year they must be the 2 of them. When Makarov said that there were only 2 spots for this year's assessment, everyone in the guild guessed who these 2 people were. The people who won the S-class wizard examination this year are Laxus Dolia and Fenjai Zingla. The test will be held in 3 days. You 2 will meet at the port in the morning 3 days later. Brother Fenjai, congratulations! Kana was even happier when she heard that Fenjai had obtained a place in the S-level assessment than if she had obtained a place in the assessment herself. Thank you. Feng Ye smiled and rubbed Kana's head. 3 days later. I will never lose to you again this time. As Feng Ye got on the sailboat with the fairy tale flag, a familiar voice came into his ears. Feng Ye turned his head and found that the person who spoke was Laxus. At this time, Laxus looked at Feng Ye with a serious face, clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Feng Ye scratched his ears and touched his chin before coming to a conclusion. Laxus has not yet realized the difference in strength between them. Although he came to this conclusion, Fenjai did not say it out loud, but smiled and said to Laxus. Then I'll wait and see. Laxus turned around with a cold face and sat aside. Feng Ye felt helpless and turned to find Makarov to ask him where the restroom was. At this moment, a lazy tree-like voice sounded. Ah, the young people nowadays are so full of vigor, and each one is more terrifying than the other. Feng Ye looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a figure slowly walking out of the cabin. Feng Ye recognized the man as soon as he saw him, the strongest man of the Fairy Tale Guild, Gildart's Cleaver. Laxus naturally heard Gildart's voice, and after turning his head to look at Gildart's, he continued to turn his head with a cold face, but his ears were perked up, listening to the movement here. Hey, you are Fenjai, right? I am Gildart's Cleavy, the wizard of the guild. Gildart's raised his hand and said hello with a smile when he saw Fenjai. After Fenjai responded politely, he looked at Laxus over there and said with a smile. "Hey, it's been a while since we last met. Laxus, you've grown so big." "Humph." Laxus snorted coldly upon hearing this and ignored Gildarts. Gildarts was not angry at all for Laxus's cold snort. After all, he was well aware of Laxus' bad temper. "Is everyone here?" At this moment, Makarov appeared beside Gildarts, glanced at the people present and said, "Now that we are all here, let's set sail." A few days later, Feng Ye spent a few days leisurely on the ship. During these days, no one came to disturb him, not even Laxus. When the ship approached Tenro Island, Feng Ye also walked out of the cabin. When he saw the spectacular scenery of Tenro Island, he could only exclaim in amazement. Laxus appeared at the side and looked at the Tenro Island in shock. Both Feng Ye and Laxus came to Tenro Island for the first time, and they were all shocked by Tenro Island. Feng Ye has seen many wonders, but this is the first time he has seen such a big tree in his life. Soon, the boat docked, and several people got off the boat and came to the beach. After a short rest, Makarov and Gildarts stood in front of Fenjai and Laxus. Makarov began to tell the two about the content of this assessment. He said, "This year, there are only 2 examiners, so the assessment will only be conducted in 2 stages. In the first stage, 2 assessment members compete with each other. The winner enters the second stage, and the loser exits. The winner will compete with the examiner, Gildarts. You are not required to defeat Gildarts. As long as your strength can be recognized by Gildarts, and Gildarts recognizes that the winner among you is qualified to become an S-class wizard, that's enough. The above is the content of the assessment for this year's S-class wizards, over." After Makarov finished speaking, he glanced at Feng Ye and Laxus and continued. "Do you have any objections or questions?" "No." Fenjai and Laxus replied in turn. "Since both of you have no problem, let's take a break," Makarov said. Fenjai and Laxus nodded, especially Laxus. It is impossible to say that Laxus has no pressure on Fenjai. The fact that he was killed by Fenjai in seconds before he could even react last time can be said to have dealt a great blow to Laxus, and it can even be said to have become Laxus's inner demon. After a moment, Fenjai and Laxus were 10 meters apart, staring at each other, the atmosphere tense. Laxus stared at Fenjai with extremely serious eyes, as if he wanted to see through Fenjai. "The atmosphere is really tense," Komarov said softly to Gildarts beside him, looking at Laxus with his eyes, and a trace of worry arose in his heart. Nervous, Gildarts looked at Fenjai's relaxed expression, which was completely different from the tense atmosphere on Laxus' side, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Ah!" Laxus suddenly roared, clenched his right fist, and his body was wrapped in golden thunder. He rushed towards Fenjai in an instant. Fenjai's mouth slightly raised when he saw this scene. Laxus's speed at this time was still a little slow for him. Raising his hand, when Laxus was about to attack, Fenjai turned sideways with a knife at a faster speed, hitting Laxus's back. Boom! Bang! A large pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared on the ground. Laxus rolled his eyes and was motionless. Makarov, who was standing by, watched this scene with his eyes twitching. In his mind, he could not help but recall the scene 4 months ago when Fenjai killed Laxus in an instant. The scene back then is so similar to the scene now. "President, I won," Feng Ye said to Makarov, putting his hands in his pockets. The sea breeze here made his hands a little cold. "Winner, Maple," Makarov raised his hand to announce the winner, and at this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded. "It's not over yet." Thunder Dragon. Chapter 26. Bang Fist. A fist with thunder rose from the ground in an instant and reached Feng Yi's face in an instant. Laxus's fist quickly enlarged in Feng Yi's eyes, and Feng Yi's pupils also shrank. Bang! A cloud of dust with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters was raised with Feng Ye and Laxus as the center. Did it work? Makarov's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but say, "No, Fenji's magic power has not changed or even fluctuated." Gildarts on the side heard the words and whispered, then he held up his cloak with one hand and waved it towards the smoke in front. A strong wind blew under Gildart's cloak, instantly blowing away the smoke that enveloped Fenji and Laxus. Then, the figures of the two also appeared in the eyes of Makarov and Gildarts. What appeared in their eyes was Fenji raising his hand to grab Laxus's fist. What a quick reaction speed! Seeing this, Makarov said in surprise. After all, at that distance, even if he wanted to defend against such an attack, he could only dodge. Seeing this, Gildarts became more and more interested in Feng Ye. A few months ago, before 7 o'clock, Gildarts had heard of Feng Ye's name from Makarov. At that time, Gildarts was very interested in Feng Ye mentioned by Makarov, but he was disappointed when he heard that Feng Ye hated trouble and did not want to join the guild. Gildarts originally wanted to go to Coco Town to see Feng Ye, but later he forgot about it because of the commission. But a week ago, after Gildarts returned from completing the commission, he heard the name Feng Ye from Makarov again, and then heard something about Feng Ye from Makarov again. Gildarts instantly remembered what happened 7 years ago, and with Makarov's words now, he was extremely interested in Feng Ye. In secret, Gildarts intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Feng Ye, who was helping to build a house. But because his eyes were too casual, perhaps they really looked like those of a passerby, and it was just a casual glance, Feng Ye did not notice Gildarts's observing eyes. Although Fenji failed to notice Gildarts's eyes, as one of the strongest ordinary people in the world, excluding a series of cheats, Gildarts immediately discovered that Fenji was different. Unlike Makarov, who was much stronger than Gildarts, Makarov could only feel that Fenji had extremely powerful magic in his body, but he didn't know how strong Fenji was. But Gildarts was different. He soon discovered that Fenji was ridiculously strong. Gildarts found that Fenji's strength was completely opposite to his age. Although he was so young, the magic in his body was so amazing. Even Gildarts was amazed and shocked by the huge amount of magic in Fenji's body. In addition, knowing that Fenji had a special habit of learning all kinds of magic, Gildarts didn't know what strange and weird magic Fenji had learned. So if the two of them fought, Gildarts felt that even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to defeat Fenji in a short time. Gildarts had no choice but to think that Fenji's magic power was already far better than Makarov's. Back to Fenji and Laxus. Laxus saw Feng Ye raised his hand to catch his fist in an instant. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it! After observing that Fenji had no intention of counterattacking, Laxus instantly raised his leg, and kicked Fenji's head with his right foot with lightning power at an extremely fast speed. On the way, Laxus tried to get his fist out of Fenji's hand, but what Laxus didn't expect was that as soon as his hand was retracted, it slipped away from Fenji's hand easily. Seeing this, the kick that was originally intended to feint to get away directly increased its strength, kicking Fenji more fiercely, and at the same time retracting his fist to stabilize his whole body, injecting all his strength into this kick. Bang! Feng Ye raised his arm and easily blocked Laxus's kick. Damn it! Laxus gritted his teeth and immediately retreated more than 10 meters away. At this distance, no matter how you attack me, I have enough time to react and dodge. Feng Ye said jokingly as he watched Laxus retreat so far. Then he straightened his face, stretched out a hand to Laxus, and said softly, "If you are at this level, you can't beat me." Makarov and Gildarts, who were watching the battle, twitched their eyes when they heard Feng Ye's words, and secretly cursed Feng Ye for being so pretentious. At the same time, Gildarts and Makarov, who were strong, experienced, and well-informed, had some guesses about Feng Ye's actions in their hearts. Stop kidding! Laxus's face was a little ferocious when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth and said, his mind couldn't help but emerge the two attacks just now, both of which were at a very close distance and were easily blocked by Feng Ye. Thinking of this, Laxus gritted his teeth, his whole body was tense, and his eyes were fixed on Feng Ye opposite. After a moment, Laxus relaxed his tense body, and his eyes were no longer so angry at Feng Ye. After a long sigh of relief, Laxus looked at Feng Ye calmly, clenched his fists and said, "In the past 4 months, I have not been standing still." After saying this, a large amount of golden lightning burst out from Laxus' body, and his eyes were directly covered by golden lightning. Ah! Thunder Dragon, full power mode! Laxus roared with his voice several dozen decibels higher than his normal voice. His eyes filled with golden lightning stared at Feng Ye and said, "In order to beat you, I have been training very hard in the past 4 months. This is..." Makarov looked at Laxus in shock. He never thought that Laxus' magic would be like this. Lost in magic, dragon-killing magic. Gildarts was also very surprised when he saw the magic cast by Laxus, and then continued. "I didn't expect that dragon-slaying magic still exists, and it seems that Laxus is the Thunder Dragon Slayer." Chapter 27. Is this the Dragon Slayer? Feng Ye murmured as he looked at Laxus, whose body was occasionally flashing with lightning. Then, his face became serious and he said loudly to Laxus, "Come on. Let me see the power of the Dragon Slayer." "As you wish." Laxus rushed towards Fenjai the moment he heard it, and punched Fenjai with his fists wrapped in lightning. Laxus's speed at this time was much faster than before, but Fenjai was still able to raise his arm to block it at the last moment. Seeing this scene, Gildarts and Makarov touched their chins together, and then looked at each other tacitly. The moment their eyes met, they seemed to discuss something, and then continued to focus on the two people fighting. Laxus's fists carried golden lightning and kept bombarding Fenjai, while Fenjai raised his arms to keep blocking Laxus's fists, and his legs did not move. After an unknown number of punches, Laxus's right arm movement suddenly changed slightly. And Fenjai naturally observed a scene. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus roared, and instantly punched Feng Ye's arm. Bang! Wow! Feng Ye was still in a blocking position, but his body had retreated 2 meters, leaving 2 grooves on the ground. Good! Come again! Feng Ye grinned at this, and took the initiative to rush towards Laxus. The 2-meter distance was closed by Feng Ye in an instant. Laxus didn't even have time to react before he was hit in the abdomen by Feng Ye's punch, and the whole person flew backwards. Feng Ye used half of his strength in this punch, and Laxus was directly knocked more than 10 miles away. After Laxus's body rolled on the beach once, when he rolled for the second time, Laxus grabbed the sand with one hand and adjusted his body to land. Laxus touched his aching abdomen with one hand, looked up at Feng Ye who was walking towards him step by step, gritted his teeth and rushed towards Feng Ye. Seeing this, Feng Ye exerted force with his feet and rushed towards Laxus. Laxus's speed was very fast, but Feng Ye's speed was faster than him. At the moment when Laxus swung his fist, Feng Ye punched at a faster speed. It hit Laxus's abdomen. This time Feng Ye did not knock Laxus out directly, but rushed forward with Laxus's body. Laxus endured the huge pain and punched Feng Ye in the cheek. Feng Ye saw this and retracted his fist, then turned his head to avoid Laxus's fist. Laxus continued to fly backwards, and after his feet landed on the ground, he looked at Feng Ye not far away, and after taking 2 deep breaths, he tilted his head back and opened his mouth. The magic power in Laxus's body began to gather in his mouth, and a golden light appeared directly in Laxus's mouth. Seeing this scene, Feng Ye's eyes lit up, because he knew what it was, and he was looking forward to the appearance of this move, so he stood still. A golden magic circle with a dragon head pattern bloomed in front of Laxus' mouth, and then he heard Laxus roar. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. A golden breath wrapped with blue arcs instantly appeared from the magic circle in front of Laxus' mouth, and instantly hit Feng Ye who was not far away. Feng Yi's body was instantly submerged by the roar of the thunder dragon and disappeared. Laxus's roar attack lasted for 10 seconds before it ended. When Laxus finished the attack, he was a little exhausted. He supported his knees with his hands, staring at the thick smoke produced by his attack. At the same time, Laxus' body was gradually recovering, and soon returned to its original state. Laxus was panting, his eyes fixed on the front. "Is that all?" Feng Yi's voice sounded from the thick smoke. Laxus stood up and looked at Feng Yi in the thick smoke. Footsteps sounded slowly, and Feng Yi's figure gradually emerged from the thick smoke. When Feng Yi walked out of the thick smoke and stood in front of Laxus, Laxus's eyes had already shrunk. He looked at it in disbelief and said in a lost voice, "Unscathed? How is that possible?" "That's right," Feng Yi took on Laxus' roar without any defense, and except for the heat still emanating from his clothes, he was completely unharmed. "It seems that you are like this now," Feng Yi looked at the shocked Laxus calmly and said calmly. Laxus clenched his fists and was about to refute Feng Yi, but Feng Yi said, "Then, it's my turn now, right?" Laxus was startled when he heard this, and then his pupil shrank. Feng Yi in front of Laxus looked serious, and white magic began to appear on his body. After Feng Yi finished speaking, he mobilized the magic in his body and began to release it without restraint. A huge amount of magic was released from Feng Yi's body, and both Laxus in front and Makarov and Gildarts who were watching the battle were shocked by the magic released by Feng Yi. This huge amount of magic power. It's unbelievable, Feng Yi actually has such a strong magic power in his body. Makarov felt this magic power that had surpassed him, his eyes widened, and he looked at Feng Yi in shock, and said in surprise, "What a monster!" Gildarts felt Feng Yi's magic power, his face was extremely serious, but soon the corners of his mouth rose, and he spoke with a bit of excitement. Laxus, who was feeling this huge magic power directly in front of Feng Yi, took a few steps back unconsciously. Laxus was stiff, and his eyes kept twitching because of fear. He looked at Feng Yi with horror, cold sweat kept flowing on his forehead, his mouth opened wide, wanting to say something, but he could only utter a few vague syllables. "What's wrong? Are you scared like this?" When Laxus lost consciousness due to shock, Feng Yi's words reached his ears, just like a thunderclap exploding in Laxus' mind. Laxus came back to his senses instantly, and he immediately wanted to speak out to refute, but he found that he didn't know when, because of fear, he couldn't make a sound for a while, and his body was shaking out of his control. Seeing Laxus like this, Feng Yi still looked at Laxus with a serious face, but his heart was completely different. After Feng Yi pondered for a moment, he thought to himself, Laxus seems to be in a rebellious period now. Then he is now. I remember there is a minefield, right? Feng Yi restrained the outward magic power when he thought of this, then walked in front of Laxus, looked at him, and said with disappointment, "It turns out that the president's grandson is like this, it's really embarrassing for the president. Your name is Laxus, right? I think you should stay in the guild under the protection of the president and don't go out, so as not to embarrass the president. I don't think the president wants to lose his reputation in his later years, right?" Makarov. Makarov looked at Feng Yi with a confused face, but he soon discovered that as Feng Yi finished speaking, Laxus's eyes were cast towards him. In an instant, Makarov understood what Feng Yi meant, and after thinking about Laxus's current character, he looked at him with a distressed and worried face. However, after seeing Makarov's distressed and worried look, Laxus's hands, which were trembling with fear, suddenly clenched, and he roared in a low voice. "What a joke! I'm not the grandson of some president, I am who I am." As he spoke, Laxus looked at Feng Yi with bloodshot eyes, and his right fist, carrying golden lightning, instantly hit Feng Yi's face, while roaring. "I am Laxusa." Chapter 28. Look, that's the grandson of the guild master of the Wizard's Guild fairy tale. That guy is the grandson of the great wizard? So impressive. What's his name? I don't know. Really? But he is actually the grandson of that great wizard. I am so envious. Is he the grandson of the guild leader? As expected of Makarov's grandson, he is full of spirit. Little boy. As Makarov's grandson, you must work hard in the future. Are you the grandson of that old man? The president's grandson? Makarov's grandson? These words kept appearing in Laxus' mind, filling his brain. He could not forget them no matter what. I am not the grandson of some president. I am Laxus. Laxus angrily punched Feng Ye away, staring at Feng Ye with red eyes. Makarov and Gildarts on the other side were silent after seeing this scene. After a while, Gildarts said, "President, it seems that Laxus has been under too much pressure these years. It's my fault." Makarov was very sad when he heard this. Ever since he expelled his son Ivan from the guild, the relationship between Laxus and him has been completely broken. Although they see each other every day, they haven't had a normal conversation for a long time. If I had discovered this earlier, Laxus might not be like this. Makarov thought of Laxus, who had been very lonely in the guild over the years, and his expression became even more lonely. He was about to say something else, but he heard Gildarts' slightly shocked voice. "Look at what Laxus looks like." Makarov raised his head instantly upon hearing this, and then his pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise. "What is this?" Feng Ye rolled on the beach and stabilized his body. He looked up at Laxus and was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Laxus in astonishment and surprise. Laxus was breathing heavily with his mouth wide open. 2 teeth on each side of his mouth had become sharp, and there were net-like scales on his arms. Seeing Laxus like this, Feng Ye recognized him at a glance and said in surprise, "Dragon power." After he finished speaking, Laxus rushed towards Feng Jai, faster than before, and the punch he threw was also stronger than before. Feng Jai still raised his arm to block, and at the moment of contact, Feng Jai's figure flew backwards. After Feng Jai landed, he looked at Laxus, who continued to attack him with a look of surprise, and said unexpectedly, "As expected of a dragon, your power has surpassed mine now." Laxus swung his fist and Feng Ye raised his arm to block. Instantly, the two sides were fighting fiercely, and the sound of punches was like the sound of explosions. At the same time, Feng Ye's figure was constantly retreating in the fierce fight with Laxus, and it was obvious that he was suppressed by Laxus. "Dragon power? What is that?" Makarov heard Feng Ye's words and asked Gildarts beside him in confusion. "I don't know, but it sounds amazing." Gildarts shook his head slightly, shrugged his shoulders and continued. "But it seems we need to collect some information about the Dragon Slayer, dragon." Makarov nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with Gildarts' idea. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Laxus, whose all-round strength had been greatly improved, seized a gap in Feng Jai and punched Feng Jai hard in the chest. Feng Jai's body became unstable after being hit, and before he could adjust his body, Laxus kicked him. Laxus kicked Feng Jai back with one foot, and then his body turned into a golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared not far behind Feng Jai, and the magic power in his mouth quickly gathered. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. The lightning flooded Feng Ye's body, and the lightning directly hit a reef hundreds of meters away, causing a huge explosion. Laxus was panting quickly. He felt the powerful magic power in his body and looked at the huge explosion caused by his attack. He looked down at his fist wrapped in lightning, felt the magic power in his body that was quickly fading, clenched his fist tightly, and growled. "Not enough. This is not enough." Boom! A thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky, and then the sky turned cloudy quickly, and a drop of rain fell on Laxus's cheek. Then, the drizzling rain fell on Tianlang Island. The dust raised by the explosion also quickly dissipated under the washing of the rain, and Feng Ye's embarrassed figure also appeared in everyone's sight. Feng Ye wiped the corner of his mouth, looked down at the back of his hand, and saw bright red blood. He immediately took a breath of cold air and said, "It is indeed the power of the dragon. It really hurts when you get hit." Feng Ye just finished speaking, he looked up at the gloomy sky with a look of astonishment, his mouth twitched, and he said with some doubt, "No way. They even have off-field support." Feng Ye had just finished speaking when a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, directly hitting Laxus, who was in the rain. "Laxus!" Makarov shouted in shock and worry. "Ah!" Laxus, who was struck by the thunder, roared, followed by a wild laugh from the bottom of his heart. "Ha ha 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 ha!" After the lightning strike, Laxus felt the abundant magic power in his body. He looked at Feng Ye with a fighting spirit. He raised his right arm, and a golden magic circle bloomed instantly. The magic circle turned into lightning in the palm of Laxus's hand, and then he threw it in the direction of Feng Ye, shouting at the same time, "Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji!" Looking at the attack coming at him at high speed, Feng Ye glanced at Laxus, who was smiling like a fool. He scratched his head and the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji also exploded. "Ha ha ha! This is not over yet." Laxus looked at the explosion caused by Feng Ye, laughed loudly, and continued to gather magic power in his hands, preparing to continue to release magic attacks. Laxus's expression suddenly froze. He looked at the explosion circle that was shattered at this moment, and looked at Feng Ye with a shocked face, who had not changed at all. Before Laxus could speak, Feng Ye spoke first. He said, "It's time to end it, Laxus." Laxus was startled when he heard this, then he started laughing as well. He said loudly to Feng Ye, "That's right. It's time for our battle to end." Dragon Slayer Secret. When Laxus was about to release his strongest attack, Feng Ye's voice suddenly rang out. Laxus' pupils shrank instantly after hearing Feng Ye's words, and he heard Feng Ye say calmly, "Laxus, you don't think I only know some physical skills, do you? Don't you forget that I am still a wizard." Code word. Chapter 29. A violent explosion suddenly occurred on the coast of Tianlang Island. The explosion circle with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly rose up, shaking the entire Tianlang Island. When everything was over, Laxus, who was at the center of the explosion, had his eyes rolled back. His body was still steaming with burns all over. He was left with only a pair of Hexy God's underwear, leaving him with the last trace of dignity. "President, I won." Feng Ye brought Laxus to the stunned Makarov and whispered to him. Makarov came back to his senses after hearing that. He glanced at the Laxus in Feng Ye's hand and asked Feng Ye with concern, "How's Laxus?" "Him? Don't worry, I have controlled the power in the end, otherwise he would not have suffered such a minor injury," Feng Ye said after looking at Laxus in his hand, and then put it on the ground. Makarov breathed a sigh of relief and announced Feng Ye's victory. "Yet." Feng Ye made a gesture to Gildarts. "Congratulations, then it's our showdown next. Do you need a break?" Gildarts smiled and asked Feng Ye. "That's not necessary. Although my physical strength and magic power have been somewhat depleted, it's not serious." "But," Feng Ye shook his head when he heard this, then looked at Makarov, who was checking Laxus's injuries, and said, "President, I have a suggestion." Makarov, who had just put down the stone in his heart after discovering that Laxus's injury was not serious, heard Feng Ye's words. He looked up at Feng Ye with some doubts and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" "Next is the competition between me and the uncle next to me," Feng Ye squatted down and continued to say to Makarov. "But our magic power is relatively high. I don't know about the uncle, but if I want to show my true strength, many of my magic will have great destructive power. By then, there is no guarantee that Tianlang Island will still be there. So we suggest that we change places and continue. How about it?" Makarov lowered his head and touched his chin when he heard it, thinking about the strength of Fengjai and Gildarts, especially after knowing that Fengjai's strength has surpassed him, he will be more cautious in thinking about some issues. Makarov thought for a moment, and decided in his heart that he would not let the holy land of the guild be destroyed by these two perverts. Then he raised his head and hugged Fengjai and Gildarts and said, "The second round of assessment is temporarily terminated. Let's go to another place." Fengjai and Gildarts nodded when they heard this, and then looked at each other, with fighting spirit in their eyes. After taking the unconscious Laxus on board, the sailboat also headed towards the Harukian port. 2 days later, in Magnolia. The new assessment location is in a wasteland 1,500 kilometers west of Magnolia. "You go first, and I'll follow after I deal with Laxus," Makarov said to Gildarts and Fengjai. "That place? I remember that there seemed to be no people for hundreds of kilometers around there. It's a really nice place. It looks like we can have a good fight this time," Gildarts said with a smile. "To be honest, I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time," Fengjai said excitedly. Seeing this, Makarov quickly gave the two of them some instructions, then turned and walked towards the guild. Fengjai and Gildarts also turned and left. A few days later. "Are you ready?" Gildarts asked loudly to Fengjai in the distance. "Well, let's get started." Fengjai nodded, staring at the expression on Gildarts' face. The two looked at each other and stood quietly, neither of them taking the initiative to attack, until a breeze blew past them, and Gildarts said helplessly, "We can't go on like this. As your senior, I'll teach you a few tricks." "Really? Thank you so much." Then in this case, Fengjai laughed when he heard this, then turned serious and said in a cold voice, "Naraku." "What?" Gildarts' body fell down instantly. He looked down and saw that the ground around him had turned into a cave in an instant. "Crush!" Gildarts stretched his hand downwards, and instantly a grid-like crushing magic appeared from it. The next moment, the ground dozens of meters around Gildarts turned into evenly sized clods, and Fengjai's magic was shattered and destroyed. Gildarts landed at the bottom of the pit. He raised his head and looked around, looking for Fengjai's figure. In a place that Gildarts didn't notice, a black shadow moved very fast in the ruins, and the direction of movement was exactly where Gildarts was. "Here." Just as Gildarts was still looking for Fengjai's figure, Fengjai's voice suddenly appeared from behind him. Gildarts turned around instantly and threw a punch at the same time. The next moment, Gildarts was surprised. Because the one Gildarts hit was a black shadow, and the place Gildarts hit was separated from the top and bottom. "Is this shadow magic?" Gildarts said in surprise. "That's right," Fengjai answered, and at the same time, he punched Gildarts. Gildarts instantly grabbed Fengjai's fist, and then punched Fengjai in the abdomen, directly knocking Fengjai out. Gildarts was stunned after knocking Fengjai away, because he saw Fengjai's upturned mouth corners at the moment he knocked Fengjai away. Before Gildarts could think about it, he found that his body was covered by a black shadow. The next moment, a huge stone fist hit Gildarts from above, and directly smashed him into the ground. The ground nearby also shook a few times because of the punch. Inferno! As Fengjai's voice fell, the big pit created by Gildarts' smash was instantly filled with a scarlet magic circle, followed by a dark red pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky. However, before the pillar of fire could continue, it shattered and disintegrated in an instant. Seeing this, Fengjai, who was far away, slapped the ground with his big hand and said in a low voice, "5 elements magic man." As soon as Fengjai finished speaking, 5 different colored magic circles bloomed around him, followed by the appearance of 5 magic men composed of elemental magic. Without waiting for Fengjai to issue an order, they took the initiative to rush forward. The 5 magic men jumped into the pit together, and then attacks of various attributes appeared. But after the 5th second, with a loud bang, Fengjai felt that one of his magic men was destroyed. At the 10th second, the pit was already quiet. The sound of footsteps was heard, and Gildarts gradually appeared in Fenji's sight. Gildarts looked at Fenji, scratched his head and said with a smile, "You scared me. So many magics are really troublesome." Fenji smiled and said, "Your magic is what really gives me a headache." Chapter 30. As a huge magic circle bloomed in the wasteland, a huge explosion that swept nearly a kilometer in radius suddenly rose up, and a figure flew out of it and fell to the ground in the distance. As the figure left, the huge explosion was divided into countless pieces, and then shattered and disappeared. Feng Ye panted and looked at the distance. The center of the explosion was Gildarts. Smash magic is really like a bug. Feng Ye felt extremely helpless and powerless when he thought that no matter what magic he cast, it was easily crushed by Gildarts' crushing magic. From the beginning to now, Feng Ye and Gildarts have been fighting for more than half an hour. During this half hour, Feng Ye continued to attack Gildarts with various magics, but they were easily crushed by Gildarts' crushing magic. This made Feng Ye, who had wasted half a day's skills, not actually hurt Gildarts at all. Feng Ye felt that he, a pure magician, had no way to fight Gildarts. As for Feng Ye's feeling that he was a pure magician, it was not wrong. After all, in this world, high-level magicians all used fists and magic to fight in close combat. Feng Ye was different. He was completely using magic to attack the target from a distance. It was precisely because of this that Gildarts, who was obviously in the upper hand, could not end the battle for a long time. At this time, Gildarts was also panting heavily. He looked at the direction of Feng Ye in the distance and laughed and scolded. "This is a troublesome kid." From the beginning of this battle to now, neither Feng Ye nor Gildarts has actually caused any substantial damage to the other. And now the consumption of both sides is actually completely normal consumption caused by the passage of time and the continuous use of magic by both sides. After the two sides tested each other in the first round, Feng Ye's style of play was long-range attack, using attack magic on Gildarts from a safe distance in the distance, and every time Gildarts wanted to get close, Feng Ye would retreat very decisively. This has led to the current situation of one chasing and the other running. The one running is constantly attacking, and the one chasing is constantly defending. Feng Ye's magic will be easily crushed by Gildarts, and Gildarts really can't catch up with Feng Ye, which has led to the current embarrassing situation. Flame Demon explodes. Feng Ye said, and a red magic circle with a diameter of tens of meters instantly bloomed under the feet of Gildarts, a kilometer away. Smash! Gildarts punched the ground, and the magic circle that had just bloomed were shattered into pieces the next moment. After Gildarts did all this, he rushed directly to the direction where Feng Ye was. Can even magic circles be shattered directly? Too outrageous! Feng Ye felt that his magic was destroyed by Gildarts before he could release it. After complaining, he sensed Gildarts' movements and quickly retreated away. Although the distance between Feng Ye and Gildarts was more than 1 kilometer, Feng Ye felt that this distance was not safe enough, so he retreated in a hurry, and while retreating, he continued to release some small magic from a distance to interfere with Gildarts' movement speed. Why do I feel like fighting him will be more troublesome than fighting Jalal? Feng Ye's hands kept dancing, and small magic spells were constantly thrown in the direction of Gildarts. Is there no other way? Feng Ye thought with gritted teeth. Feng Ye had thought about competing with Gildarts in physical skills, but Feng Ye knew himself well. If he really competed with Gildarts in physical skills, he might not be able to last more than 10 moves and would have to lie on the ground and surrender. What's more, Gildarts' punch could turn into a crushing fist at any time, so Feng Ye didn't dare to fight with Gildarts. As for the way to defeat Gildarts, Feng Ye had thought about it, that is, to fight a war of attrition, and Feng Ye had great confidence in this, but Feng Ye didn't want to do this. In addition, there is another method, but it is a bit too far-fetched for him now, that is, to kill Gildarts in seconds. As for Gildarts' fighting ability, Feng Ye only wanted to comment on it in one sentence: either you kill him in 1 second, or he kills you in 1 second. However, as one of the most powerful humans, Gildarts, among serious humans, no one should be able to kill him in 1 second. After moving a short distance, Feng Ye suddenly stopped, while recovering the magic power in his body, and waiting for Gildart's arrival. Soon, Gildarts also approached here. He looked at Feng Ye, who stopped with a strange and curious expression. It was not until he was only a few dozen meters away from Feng Ye that Gildarts took the initiative to stop. He looked at Feng Ye with curiosity and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just thought that it's not a good idea to keep fighting like this. Although I have great confidence in defeating you through a war of attrition, I don't want to do that." Feng Ye shrugged helplessly and said to Gildarts. "Ha ha ha." Gildarts also laughed when he heard this. He did not deny Feng Ye's words. In terms of strength, Gildarts is definitely much stronger than Feng Ye, but in terms of the amount of magic power stored in his body, Gildarts feels that he is really not as good as Feng Ye. Moreover, after arriving here, Gildarts can clearly sense that the magic particles around are very obviously rushing towards Feng Ye. Gildarts knows that the gathering of magic particles is not Feng Ye preparing some special magic, but Feng Ye is absorbing the magic power around to replenish the magic power in his body. Gildarts senses the speed at which Feng Ye recovers his magic power. Wei was extremely surprised, because he had never seen anyone recovering magic power, and the magic particles around him would change so obviously. In addition, Gildarts had also seen many of the magics Feng Ye used. Even though their power and consumption increased many times in Feng Ye's hands, their consumption and such abnormal recovery speed could completely meet the needs. In other words, Feng Ye's winning by consumption was completely feasible in Gildarts's view. "So what are you going to do, little brother?" Gildarts asked, looking at Feng Ye with a smile. "Well, during these few months of commissioning, I met a very generous client, who generously gave me a very powerful magic," Feng Ye said, with a smile on his face, looking at Gildarts and said. "Then please help me experiment with this magic." "Haha, come on." Gildarts laughed, then looked at Feng Ye with full vigilance, watching his every move. "Shine in the darkness, shine in the dome, burn, collapse, fall. Cut through the darkness. Star collapse." Chapter 31. A golden magic circle bloomed under Feng Ye's feet, and then a golden light shot straight into the sky in the blink of an eye, piercing through the clouds and into the starry sky. The golden light soon disappeared, and Gildarts and Feng Ye both looked up at the sky. Gildarts was tense and focused, while Feng Ye looked expectantly. However, the two of them looked up for half a minute, but there was no change or movement in the sky. "Ga. Where's your magic?" "Ah. But, maybe he's still on the way." Feng Ye was startled when he heard this, and then said awkwardly. Gildarts looked at Feng Ye with a strange expression, and then said, "Could it be a failure? How is it possible? Although this is the first time I have used this kind of magic, I definitely succeeded just now." Feng Ye was like someone whose tail had been stepped on. Gildarts retorted. "Can you explain what is happening now? I have never seen anything like this happen with celestial magic." Gildarts pointed to the quiet sky and said to Feng Ye. How would I know?" Feng Ye was speechless after hearing Gildarts' question. After a moment of silence, he continued. "I have never used celestial magic before, so what am I doing now? What is going on? It can't be that they are on the way, right?" Gildarts was also very curious about the answer to this question. Makarov, who was watching the game as a referee from a distance, was also very curious about the situation. Although he couldn't hear the conversation between the two, he could guess the content of the conversation from their body movements and expressions. Makarov was also very puzzled by this. He had never seen anyone's celestial magic like this. After the celestial magic is released, a magic circle usually blooms from the sky within a few seconds, and powerful magic bullets fall from it. Some high-level wizards directly pull a real meteorite down from the starry sky, and the power of the two is also very different. Especially the celestial magic that directly pulls down a real meteorite, in terms of power alone, it has surpassed many super magics that are mainly used for killing. What is going on here? Makarov stroked his beard and muttered to himself in confusion. Snapped. I understand. Feng Ye punched his palm and looked at Gildarts with an expression that said, I've figured it out. Have you figured it out? Gildarts looked at Feng Ye in surprise. Yet. Feng Ye nodded repeatedly, and then said to Gildarts seriously. It must be because of time. Hey? Time. Gildarts looked at Feng Ye with a puzzled look, not understanding what Feng Ye meant. Look, this magic mentioned darkness twice, which means that this magic can only be performed successfully at night, but we are in the daytime now, so it is natural that it will fail. Feng Ye said. He didn't believe it himself, and his voice was very low for the last few words. Gildarts looked at Fengjai in shock and confusion. He never thought that Fengjai would come up with such a lame excuse. Looking at Gildarts' expression, Fengjai felt quite embarrassed. His toes almost pierced the solace of his shoes. Just when Fengjai was embarrassed for himself, his expression suddenly froze, and then he looked up at the sky with an incredible look on his face, and then his pupils shrank. Gildarts was also stunned when he saw Fengjai's expression and actions, and then he looked up at the sky, and his pupils shrank instantly. Makarov, who was in the distance, saw the actions of the two and looked up at the sky curiously. The next moment, the three of them were shocked at the same time. Because at this moment, the sky changed. The thick clouds exploded instantly, and a fiery red meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of meters was falling rapidly towards here. Hey! Are you kidding? This size? Gildarts looked at the meteorite falling rapidly in the sky with an unbelievable look on his face and said in a horrified tone. Feng Ye was also shocked and looked even more ugly. He did not expect the falling meteorite to be so big. Feng Ye soon recovered from his shock and immediately shouted to Gildarts. Gildarts! Gildarts came to his senses after hearing this and looked at Feng Ye, waiting for Feng Ye's next words. Your crushing ability should be able to crush it, right? Feng Ye asked Gildarts. If it was the ground, of course there would be no problem, but this is a meteorite. Even if I use all my strength, I can only smash it into pieces, but even so, the power of those pieces falling is not something our bodies can withstand. Gildarts replied to Feng Ye. No problem. You just need to crush it, and leave the rest to me. Feng Ye continued in a deep voice. We must crush it once it hits the ground. Yes. Gildarts nodded solemnly, but said seriously. The problem is, how do we get up there? It will be too late if we wait until it gets close to the ground. Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, purple-black magic words appeared on Feng Ye's arm, and Feng Ye whispered. Dark words, wings. As the rain fell, a pair of black magic wings appeared behind Feng Ye. Feng Ye flashed to Gildarts' side, picked up Gildarts and flew towards the falling meteorite. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were close to the meteorite, and Feng Ye threw Gildarts towards the falling meteorite. Completely crushed. Gildarts shouted, and his right fist, carrying the crushing magic of boxing, hit the falling meteorite with one punch. Dark word, wings. Feng Ye wrote Warlock on Gildarts' back, giving Gildarts the ability to fly. The next moment, Gildarts' shattering magic covered the entire meteorite, and then, with a boom, the huge meteorite exploded instantly, splashing in all directions. It's up to you now. Gildarts' voice reached Feng Ye's ears. Feng Ye nodded and began to dance with his hands. After a moment, a huge red magic circle bloomed in the sky. Indocilla. Chapter 32. A white chain suddenly appeared among the rubble, connecting all the fragments of the meteorite in an instant. Is this link magic? Gildarts, who was standing by, said to Feng Ye uncertainly after seeing this scene. Well, it's a kind of linking magic. Although we only need to crush any of the fragments, I don't plan to do that. Feng Ye said. What are you going to do? There is not much time left. Gildarts looked at the rebel that was about to fall to the ground and said to Feng Ye anxiously. Leave the rest to me. Feng Ye said, clasping his hands together, and green magic appeared in his palms. Because the meteorite was shattered by Gildarts, the speed of its impact on the ground was greatly reduced, so there was enough time for the two to finish their conversation. The language of the forest, the world of trees. As soon as the words fell, a huge green magic circle blossomed on the ground directly below. With the appearance of the magic circle, countless huge vines broke out of the ground in an instant. The next moment, the rebel that was falling at a high speed was all entangled by countless vines, and then carried up to the sky as the vines continued to grow. After a moment, both Gildarts and Makarov, who was ready to attack at any time on the ground, were stunned by this scene. Even Feng Ye, the caster, was looking at the scene in front of him with a look of surprise. The tree trunk was nearly 1,000 meters high and the diameter of the tree shade was definitely more than a kilometer. The giant creature in front of them made the three of them look shocked. Heaven! Serious tree! Makarov looked at the giant tree in front of him and subconsciously thought of the Sirius tree on Sirius Island, but after Makarov blinked, he also came back to his senses. Your magic is really shocking. Gildarts was sweating on his forehead and said to Feng Ye beside him. If you learn ordinary magic to the highest level, you can be like me. Feng Ye responded with a smile, but his voice was full of fatigue. Forget it, I don't have your talent. Gildarts smiled and shrugged. At the same time, he also heard the fatigue in Fenjai's tone. He asked Fenjai with a concerned tone. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just that my magic power was consumed a lot all of a sudden, and my body is a little uncomfortable. Feng Ye smiled and waved his hand, then took the initiative to fall to the ground. Are you all right? Feng Ye chose to land near Makarov, and Makarov took the initiative to approach the two and ask about their concerns. No problem, it just consumes a lot of energy. Feng Ye sat down on the ground after landing. Hearing this, he spoke first, and then looked at Gildarts who landed with him. Gildarts saw Feng Ye's gaze, shrugged at Makarov and said with a smile. To be honest, I didn't contribute much. Really? I'm glad you're all okay. Makarov heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at the giant tree and said with a somewhat fortunate tone. It was such a close call. It was such a big meteorite, but it was stopped so easily. This is all thanks to Brother Feng Ye. If it weren't for him, we might have died here. Gildarts chuckled. Feng Ye rolled his eyes and said. Come on, without me, there would be no such meteorite, okay? Haha, that's true. Gildarts smiled and scratched the back of his head. By the way, President, how is my assessment going? Should I continue? Feng Ye asked Makarov while sitting on the ground. You have to ask Gildarts about this, after all, he is your examiner. Makarov stroked his beard and glanced at Gildarts. Of course I passed. Gildarts answered without hesitation, then looked at Feng Ye and said with a smile. I can't catch your meteorite. You win. So that's why I'm so relieved. Feng Ye heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that, then he looked up at Gildarts and said solemnly. Gildarts, I have something I would like to ask you for help with. Sunset. Feng Ye, who was weak and had multiple fractures all over his body, lay on the ground gasping for breath. He looked at Gildarts, who was also gasping for breath but still standing, and said slowly. Close combat training continues tomorrow. Gildarts was also very dirty. Hearing this, he looked at Feng Ye, raised the corner of his mouth, and said. I am very happy to do so. Chapter 33. A week later, in the underground library of the Fairy Tale Guild. Only S-class wizards can enter here. You can read and learn from the books here, but you can't spread them around, Okay. Makarov said to Feng Ye behind him. Don't worry, old man. I can tell what to say and what not to say. Feng Ye replied to Makarov with a serious face. After hearing Feng Ye's answer, Makarov nodded with satisfaction, and then told Feng Ye some precautions and left. Feng Ye looked at the closed door, looked at the library curiously for a while, then looked down at the floor, thinking. The one below should be the first generation, right? Thinking of the first generation, Feng Ye immediately remembered that the first generation seemed to be naked. Thinking of this, Feng Ye immediately shook his head and eliminated these things from his mind. First of all, Feng Ye came here for the many magic books in this underground library. Secondly, Feng Ye has no interest in loli, even legal loli. He casually pulled out a book from the bookshelf, and was stunned when he saw the title on it. He said to himself in surprise. Dress-up magic. Feng Ye immediately took the book to the desk beside him and started reading. Feng Ye himself was not very interested in dress-up magic. In contrast, he was more interested in dress-up magic's use of space. Although Feng Ye also knew a space magic, it was purely a low-level magic found in a small dark guild. In fact, that space magic book was not even a proper magic. Strictly speaking, Feng Ye preferred to call it a formation, that is, a teleportation formation, and a one-time teleportation formation. After using it once, it needs to be rearranged. What made Feng Ye speechless was that the original version could only be teleported within 1 kilometer. When Feng Ye saw the magic book and the materials needed on it, he immediately ran out to find it excitedly. Because he was too young to run too far, Feng Ye asked people in the town to help him get more materials, which took 2 or 3 years. But when Feng Ye turned to the back of the page of materials, he was so angry that he laughed when he saw the content on it. MD, I have worked so hard for 2 or 3 years to find the materials for the formation, and you tell me that I can only teleport within 1 kilometer? And it is a one-way transmission? Feng Ye was so angry that he threw the book and cursed. Later, Feng Ye studied the magic formation painstakingly for several years, and finally upgraded the LV1 teleportation magic to LV Max. No matter how far away, as long as Feng Ye can feel it, he can be teleported back to Kikoya town. Of course, this is only a one-way distance upgrade, and there is no qualitative change. The reason why Feng Ye is studying clothes change magic now is naturally for the clothes change trick. Of course, the clothes change here does not mean changing clothes, but refers to the replacement and summoning of items. Whether it is a fixed point summoning, a long-distance summoning, or a summoning in another space, it is a problem that is very worthy of Feng Ye's research. Feng Ye's purpose of studying it is very simple, and it is simply for one purpose: storage. As long as Feng Ye learns this magic, even if he puts things in a fixed place, it is many times better than carrying them on his back. Although Feng Ye has some basic knowledge of space magic, it is still very difficult for Feng Ye to learn clothes change magic. After studying for most of the day, Feng Ye decided to walk around the library to see if there was any material related to space magic. After a round, Feng Ye actually found several books about space magic. After reading them all carefully, Feng Ye found that in addition to the different authors, the understanding of space magic in the books was also somewhat different. Feng Ye said this was normal. How did he say it in his previous life? There are 1,000 hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. That is, benevolence to one's own taste, and wisdom to one's own taste. Late at night. Change clothes. As the rain fell, the pen in Feng Ye's hand immediately emitted a white light and disappeared. Looking at his empty right hand, Feng Ye's mouth corners rose, and then he continued softly. Change clothes. The white light appeared in his right hand again, and when it disappeared, the pen that disappeared before appeared in his hand again. Feng Ye was very satisfied with this, but immediately frowned, raised his left hand to touch his chin, and whispered softly. This shouldn't be considered changing clothes, right? It's just pure storage and retrieval. Feng Ye paused at this point, and recalled in his mind the flow and changes of the magic power in his body when he used the clothes change magic, and then silently mobilized the magic power again as before. The next moment, a white light flashed, and the pen in Feng Ye's hand disappeared again, and flashed again. Seeing the pen disappear and reappear in his hand, Feng Ye showed a smile from the heart. That night, the underground library of the Fairy Tale Guild flashed frequently, and from time to time there was someone's evil laughter. In order to thoroughly master the space magic contained in the clothes change magic, Feng Ye pampered it alone for a full half-month. After half a month, Feng Ye can be said to be free from travel from now on, and no longer needs to carry any luggage. Feng Ye was naturally very satisfied with this, and then stood up and walked towards the bookshelf. After another half a month, it can only be said that it is worthy of being a place that only S-level wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild can enter. In the following half a month, Feng Ye has only learned a few magics thoroughly. Looking at all the books in the library in front of him, Feng Ye scratched his hair in annoyance and said to himself in annoyance, "How come such a big guild doesn't even have a book on healing magic? There is only a book with relevant information. How can I learn without magic? Magic and the corresponding books are like keys. If you want to open a closed door, you need to combine the two into one, becoming a key that can open the lock. Only when the lock is opened can you push open this door." Although Feng Ye thinks he is a genius in magic, but, if he can choose, Feng Ye would rather choose to learn ready-made ones than to create his own. Thinking of this, Feng Ye tidied up the somewhat messy library and left here without hesitation with a messy hair. Pushing open the door of the first-floor hall, he looked around and found the president who was drinking alone in the old place, and walked towards him. Kana, who was looking around bored, happened to see Feng Ye. She was stunned for a moment and was surprised by Feng Ye's appearance. After all, Feng Ye rarely left the library in this month. After reacting from the daze, she stood up with a happy face and waved to Feng Ye. "Brother Fenjai, hey!" Chapter 34. President, doesn't the guild have any healing magic? Feng Ye sat down at the bar and asked Makarov. "Healing magic? Isn't that lost magic? What are you looking for it for?" Makarov, who was drunk, didn't react to Feng Ye's questioning purpose, so he asked Feng Ye with a puzzled look. "Of course I am learning." Feng Ye spread his hands and said, to be honest, although Feng Ye knew that there was a woman in the guild who could heal magic and medicine, he didn't know where she lived, and the purpose of asking Makarov was precisely because of this. "Do you want to learn this too?" Makarov sobered up instantly after hearing this, and asked Feng Ye with a surprised look on his face. "Of course, as long as I learn the healing magic, if I get injured while completing a commission, or if anyone in the guild gets injured, can't I just help heal it?" Having said that, Makarov also felt that there was nothing wrong with what Feng Ye said. He frowned and continued. "Although it is also one of the lost magics, the difficulty of learning healing magic is much greater than that of other magics. Even if you want to learn it, it will probably take you a long time. Of course I know this, but don't worry, President, I will definitely learn it. Please believe me." Feng Ye showed Makarov a sunny smile and said confidently. "I do believe you, but since you are so confident, I can't say anything more. I happen to know an old friend who is very good at healing magic, so I will introduce him to you." Makarov said and jumped to the second floor. Feng Ye was naturally very happy to hear that. He raised his head and waited expectantly for Makarov to appear again. "Fenjai, are you ready to learn healing magic?" Kana, who had been with Fenjai from the beginning, asked Fenjai curiously after seeing Makarov leave. "I heard that healing magic is one of the most difficult to learn among the lost magic. Fenjai, do you really want to learn it?" Altair on the other side also asked curiously. "Of course." Fenjai nodded, then placed his hands on Ultia and Kana's heads and said softly to them. "As long as I learn the healing magic, I won't be afraid of you getting hurt in the future, because I will heal you." Hearing Fenjai's words, Ultia and Kana blushed, and they lowered their heads tacitly, and then nodded slightly. Soon, Makarov jumped down from the second floor and landed on the bar in front of Fenjai and the others. He held a letter and a piece of paper in his hand, and handed them to Fenjai and said, "This is a letter I wrote to my old friend. The other one is her address. Just follow the instructions." "Thank you, President." Feng Ye was careless after hearing this, and then after staying with Ultia and Kana for a while, he set off towards the forest in the east. Deep in the forest, Feng Ye looked down at the map in his hand, then looked up at the wooden house not far ahead, thinking, "If nothing goes wrong, this should be it." He walked to the wooden house and knocked on it. After a while, the wooden door slowly opened, and an old woman with long cherry-colored hair appeared in front of Feng Ye. "Who are you?" The old woman looked alert and serious, and asked Feng Ye in a cold voice. "I am a wizard of fairy tale. This is the president's letter. Please accept it." Feng Ye was very respectful and handed the letter to the old woman with both hands. The old woman lowered her eyes and stared at the letter in Feng Ye's hand. After a moment, she looked at Feng Ye and said coldly, "Is that old guy Makarov dead? He actually sent someone to deliver a letter." Feng Ye looked embarrassed when he heard this, but the old woman ignored the embarrassment of Feng Ye, raised her hand to take the letter from Feng Ye's hand, and opened it in front of Feng Ye to read it. After a moment, the old woman raised her head and looked at Feng Ye with her eyes. Her voice was no longer as cold and vigilant as before, and she said, "Are you the new S-class wizard of fairy tale, Kaediakora? Eh? You know me?" Feng Ye was very surprised by the old woman's words. "You are mentioned here." The old woman shook the letter in her hand at Feng Ye and continued, "Although I seldom go out, I still know about this. Besides, the news that fairy tale has gained an S-class wizard has spread throughout the kingdom of Fiori. But looking at you, don't you know?" "Ah." Feng Ye was startled when he heard this, and then said to the old woman awkwardly, "After the assessment, I went to the guild's library and just came out today." Upon hearing this, the old woman looked at Feng Ye deeply, and then said, "Let me make it clear first, I am not giving face to that guy Makarov, I am giving you this as a gift for meeting you and a gift for becoming an S-class wizard. But I have a request." Looking at the serious old woman, Feng Ye also looked at the old woman with a serious face. Seeing this, the old woman said to Feng Ye in a deep voice, "It's a 1-month probation period. If your learning level can satisfy me within 1 month, I will continue to teach you. If not, then you will go back and forth from there. Do you understand?" "I understand." Feng Ye nodded obediently in response. "My name is Polyasika." Polyasika said to Fenjai, "Hello, Mr. Polyasika, I am Fenjai Zingla, please take care of me in the future." Fenjai bowed to Polyasika and said. Polyasika looked at Fenjai deeply, and then said in a low voice, "Teaching will start tomorrow, and humans are not welcome here." Polyasika said, and closed the door. Feng Ye thought for a while and decided to go back to Magnolia first. After returning to Magnolia, Feng Ye was shocked to find that X774 had passed, and now it was X775. Feng Ye thought he had traveled through time, but after thinking about it carefully, the time was right. Later, Feng Ye also learned that his name has now spread throughout the Fiori kingdom. Even now, a month has passed, his name is still a hot topic in many places. Feng Ye was puzzled by this, but after a careful consideration, after thinking about it, I understood. In all guilds, whether it is the Light Guild or the Dark Guild, S-class wizards are a proof of their strength. This is especially true for Fairy Tale, which is the strongest guild. And many people know that the strength of S-class wizards in Fairy Tale is even stronger than that of S-class wizards in ordinary guilds. In addition, Fairy Tale is now known as the #1 guild in the Kingdom of Fiori for many years. With the blessing of strength and reputation, even if Fenjai has not done anything great, he can still become a hot topic for a long time. Chapter 35. Time flies, and now it is July of X775. Deep in the forest east of Magnolia, under a giant tree not far from the treehouse of Polyasica, a small wooden house of several dozen square meters appeared here. Outside the wooden house, there is a wooden pavilion, and in the pavilion, an old man and 3 young men are leisurely drinking tea here. Ursha, your tea-making skills are getting better and better. Feng Ye felt the warmth in his stomach and praised Ursha with a smile. I just learned it when I was bored. Ultia listened to Feng Ye's praise and immediately smiled, and replied softly to Feng Ye. Really? Then you have quite a talent in this area. Feng Ye replied without thinking too much, then looked at Ultia and continued. By the way, how are you doing with magic? In the past 6 months, Ursha has also decided to learn magic, and the magic she has learned is naturally the time magic, one of the lost magic in the original book, that is, Arc of Time. As for the magic books needed, Fenjai asked the President Makarov to spend a lot of money to buy them, and the second was to ask Gildarts, who often went out to carry out commissions. In the past 6 months, the related books that Makarov could buy and Gildarts brought back had already been thoroughly learned by Ursha. Fortunately, the books that Makarov and Gildarts bought and brought back were relatively simple time magic and books, allowing Ursha, a newbie, to learn from scratch. After several months of self-study, with the occasional suggestions of the guild members, Ursha has already learned the basics of Arc of Time and is not far from getting started. The time magic can be said to be one of the most difficult magics to learn among all magic categories. In terms of difficulty alone, it is probably ranked first. The fact that Ursha was able to reach the threshold in a few months under such circumstances is enough to prove how terrifying Ursha's magical talent is. In addition, Ursha is now in the Fairy Tale Guild, not the Devil's Heart Guild in the original work. In the original work, Ursha, who joined the infamous Devil's Heart, was protected by Hades, who fell into the abyss of magic, and could unscrupulously search the entire continent for all the books related to time magic. In addition, with Hades, a real bookshelf, guiding her from behind, Ursha's growth rate in the original work far exceeded her in this dimension. You will be able to enter the door soon. Ultia answered Fenjai's question in person. Don't be anxious. The healing magic I'm learning is far less difficult than your Arc of Time. I've been studying for half a year and I'm just getting started. You've only been studying for a month or 2 and you're almost there. This is a big hurdle, so don't be anxious. If you're anxious, you won't be able to learn it. Feng Ye said slowly to Ursha. Ursha smiled and nodded slightly, then said to Feng Ye. Yeah, I know. The reason why Fenjai took so long to learn was because Granny Polyasica had been teaching you medical skills for the past few months, but didn't teach you healing magic at all. Kana, who had been sitting on the other side of Fenjai, looked at the 2 people interacting, puffed her cheeks, and said to Fenjai with some jealousy. Fenjai was a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, what Kana said was completely true. He had basically stayed here for the past 6 months, and after he had been cleaning here for a month, Polyasica started teaching him medical skills in the 2nd month, and only started teaching Fenjai healing magic a month ago. It must be said that healing magic was indeed difficult for Fenjai, and he couldn't even imagine how the future Wendy could have such a superb healing skill at such a young age. Although it was the same result as Fenjai expected, he could also learn healing magic, but the things that happened later were a little beyond Fenjai's expectations, but at the same time they were also within Fenjai's expectations. That is, Fenjai's speed in learning healing magic was very slow, and compared with space magic, it was much slower. Although when learning space magic, Feng Ye had already guessed that although he might be able to learn all kinds of magic, the speed of learning would definitely be very different. After learning space magic and healing magic, Feng Ye knew clearly that the speed at which he learned those special magics was definitely several times slower than elemental magic. And this was after Feng Ye had acquired a lot of medical knowledge, and it took him half a month to successfully get started. In the following half a month, he successfully learned healing magic. Under the premise of chanting spells, the success rate of releasing healing magic reached 90%. Feng Ye speculated that if he was given another half a year, he would at least be able to become a mid-level nanny. Feng Ye also asked Polishika why he first taught Feng Ye conventional medical skills and then taught him healing magic, and Polishika also answered Feng Ye very clearly. At that time, Polishika said, "First of all, you are a doctor, and secondly, you are a wizard who can perform healing magic." After Polishika finished speaking, he turned to Fengjai and said calmly, "If one day, your friend is seriously injured in front of you, and you have the healing magic but your magic is exhausted, will you watch your friend close his eyes with tears in your eyes, or use your medical skills to save him?" After saying this, Polishika left the place with a cold face. After being away from Fengjai for a distance, she closed her eyes silently. Fengjai was stunned when he heard what Polishika said. From then on, Fengjai also shifted his mind from healing magic to the medical book in front of him. If I can't learn the healing magic well, I will find a wizard who can do it later. Feng Ye was talking about Wendy, who would join the fairy tale guild in the future. Thinking of Wendy, Feng Ye remembered that this little girl not only possessed the healing magic with the attribute of slaying dragons, but also learned the additional magic which was also one of the lost magic. Moreover, the difficulty of learning additional magic was not much lower than that of healing magic. It can be said that the more you learn additional magic, the more difficult it is to improve it, and it is even much more difficult than healing magic. I really don't know how that girl learned such difficult magic, Feng Ye wanted so much in his heart, and finally couldn't help but say a few words of emotion. As expected, he is one of the kings of cheating. Chapter 36. It's not easy to find a wizard who can perform healing magic, Makarov said after hearing what Feng Ye said. Then, would you like to make a bet, President? Feng Ye looked at Makarov and said with a smile when he heard what Makarov said. What are you betting on? Makarov raised his eyebrows and asked Feng Ye. Kana and Ultiya beside him looked at Feng Ye curiously when they heard what Feng Ye said. How about betting that I can find a wizard who can perform healing magic to join the guild in the future? Fengjai raised his index finger to Makarov and continued with a smile. How about the Yandame as the bet? Makarov was stunned when he heard Feng Ye's next words, and then he said to Feng Ye loudly with an angry look on his face. I haven't retired yet. You want to be the president so badly that you want me to retire. Feng Ye smiled awkwardly, then looked at Makarov with a look of I am good to you and said. President, I am thinking about your health. If the guild members become too noisy in the future, I am afraid your body will not be able to bear it. Nonsense. I am in good health. Even if they make a fuss, I can still be full of energy. Makarov's old face flushed with anger, and he jumped up from the high stool and wanted to hit Fengjai on the head. Fengjai naturally shrank his head to avoid Makarov's fist, and then immediately ran down the table and started playing around with Makarov who was chasing him. Aolushia and Kana at the table looked at this scene and smiled at each other. At sunset, Makarov took Aolushia and Kana away from here and returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. Time flies, another half a year passed, and it was time to X776. Fengjai looked up at the ice and snow gradually melting on the treetops, turned around and bowed to Polishika behind him and said. This year, I would like to thank Mr. Polishika for teaching me everything he knows. Polishika looked at Fengjai's actions. Although she had never seen such etiquette, she understood Fengjai's meaning from his sincere words. A smile appeared on Polishika's face, which had never changed for thousands of years, but it soon disappeared. She looked at Fengjai and said softly. Healing magic, you have also learned it completely. Humans are not welcome here, so leave. Feng Ye didn't say anything after hearing this. After a year of contact, he more or less understood Polishika's temperament. He bowed to Paluxica again to thank him and turned to leave. Paluxica looked at Feng Yi's leaving back and turned back to the tree house. Returning to the guild, Feng Yi received a warm welcome from the guild members. Feng Yi sat at the table with Pepe in his arms, and Kana and Ultiya sat next to him. Now a year has passed. Kana is 9 years old, Ultiya is 11 years old, and Feng Yi is 15 years old. The three little kids sat together and chatted happily, with smiles from the heart on their faces. Kana, Ultiya, have you received any commissions yet? Feng Yi suddenly asked Ultiya and Kana. No. Kana shook her head and said with a disappointed tone. The president said that Sister Ultiya and I are too young, so he won't let us take on commissions. Feng Yi nodded gently when he heard Kana's words. After all, Ultiya and Kana were indeed too young. And during the year he studied medicine at Polyasikas. Although Ultiya and Kana would visit them several times a month, they were always accompanied by Makarov. He also often accompanied Ultiya and Kana to Polyasika's place, which also eased the relationship between Makarov and Polyasika. So do you two want to do a commission? Fenjai looked at Ultiya and Kana and said. Ultiya and Kana's eyes lit up when they heard it. Ultiya had done a commission with Fenjai. A year later, Ultiya often missed the few months she was alone with Fenjai. Even in her dreams, she often dreamed of the scenes of getting along with Fenjai during those months. Unlike Ultiya, Kana had never done a commission. One reason was that she was too young, and the other was that she was not strong enough. And Kana was also looking forward to being able to go out with Fenjai to do commissions. Really? Ultiya and Kana asked Fenjai in unison, their tone full of expectation. Seeing the eyes of the two women, Fenjai smiled slightly and then stood up, holding Pepe and walked towards the bulletin board full of commissions. When he came to the bulletin board, his eyes kept scanning back and forth on the commissions. Although he has been promoted to an S-class wizard for more than a year, Fenjai has not even accepted an S-class commission. Originally, Fenjai planned to take an S-class commission when he returned to the guild this time, but the words just now made Fenjai suppress that idea. And Fenjai's idea now is to take a more interesting commission and take Ultiya and Kana out for a walk. After a while, Fenjai walked in the direction he came from with a found item in his hand. Passing by the bar, Fenjai glanced at Makarov who was thinking at the bar, but did not. He thought about it and continued to move forward. But the next moment, Feng Yi walked back and stopped in front of Makarov. Feng Yi looked at Makarov who was deep in thought at the bar. Feng Yi felt a little strange when he saw Makarov, but he didn't notice the strangeness for a moment. The next moment, Feng Yi had a flash of inspiration, and he found out what was different about Makarov today. Makarov, who was sitting at the bar today, didn't drink. This doesn't mean that Makarov has to drink as soon as he sits at the bar, but because every time Feng Yi saw Makarov at the bar, Makarov looked drunk. Feng Yi, who found that something was wrong with Makarov, made a gesture to Ultiya and Kana, indicating that they should wait for him for a while, and then looked at Makarov and said curiously, "President? What happened?" Makarov was suddenly awakened from his deep thoughts when he heard Feng Yi's words. He looked up at Feng Yi and said with surprise, "Fenjai boy, I have a task for you." "Hey." Feng Yi looked at Makarov with a question mark on his forehead as soon as he heard what Makarov said. Chapter 37. So what's going on? Feng Yi looked at Makarov with a puzzled look and asked. "Oh, this is a long story," Makarov sighed and said to Fenjai with a sad face. "A few years ago, a group of people who came from nowhere attacked a village near the sea. It is understood that they killed some people and abducted the rest, both children and the elderly. After the survivor reported the incident, everyone thought it was a common crime, albeit a serious one. After all, according to the survivors, there were no wizards involved at the time, so the council did not get involved either. But no one expected that the gang had done this more than once. About 2 years ago, someone in the capital compiled a list of recent crimes and finally discovered this incident. Until 2 years ago, more than a dozen villages near the sea were attacked. Until now, the country and the council have sent out troops to strengthen the vigilance. Although it has effectively stopped the enemy's actions, until now, more than 20 villages have been attacked by them, and the number of people abducted by them is initially estimated to be more than 1,000. Feng Ye listened to Makarov's story and touched his chin. He felt that he had some impression of this matter, but not much. Just when Feng Ye felt that he had some impression of this matter, Makarov continued in a deep voice. 2 years ago, although the intelligence did not include the involvement of wizards, the number of people in that group was also very large, so the council announced its intervention in the matter after discussion. In addition to joining forces with the National Army to strengthen coastal defense, it also issued this matter as a special commission to all guilds. It was then that Rob took on the task and went to investigate the matter. Feng Ye tilted his head. The more he listened, the more familiar it sounded, but he couldn't remember it at all. Makarov ignored him and continued with a look of loneliness and worry. Rob lost contact a month after he left, and soon I received news that another seaside village was attacked by that group of people. I knew then that Rob might have been kidnapped by that group of people. And until now, Rob has been out of touch for almost 2 years. Well, Makarov sighed heavily. He looked at Feng Ye, who had already sat down, and said, "So I want to ask you to help, not only for Rob, but also for those ordinary people who were abducted, please." Feng Ye listened to Makarov raising his hand to scratch his cheek, thinking, "I suspect you are kidnapping me, but I have no evidence." Without thinking too much, Feng Ye sighed in his heart. He spread his hands helplessly to Makarov and said, "President, I am very happy to help you. But I have a question, that is, do you know where the other party took the person abducted?" Makarov was silent after hearing this, and then he replied, "According to our calculations, the enemy's base camp should be on the sea. Not only is that their base camp, we also speculate that all the people they abducted are there." Feng Ye was silent after hearing this. He wanted to say something dirty, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. After a moment, he said to Makarov with a helpless look on his face, "President, I understand you mean, we don't even have any trace of the other side." Makarov was silent after hearing this, and nodded helplessly after a while. Feng Ye, "President, your job is a bit difficult to handle." Well, Feng Ye felt that Makarov's favor was quite difficult to handle. He sighed and said to Makarov, "Could you please give me a map that includes the sea area? I'll see if I can find something useful on it." After a while, Fengjai sat on the table, with one hand resting his chin, and the other hand tapping the tabletop, frowning and looking at the map on the table with a distressed look, with Pepe lying quietly at his feet. Olushia and Kana beside him also looked distressed, racking their brains to think of some clues that could help Fengjai. On one side of the table, Makarov folded his hands, frowning and looking at the map. The first floor of the guild also became a little quiet because of their situation. Many people even took out maps and looked at them. Some people even took out the files of the matter. "President, is this really the most detailed map?" After thinking for a long time, Feng Ye, who couldn't come up with a solution, threw the question on the map on the table and said to the silent Makarov, "This is the most detailed map of the Kingdom of Fiori. In addition to some military bases, even some famous villages are marked on it." Well, Makarov glanced at Feng Ye and said, then he turned his eyes to the map. Feng Ye nodded secretly. After all, this map is full of place names. Of course, this map is a little smaller than the table in front of them, so it is not very detailed. Could it be that this was all a cover-up? They first attacked the seaside village, then entered the sea. In fact, their base camp is inland, and all this is just to cover up their tracks. Altair expressed her guess. "Yeah, I think that's very likely, and their base may be in a very remote place, or even not in the kingdom of Fiori. Kana continued after hearing what Ultiya said. Is this all to conceal the truth? Although it is possible, the cost of doing so is too high, Makarov nodded and said after listening to the two women's words. Well, instead of attacking the coastal villages with frequent traffic, it is better to directly choose those remote villages where traffic and information transmission are slow. In this way, even if there are survivors, it will take much longer to spread the news. Feng Ye said. Moreover, if they choose to stay in a remote place, once the news leaks out, no matter how well they hide, they will not be able to escape the search of a large number of wizards. On the contrary, it is different on the sea, Makarov said, his eyes always stayed on the sea area on the map. Although hiding at sea is a big advantage over hiding on the mainland, once the landmark is leaked, the guilds and the Council of Fiori will definitely mobilize the army or a large number of wizards to encircle and suppress them, and they will not be able to escape unless they have wings. Feng Ye listened to Makarov's words and then told him the advantages and disadvantages of hiding in the sea. Even so, I firmly believe that they must be on the sea, Makarov said in a deep voice. Alas! Feng Ye sighed when he saw this. He really wanted to help Makarov, but he felt helpless thinking about it like a headless fly. After all, this was not his specialty. It's already X776, next year will be X777, the Eclipse Gate is about to open. Feng Ye's mind suddenly ran to the Eclipse Gate that would be opened next year, but he was suddenly stunned when he was halfway through his thought. The next moment, Feng Ye stood up suddenly, and he looked at everyone present without restraint. Feng Ye's sudden action instantly startled Olushia, Kana, and Makarov who were standing beside him. The three of them all looked up at Feng Ye, and before they could ask, they heard Feng Ye muttering. No, no. Chapter 38. Did you find anything? Makarov asked hopefully when he saw Feng Ye's expression. Brother Fenjai, are you okay? Kana, who was standing by, saw Fenjai like this and spoke with some concern. At the same time, Ultiya on the other side also looked at Fenjai with some concern. Fenjai, who was constantly scanning the guild members, was startled when he heard their words. After coming to his senses, he sat back on the stool and looked at Makarov and asked. President, have there been any new members joining the guild in recent years? Newcomer. Makarov was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't understand what Feng Ye meant by asking this question, but he immediately answered. In recent years, apart from you and Altair, there have been no new members joining the guild. Did you discover something when you asked this question? Without, Feng Ye shook his head and replied, then he began to ponder, thinking. If I remember correctly, Natsu joined the guild in X777, and before that, Gray and Urza had already joined the guild. I remember in the chronicles that Gray joined the guild in X774 or a few years ago, but now I don't see him in the guild. What happened? Feng Ye was originally wondering why Gray, who should have joined the guild in X776, was missing. Feng Ye was suddenly startled when he thought of this. Something suddenly came to his mind, and that thing happened in X774. Thinking of this, Feng Ye slapped his forehead and thought in annoyance. I actually forgot about this. I killed Deliara and saved Ulu. In the original book, they should have gone their separate ways. I'm afraid they are still learning magic from Ulu. No wonder I couldn't find the perverted kid over there no matter how hard I looked. So this is what happened. Feng Ye thought of Gray's current location, and then focused his thoughts on another person. He frowned, racking his brains to recall those already very vague memories, thinking. Urza joined the guild after Gray and before Natsu, and before joining the guild. Urza was Tower of Paradise. Feng Ye's eyes narrowed when he thought of this name. When he recalled the name Tower of Paradise, Feng Ye immediately remembered that this was a plot in the original work. In this plot, Feng Ye remembered that someone seemed to have died, and this person was also the only member of the fairy tale guild who died. Thinking of this, Feng Ye felt more and more vague memories emerging from the depths of his mind, and soon continued to think. And this person is also the reason why Urza joined Fairy Tale. I remember that Urza found and joined Fairy Tale because of the fairy pattern behind him, right? Feng Ye, who was reminiscing, suddenly shook his head. He looked at the map seriously, frowned and thought. Since this section is about the Tower of Paradise, where exactly is the location of the Tower of Paradise? Feng Ye looked at the blank sea map, frowned, and fell into deep thought. Makarov, Ultiya, and Kana, who were standing by, held their breath when they saw Feng Ye like this, fearing that they would disturb Feng Ye's thinking. Just as Feng Ye was looking at the sea on the map and thinking, a picture that was a little different from it flashed through his mind. Although the picture only flashed for a moment, Feng Ye caught it in an instant. Feng Ye clearly saw that the picture that flashed was the sea map on the table, but the difference was that there was a place name on the picture. And that place name was Tower of Paradise. In an instant, Feng Ye remembered it deeply, and scanned the map, trying to find a reference, but Feng Ye soon gave up. He turned to look at Makarov and asked, "President, how far is Magnolia from Harjan?" "Distance? I remember it was about 370 kilometers. Makarov thought for a while and answered Fenjai. When he was about to ask Fenjai why he asked, he saw Fenjai's action, which made him stop talking. Fenjai first gestured from Magnolia to Harjan on the map, and then gestured from Harjan to the sea. "Is it about 700 to 900 kilometers? Based on the comparison of the two pictures, Feng Ye came to this conclusion. "Did you find something?" Makarov couldn't wait to ask when he heard Feng Ye's words. "Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it is this area." Feng Ye nodded slightly when he heard this, and then drew a circle on the sea with his finger. Makarov nodded when he saw the circle, and then asked Feng Ye again with some excitement. "Is that the Karam Sea? Is that really confirmed?" "Yeah." Feng Ye nodded naturally, then he looked at Makarov and said, "President, please trust me. Please notify the Council and the National Defense Forces. I will go over there to check the situation. Well, please be more careful." Although Makarov didn't know why Feng Ye speculated that the other party was in that sea area, he chose to believe Feng Ye. Because Feng Ye was a member of the guild, and he was the president of the guild, that was enough. "Wait for me to come back, and then I will take you to treasure hunt." Feng Ye rubbed the heads of Oludiya and Kana, and handed the commission form that he had already selected to Oludiya. "Please be careful on your way." Oludiya took the order, looked at Fenjai with a worried look on her face, and said worriedly, "You must come back safely." Kana said worriedly, "Well, don't worry, I will definitely come back." Feng Ye patted the two girls' heads gently after hearing that, and then touched Pepe, who had also raised his head to look at him. After smiling and stroking Pepe's dog head, he waved and left. After leaving the guild, Feng Ye used text magic dark text wings to grow a pair of purple wings behind him, and flew towards the direction of the Tower of Paradise. At this time, in the Kalam Sea, in a dark corner of the Tower of Paradise which was still under construction, a group of little ghosts with different hair colors were planning a big event. Chapter 39. Run away? Zio, are you serious? Miliana said in shock after hearing what the dark-skinned kid said. The other kids beside him were also shocked when they heard Zio's words, and looked at Zio in disbelief. "That's right, I've had enough of this place. I must escape, you guys come with me." Xiu's face showed hatred and pain, and he suppressed his anger and said to his companions. "But once discovered, it's okay, we can definitely escape." Xiu interrupted the person who spoke and said to everyone with full confidence. Seeing that Zio was so confident, everyone looked at each other, nodded, and joined this team that was doomed to fail. On the other side, Feng Ye, who had been flying for an unknown period of time, finally arrived at Harjan. After arriving at Harjan, Feng Ye chose to rest at the port for a while. When his feet stepped on the ground, the sense of solidity from the heart made Feng Ye feel quite at ease. This was the first time that Feng Ye moved a long distance in the form of flying, which made Feng Ye feel very uncomfortable. Although he knew that he could not fall, Feng Ye still felt a little uneasy when flying in the sky. After landing, Feng Ye spit out a mouthful of water from the bottom of his heart, and his body, which became tense during the flight, also relaxed. Standing at the port, looking at the sea connected to the sky, Feng Ye whispered softly. Probably in the front left. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Ye rushed into the sky, leaving a purple arc in the blue sky. Inside the Paradise Tower, the group of children who had already escaped stopped in a small dark space and took a short rest. Everyone, as long as we leave this damn place, we can be free. For freedom, everyone, come on. A group of children looked at each other, their eyes not only gave each other courage, but also gave themselves courage. They nodded to each other, and the child named Xiu took the lead to walk into the dark cave behind them. They didn't know how long they had walked, and the leader Xiu finally saw a ray of light appearing in front of them. A smile instantly appeared on Xiu's face, because he knew that as long as they left this passage, their escape plan would be more than half successful. Xiu unknowingly quickened his pace, and he was getting closer and closer to the exit, and when the people behind him saw the light again they also quickened their pace. Soon, the group left the cave almost at the same time. A smile just appeared on their faces, but it froze in an instant. Because just outside the cave, a dozen guards were holding weapons, looking at them with mockery in their eyes, and next to the guards, there were ferocious monsters, staring at them intently. In an instant, the corners of their mouths that had just risen froze, and turned into fear on the faces of the children. Several people even hugged each other in an instant, and the leader Zio retreated again and again with a look of fear on his face. Do you really think you can get away so easily? Little devils! A very fat man with the upper half of his face covered appeared from behind the guards, holding a weapon. Behind him was a tall and thin man, who also covered the upper half of his face. After approaching, the fat man continued. The R system must be completed as soon as possible, and you little devils actually chose to escape at this time. From the tone of the fat man, it was obvious that he wanted to take action to deal with the little ghosts in front of him, but at this time the tall and thin man next to him stopped him and said, "Wait, we can't delay the progress now. According to the rules, we should lock up all of you." When the little ghosts who failed to escape heard the words of the tall and thin man, they all began to tremble all over. But the progress of building the R system cannot be delayed. So who is planning to escape? This time we just need to catch him. After the tall and thin man finished speaking, his eyes scanned the group of little ghosts. Zio, who was crying because of fear, trembled instantly when he heard the tall and thin man's words, and then the tall and thin man continued. "We are very reasonable, aren't we?" The fat man stomped the magic wand on the ground and said to the little ghosts. "Okay, tell me who proposed it." The red-haired kid looked at Zio, who shrank in fear because of what the two said. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth and said in fear, It's me. Fuck you." Feng Ye, who had flown for who knows how far over the sea, suddenly cursed loudly, then released his magic power, which quickly dispersed in all directions. The unchanging scenery and the long period of time when he could not find the target made Feng Ye very annoyed, and the magic power he released was like a detector. As long as it touched an object, it would be transmitted to Feng Ye in real time, even if Feng Ye was moving at high speed. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Ye, who was flying at high speed, paused for a moment. Just now, he received the feedback of the magic power he had released. Looking back to the left and rear, Feng Ye's mouth twitched, and he whispered. "Not only did we deviate from the direction, but we even exceeded the distance." Feng Ye looked at the sun in the sky. Looking at the position of the sun, Feng Ye roughly judged the current time. Is it around 4 o'clock already? After saying this, Feng Ye flew towards the location of the Paradise Tower. Inside the Paradise Tower, a little girl with crimson hair was taken to a cell by several guards. Urza. When the kids who had participated in the escape plan saw the little girl being brought back, they ran over immediately. Urza, your eyes. The little ghost saw Urza's covered right eye and said with horror. Urza, are you okay? However, facing the concerned inquiries of her companions, Urza stared at the ground absent-mindedly. Seeing Urza like this, someone finally couldn't help but throw herself into the arms of a white-haired old man beside her. Even though there was a guard here, Zio still cried out in pain, saying, I don't want to stay in a place like this anymore. Be quiet, the guard scolded the crying Hugh. Don't be afraid, I'm by your side, the old man comforted the child in his arms with a loving look. Behave yourself. Urza, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly widened her eyes, and while the guard beside her was scolding Zio, she suddenly jumped up and snatched the weapon from the guard's hand, and swung it out. Chapter 40. Rebellion. Soon, a large number of guards armed with weapons rushed to the place where the rebellion occurred. However, what the guards could not have imagined was that as the word rebellion sounded, all the people they enslaved in the entire Paradise Tower rebelled. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out between the enslavers and the enslaved. The guards, who should have had an overwhelming advantage, were shocked to find that under their enslavement, those people who were deprived of their freedom had gained great physical fitness. Even the little devils were surprisingly strong and could jump up and kick them and knock them down. In this way, the guards, who should have been in the advantage, were beaten back by the other side. Seeing their colleagues being knocked down by a group of little devils one after another, some guards finally retreated in fear. However, even though the guards had already shown a look of fear, their enemies did not show any mercy when facing them. When the last enemy in front of him was knocked unconscious by a stick on his face, the young man holding the wooden stick raised his right hand and shouted excitedly. District 4 liberated. Oh! Upon hearing this, the people around raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Next, I will take half of the people to support the 8th district, and Sally, you take the rest of the people to support the 6th district. No problem. As for the 8th district, Urza and the others would be there too, right? Well, we have to hurry over there. Tower of Paradise, Area 8. Come on, everyone, we must liberate the 8th district. Urza said loudly to her companions who were fighting around her, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. After that, Urza rushed towards a guard who made her companions suffer. After a while, dozens of guards in the 8th district were all solved by Urza and her companions. Looking at the guards who fell to the ground, Urza let out a heavy breath and thought. Soon we will liberate District 8, then. Urza. The boy who was slightly older than Urza suddenly looked at Urza. Urza looked at the boy in confusion and asked. Simon, what's wrong? Urza. Actually, I have always been. Before Simon could finish his words, a red magic bullet fell into the crowd where they were, causing an explosion and everyone was blown away. Simon. Urza, who was blown away, just raised her head and heard Miliana's voice. She looked up and saw Simon, who was dead or alive because of the explosion. Simon. Urza shouted worriedly, and was about to get up to check on Simon's condition, but her companion's voice suddenly rang out. It's the magic soldiers. Urza turned her head with a look of horror, and saw that not far ahead, the magic soldiers were floating in the air, like human mummies, flying towards them. And below the magic soldiers, the red, ferocious monsters were also approaching Urza and the others. When Urza and the others saw the magic soldiers and monsters, everyone was terrified and took a step back in fear. Just a moment ago, the guards who finally reacted finally sent out the magic soldiers and monsters. With the appearance of the magic soldiers and monsters, the attacks of the rebels were immediately curbed, and then collapsed in a moment, and the rebels began to flee in all directions. Magic soldier, how come? Urza looked at the large number of magic soldiers and said with a look of horror. Just when Urza and the others were shocked and distracted by the appearance of magic soldiers and monsters, a group of magic soldiers suddenly opened their terrifying big mouths, and a red magic circle appeared in front of their mouths. Soon, a flash of light appeared on the magic circle and hit where Urza and the others were. The next moment, a strong explosion occurred where the flash hit. Urza, who had not had time to get up, was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion, and the dust and smoke generated at the same time also submerged everyone's figures. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, the sound of people coughing could be heard in the smoke. Soon, the smoke cleared, and Urza and the others appeared one by one. Urza looked at the magic soldiers getting closer and closer, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She said in a trembling voice, "No. The difference in strength is too great. Too strong. No, I can't beat you. Run." After the magic soldiers attacked for 2 rounds, the people who had seen how powerful the magic soldiers were dropped their weapons and began to run away. "Don't give up, you have to fight to the end." When Urza saw the people running away, she quickly spoke to encourage them to be brave, but right after she finished speaking, she was knocked to the ground by a person who was running away. "Don't go. We still have to save Gerald." Urza, who was lying on the ground, looked at the people running away and stretched out her hand to their backs. "Urza." Her companion's voice suddenly reached Urza's ears. Urza looked up in astonishment and saw that the magic soldiers had launched another attack. The target of the attack seemed to be her. In Urza's right eye, a large amount of light was rapidly approaching her. Urza closed her eyes in fear, her body tensed with fear. Boom! The explosion sounded. Urza's body trembled subconsciously. Just when Urza thought she was going to die, she was suddenly shocked to find that something was wrong. Urza looked up and saw a thin and withered body. He stretched out his hands and used his old body to block all the attacks of the magic soldiers for her. "Grandpa Rob." Urza called out the old man's name after seeing him. "Although my magic power has been exhausted, I can still protect my friends," Rob said in a hoarse voice, and then said in a deep voice, "How can such a young life be knocked down so easily?" After saying this, Luobu, whose magic power had long been exhausted, actually transformed his life into magic power and used his life to perform the last magic of his life. Flames appeared between Luobu's dancing hands, and then the ground cracked, and a large amount of flames broke out of the ground, drowning the magic soldiers and monsters in front. A huge explosion rose, and a large number of magic soldiers and monsters were all solved by Luobu's attack. "What happened to Grandpa?" Urza looked at Rob, whose skin had turned from pale to grey-green, with tears in her eyes. "An old man like me can still be of some use, right?" Rob asked Urza in a tired voice, and before Urza could answer, he continued. "For a wizard, magic is like life, but my magic has long been gone. This is the only ending I'm destined to have." "But, Urza, you still have infinite possibilities." Rob stood up and looked at the enemies in front of him. "Grandfather," Urza looked at Rob who had stood up, her voice filled with tears. "That old man, could you please take a rest for a while?" Chapter 41. A strange voice suddenly sounded, and everyone who heard it was stunned, and then looked up in the direction where the voice came from. When everyone looked up, they saw a figure standing in the big hole blasted by Rob's magic. "Who is it?" Seeing this scene, people couldn't help but whispered softly. "Who are you?" The guard who also noticed the newcomer shouted at him. The newcomer ignored the guard's words and jumped down from a height of several dozen meters, finally landing gently next to Rob and Urza. "Who are you?" Rob looked at the person who came who he didn't know at all. Even though his life was coming to an end, he still protected Urza to the side and asked the person in a deep voice. "Me. The man grinned when he heard this, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his forearms, and said to Rob with a smile, "Nice to meet you. I am a wizard from Fairy Tale." The person who came was Feng Ye. When he arrived at the Tower of Paradise, he saw a strong explosion, and the explosion just happened to blow up a big hole. Feng Ye saved the effort of blasting and flew directly towards the direction of the big hole. Then he heard what Rob said to Urza. "Who are you?" When Rob saw the long-lost fairy, his eyes instantly became moist, but his mind told him not to cry. He said to Feng Ye with a tearful voice, "You should leave quickly and tell Makarov the news here. As long as you tell Makarov the news, the children here will be saved." "Grandpa." Urza hugged Rob's hand and looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Grandpa Rob, are you telling the truth?" Some people who had not yet escaped heard Rob's words, and their faces instantly showed joy. However, Rob, who was already exhausted, did not have much energy to answer their questions, and just looked at Feng Ye with a pleading look. Although they did not get Rob's answer, those who did not escape and Urza beside Rob looked at Feng Ye with hope. They hoped that Feng Ye could bring back the news here, as Rob said, that the man named Mafu. Forward, Feng Ye didn't know what to say for a moment when he heard Rob's words. However, at this moment, the guards who were stunned by Feng Ye's sudden appearance also reacted. The leader of them loudly questioned Feng Ye. "Who are you?" However, Feng Ye now ignored the guard who was talking. He smiled awkwardly and said to Rob, "Old man, under what circumstances do you think the president would let me come here alone?" Rob was stunned when he heard this. Facing Feng Ye's question, he immediately figured it out. That is, Feng Ye's strength must be very strong, strong enough for Makarov to be assured that he came here alone. Although he figured out this problem, Rob didn't know Feng Ye at all, because when Feng Ye joined the guild, he had already been captured here. And in Rob's impression, there are only two people in the guild who can handle the current situation of the Tower of Paradise. These two people are naturally Makarov, the president, and Gildarts, the S-class wizard. However, there are too many enemies here. You should go back and call Makarov or Gildarts. Rob looked at the numerous enemies and said to Feng Ye with a worried look on his face. However, Feng Ye smiled and raised a hand to put on Rob's shoulder. Rob was puzzled by Feng Ye's behavior. When he was about to persuade Feng Ye to leave again, he saw a green fluorescence emitting from Feng Ye's arm. Instantly, Rob felt a warm current rushing through his body. His exhausted magic power was recovering rapidly, and even his exhausted vitality was slowly recovering. That is, healing magic. The head guard recognized the magic Feng Ye cast at a glance, and made a surprised sound, then continued to question Feng Ye. "Brat! You!" The guard had just said half of his words when the rest of his words got stuck in his throat, because Feng Ye was looking at him coldly at this moment, and said in a cold voice, "Be quiet, can't you see I'm treating someone?" The guard's face immediately broke into a line of sweat. He was frightened by Feng Ye. But soon, the guard reacted. His face was instantly filled with anger. He raised the magic wand in his hand and ordered the guards, monsters, and magic soldiers around him. "Attack everyone!" As soon as he finished speaking, a dense array of magic circles lit up, and the next moment, countless magic attacks all attacked where Feng Ye was. "Urza! Grandpa Rob! Be careful!" Several exclamations rang out, and under the gaze of everyone, the guards' attacks all hit Feng Ye, Rob, and Urza beside him. Thick smoke billowed, and those who were not affected had to cover their mouths and noses. Soon, the smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone turned their eyes to the direction of Feng Ye and the other two to see if they still had a complete body. However, when the smoke dissipated, everyone's eyes widened, and they all looked at the scene in front of them with incredible faces. Urza, who closed her eyes again because of fear, opened her eyes, and then her eyes widened slightly, because she saw that a translucent cover covered all three of them. Urza looked at her body and found that she was not injured at all compared to before, and Fenjai and Rob beside her were the same. Urza was very curious about this scene. When she wanted to ask Rob what happened, she heard Fenjai's voice. "Okay, old man, your magic power has stabilized for the time being. It would be better if you ask teacher Polyasica to treat you afterwards," Feng Ye said without waiting for Rob's reaction. His face, which was originally smiling gently at Rob, now looked at the guards not far away with a frosty face. However, facing Feng Ye's cold eyes, except for the half-living magic soldiers, the guards and monsters all trembled and couldn't help but take a step back. "Let me see, you should be better off. Should we hand it over to the council or the national army?" Feng Ye said to himself. After he paused, he looked at the guards, monsters and magic soldiers not far away with his eyes full of murderous intent, and said coldly, "No, it is better to eliminate the trouble forever." As soon as he finished speaking, countless shadow thorns instantly shot out from the shadows of the guards, monsters and magic soldiers, and before they could react at all, they all turned into hedgehogs. Chapter 42. The sun sets in the west, and the golden sunlight makes the sea look red. On the coast of the island where the Paradise Tower is located, more than a dozen wooden boats up to 20 meters long are docked here. Feng Ye sits on a plywood, and in front of him, there are 20 or 30 people lying unconscious due to serious injuries on the not-so-big plywood. "Is that all?" Feng Ye asked Urza, who came to him and looked at these people with a worried look on her face. "Well, that's all. Although the others were also seriously injured, they were still able to stay awake." Urza nodded after hearing this, and then looked at Fenjai with pleading eyes, begging, "Please, big brother, you must save them." Feng Ye nodded, and looking at the people whose breathing had begun to become weak, Feng Ye knew that he could not delay any longer. He clasped his hands together in an instant, and then a green fluorescence emanated from the surface of his body. The next moment, a green magic circle appeared on the wooden deck, and at the same time, a green magic circle bloomed above the wooden boat. Feng Ye did not stop, but continued to cast healing magic. As Feng Ye continued to release magic power, soon, healing magic circles bloomed above more than a dozen wooden boats one after another. Feng Ye loosened his hands, sat down on the deck, raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead, turned his head to look at Rob beside him. Feng Ye smiled and said to Rob, "I'm so lucky. I didn't expect that the first time I performed healing magic like this, I would feel a little tired. It seems that my whole year of learning last year was not in vain, as this magic came in handy right after I started learning it." "Hey! Newly graduated? Do you mean you just learned healing magic?" Rob looked at Feng Ye in shock and asked in disbelief. Rob had lived for so many years, and he could count the number of wizards who knew healing magic on his hands, but he knew clearly how rare healing wizards were. "That's right, I just became a disciple of Mr. Polyasica last year, and today I encountered this kind of thing as soon as I started my apprenticeship." Feng Ye smiled and nodded, then said in a thankful tone, "Really, so lucky. Polyasica? She would actually accept a disciple?" Rob said in disbelief when he heard Fenjai's words, and the figure of Polyasica appeared in his mind. Rob couldn't understand at all that Polyasica, who hated humans so much, would actually accept a disciple. Rob fell into thought with a forehead full of question marks. On the other side, Urza watched the healing magic performed by Fenjai, and watched her companions whose breathing gradually calmed down, and a light appeared in her eyes. Urza looked at the magical scene in front of her, and the healing magic released by the magic circle above fell on her, and Urza immediately felt a warm current entering her body. Soon, Urza felt the pain gradually disappear, and whispered softly with shining eyes, "It's amazing." After saying that, Urza looked at Jalal, who was also lying in the healing magic circle in front of her, and the worry in her eyes gradually disappeared. Fenjai sat on the deck and took a few breaths, then stood up, patted the dust off his butt, looked at Urza and said, "Red-haired kid, notify the rest of the people on the ship, we are setting sail." As soon as Feng Ye said this, everyone who was still able to move freely on the ship looked at him with joy. Urza was startled when she heard that. She looked around in confusion for a few times, then looked at Feng Ye with some doubt and asked carefully. Is Big Brother calling me? What else can I do? Feng Ye was helpless when he heard this. Although he knew Urza didn't know him, and Urza didn't tell Feng Ye her name, so Feng Ye could only pretend that he didn't know Urza. Feng Ye looked at everyone on the ship, and then he continued to say to Urza. You are the only red-haired person on the whole ship. Who else should I call? Go and inform them. Hey? Oh. Urza nodded rather blankly, not minding Fenjai calling her a red-haired brat at all. Instead, she asked Fenjai curiously. Big Brother, where are we going? As soon as Urza finished speaking, the people on the boat looked at Fenjai with expectation but also fear. They hoped that Fenjai would take them home as they wished, but at the same time they were also afraid that Fenjai would take them to the next Tower of Paradise. First go to Harjan, and then hand you all over to the council or the national army, and then they will send you home. Feng Ye naturally saw the expectant eyes of the crowd, and said in a calm voice. When everyone heard this, they all had happy smiles on their faces. Big Brother! Urza called out to Fenjai, and Fenjai looked over and saw Urza bowing to him and saying. My name is Urza Chocolate, please take care of me. Urza said, looking at Fenjai expectantly. Fenjai didn't understand at first, but he quickly reacted. He smiled and introduced himself to Urza and everyone else. My name is Kaed Yukara, and I'm an S-class wizard of the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale. Please take care of me. My name is Sorono Agulia. Brother Fenjai, please take care of me. Sorono, a white-haired man with a tuft of hair on his head, stood on the second floor and waved to Fenjai with a smile. My name is Milyana. My name is Kebra. I am Hugh. My name is Dark Knight. After a long time, everyone on the ship finished introducing themselves to Fenjai. After that, Urza and some people told the people on other ships that they were about to set sail and their destination was Harjan. Before setting sail, Fenjai used magic to create a butterfly, recorded the situation here, and let it fly to Harjan. The only person who could receive this butterfly was Makarov. After the ship set sail and went more than 1,000 meters away, Fenjai came to the stern and looked at the tall Tower of Paradise. It's better to destroy this kind of thing completely. After saying this, Feng Ye released his magic power and used the celestial magic that he had only used once, Star Collapse. Does anyone want to see the giant mushroom? Feng Ye turned around and shouted to the front of the ship. Soon, many people ran over curiously. They stood beside Feng Ye, looking around, but found nothing. Kong Nai stood on tiptoe and pulled the corner of Feng Ye's clothes, and asked Feng Ye curiously in a soft voice. Brother Fenjai, where is the big mushroom? Fenjai smiled when he heard this, picked up the cute Sorono, and said to Sorono and everyone else. It will appear soon. To be honest, Fenjai actually wanted to hug Urza, but Sorono and Urza are obviously the same age, and Sorono is soft and cute. Although Urza is also very cute, her strong character makes Fenjai feel that Urza is very mature, and Fenjai has always felt like a little adult. Under the gaze of everyone, a huge meteorite suddenly fell from the sky. When everyone saw this meteorite, their eyes widened. The next moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, the meteorite hit the Tower of Paradise. Immediately afterwards, before everyone could see the end of the Tower of Paradise, a huge explosion went straight into the sky. Fenjai waved his hand, and a huge amount of magic power poured out, first blocking the powerful shock wave for the fleet, and then blocking the tens of meters high waves. When everything was calm, everyone looked in the direction of the Tower of Paradise again. But wherever I look, there is nothing. Everyone was stunned after seeing this scene, and then their eyes became wet and they burst into tears. Feng Ye also smiled slightly when he saw this scene. After all, those who should leave had already boarded the ship, and those who should not have boarded the ship had already been turned into hedgehogs by him. Chapter 43. At 10 o'clock that evening, at Harjan Port. Hey! If I find out that you guys sent those kids to some weird place, I will tear down the council house and the royal palace, and then send you to see the king of hell. Do you understand? Feng Yi's face was as cold as frost, and he warned the two people in front of him in a very stern tone. Yes, yes. I understand. The two people in front of Feng Yi replied with cold sweat on their foreheads. Remember your words. Feng Yi withdrew the magic power that was pressing on the two people after hearing this, and turned to leave after giving another cold warning. The two people felt relieved after seeing Feng Yi leave, and walked towards their own teams after looking at each other. These two people were the representative team of the council and the commander of the national army. After leaving the two people, Feng Yi walked towards the group of children at the port. After getting closer, Feng Yi saw that one of the little ghosts had a purple snake coiled on his arm. Seeing such a scene, Feng Yi's eyes twitched, and his figure quietly moved away from the little ghost, thinking, "Kids nowadays are really scary, they start playing with snakes at such a young age." His eyes moved around twice, and finally landed on Makarov, who was with Rob. He walked forward and said to Makarov, "President, I have negotiated with the council and the national army." "Really? You've worked so hard." Makarov heard this and looked at Feng Yi gratefully. "Nothing." Feng Yi smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Rob, who was standing beside him, and said to the two of them, "President, I have only temporarily stabilized Mr. Rob's health with magic. It is best to ask Teacher Polaka to treat him immediately after returning." "Okay, I understand." Makarov nodded solemnly. Then the three of them chatted for a while, and finally Rob looked at a group of children not far away and said gently, "These kids can finally go home." "Go home?" Feng Yi glanced at the group of children after hearing this. His tone was gentle, but he was asking himself. Although Feng Yi only briefly understood the situation before and after the Paradise Tower, Feng Yi speculated that many of those children may have no home. Makarov and Rob heard Feng Yi's self-talk, and they lowered their eyes with a heavy face. "Grandpa Rob!" A crisp voice came from not far away. When they looked for the sound, they saw Urza with long crimson hair and her friends trotting towards them. "It's Urza, what's wrong?" After seeing Urza and the others, Rob's gloomy and sad face instantly turned from gloomy to bright, and he looked at Urza and the others with a kind smile. "Grandpa Rob." Feng Yi looked at the two people talking happily, winked at Makarov, and left quietly. However, Feng Yi had not walked far. Just as he passed a few piled wooden boxes, a purple shadow suddenly stretched out from behind the wooden boxes, and a threatening voice was heard at the same time. "Ha! Ah!" Feng Yi, who had been relaxed after arriving at Harjan Port, was startled by this sudden scene. Then, when he saw that the purple shadow was a snake, he subconsciously jumped back 1 meter without saying a word. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Feng Yi heard a childish laugh before he could react. Feng Yi looked for the sound and saw a little ghost holding a snake, laughing at him wantonly. Feng Yi was startled. Seeing this little ghost, he remembered that this little ghost had introduced himself to him on the boat before. His name seemed to be Eric. But no matter whether the little ghost in front of him was called Eric or not, Feng Yi decided to teach him a lesson. Feng Yi took a step in front of Eric, who was still laughing, squatted down, raised his hands, pinched Eric's face, and pulled it to both sides. Feng Yi looked at Eric and said sinisterly, "You little brat, you dare to scare me, I'll teach you a lesson." Feng Yi pulled Eric's face slightly, causing his eyes to gleam, snot to flow from his nose, his hands to flutter wildly, and he begged Feng Yi for mercy. "It hurts. It hurts. I was wrong, I was wrong. Stop. Stop now. Your face is about to be torn apart." After hearing Eric's sincere apology, Feng Ye let go of his hand with satisfaction. As soon as he let go, Crab's face turned red. Seeing this, Feng Ye prepared to release healing magic to heal Eric, but Eric's next behavior made him furious. After Feng Ye let go of his hand, Eric sucked the snot back into his nose with a fu, then turned around and ran away. Eric not only ran away, but also shouted loudly to the people around him. Brother Fenjai is afraid of Kyuberios. He is a coward. Eric's voice attracted the attention of everyone around him. They all looked at Eric, and then looked at Fenjai with curiosity. Kyuberios? What is that? Someone asked his companion beside him in confusion. That's the name of Eric's snake. Look, it's the one wrapped around his arm. Someone familiar with Eric answered the question. The man nodded in sudden realization, then looked at Feng Ye with curiosity and surprise, and said in an unbelievable tone. Brother Fenjai is so powerful, is he afraid of snakes? The others also heard what that person said, and then they all looked at Fenjai with strange faces. Fenjai's face was hot when he was looked at. He looked at Eric who was running away, stamped his feet angrily, and shouted. I was born in the year of the snake. How could I be afraid of snakes? After saying that, Feng Ye rushed to the front and caught the fleeing Eric with his absolute strength, and then beat him up. Feng Ye put Eric on his legs, clamped Eric's kicking legs, and slapped Eric on the buttocks, while Feng Ye cursed. Naughty kids should be taught a lesson. Who told you to scare adults with your snake? It hurts. She has a name. Her name is Kyuberios. Eric struggled in vain. People not far away watched this scene and laughed. Chapter 44. Bye. The next morning, Urza and the others, led by the council and the national army, waved goodbye to Fenjai and the others. You all should take care of your health. Feng Ye waved goodbye to everyone. As the crowd gradually went away, Feng Ye put down his hand and said softly. I hope they can find a home. Their fate should have changed, right? I wonder if the fairy queen will still exist. Feng Ye thought so in his heart, and boarded the magic train to Magnolia with Makarov and Rob. After arriving in Magnolia, Makarov immediately took Rob to the direction of Polusica, while Feng Ye returned to the guild. As soon as he pushed open the door of the guild and looked inside, Feng Ye did not see Ultiya and Kana. Although he did not see the two women, Feng Ye was not worried that anything would happen to them. He simply sat down at the bar and said to the waiter, Please give me some food and water. I have been hungry for almost a day. Please wait a moment. The waiter smiled and nodded, then turned to the kitchen to prepare something. Just as Feng Ye was eating and drinking, Ultia and Kana pushed open the guild door and walked in, with Kana holding Pepe's lead. Brother Fenjai. Kana saw Fenjai eating at first sight. It's Ultia and Kana. Feng Ye turned around and saw the two girls and Pepe jogging towards him. Brother Fenjai, when did you come back? Kana came to Fenjai and asked curiously. Just arrived. Feng Ye immediately answered Kana's question, then took a sip of water and said to the two girls apologetically. Kana, Ultiya, I'm sorry. I originally planned to take you treasure hunting when I got back, but now some circumstances have arisen, so we may have to postpone it. Well, it's okay. Ultia and Kana shook their heads in understanding. Although they didn't know what happened, Fenjai must have done this for a reason. Did something happen? Ultiya asked Fenjai with some concern. Yes. Feng Ye nodded slightly after hearing this, and then briefly told the two girls about the Tower of Paradise, and then continued. This is the general situation. Mr. Rob has been taken to Teacher Polishika by the President. In order to prevent any accidents, I decided to go to Polishika in the afternoon to see if there is anything I can do to help. I see. Olushia and Kana nodded slightly, then looked at Fenjai at the same time, but then turned their heads and looked at each other tacitly, then looked at Fenjai again, and Olushia spoke. Can we go? Before Feng Ye could reply, Auludia continued, "Don't worry, Kana and I won't get in the way of you and Ms. Polyasica. We can help you. Of course, it's okay for you to go, but forget about helping out. Teacher Polyasica and I should be able to do it." Feng Ye naturally agreed to Auludia and Kana's idea of going. In the afternoon, in Polyasica's treehouse. "Teacher Polyasica, is this really possible?" Feng Ye put one hand on Rob's wrist and continuously transferred the neutralized magic power into Rob's body to maintain Rob's vitality. "If your magic power can continue like this, then there will be no problem." While performing surgery on Rob, Polyasica answered Feng Ji's question in a cold voice. "Oh, that's no problem." Feng Ye nodded when he heard it, and then stabilized Rob's vital signs like a machine. Beside Feng Ye and Polika, Kana and Ultiya helped in an orderly manner. This was a special operation. The reason why Rob, who should have died, was able to live until now was because Feng Ye cast a healing magic on him, but this was always temporary. After a period of time, Rob, who did not receive formal treatment, would die within half a year even if Feng Ye forcibly extended his life. And this operation at this time was to pull Rob back from the gates of hell. Feng Ye carefully observed the process of Polika's operation, and he just felt that he really needed to learn too much. A few hours later, this operation ended perfectly, and Rob was successfully pulled back from the gates of hell by Polika. Although Rob has become a completely ordinary person in the future, as long as he takes good care of himself, it will not be a problem to live for another 10 years. After the operation, Feng Ye planned to stay here for a few days to see how things went, but Polika said that he was no longer needed as a tool here. Feng Ye was very sad to hear that and took Auludia and Kana back to Magnolia. Although he returned to Magnolia, Feng Ye stayed here for another 3 or 4 days. After confirming that Rob had woken up and recovered very well, he was relieved. The next day, Feng Ye waved the commission in his hand, called Auludia and Kana who was expecting, and was about to leave the guild. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the guild door shattered. He slightly turned his head to avoid the splashing wood blocks, and Feng Ye looked towards the direction of the guild door with his eyes fixed, but when he saw the person coming clearly, he was suddenly stunned. Not only Feng Ye was stunned, but even the other people in the guild also cast unfriendly eyes there, and then looked at the person who broke into the door with a dull expression. Altair and Kana covered their mouths with their hands in shock. They never thought that person would destroy the guild gate. After being shocked, Altair was a little speechless and spoke to the person. "President." Yes, the one who just destroyed the guild gate was none other than Makarov, the guild master. At this moment, Makarov was holding something in his hand, and his eyes were scanning all the people on the first floor of the guild angrily, and finally fell on one person. Feng Ji's eyes twitched suddenly, and he felt Makarov's unfriendly gaze. Feng Ji was ready to speak first, and just when he was about to question Makarov's intention of destroying the guild gate without authorization as the guild master, Makarov seemed to have predicted that Feng Ji wanted to speak, and he suddenly threw the thing in his hand into Feng Ji's face. Then he appeared in front of Feng Ji in a flash, and yelled at Feng Ji in exasperation. "What on earth did you do that day? You threatened the council and the national army? Didn't you say you had negotiated? Is intimidation and threats what you call negotiation?" Chapter 45. Makarov cursed. He had been the guild leader for decades. Although he was called to the council to be scolded several times a year, this was the first time he had seen such a situation in all these years. Makarov never thought that some members of his guild were so bold that they not only threatened and intimidated the council, but also the national army. When Makarov received the news, he almost couldn't breathe and almost died. Makarov's saliva sprayed on Feng Ji's face, but fortunately, he was covered by the things that Makarov had thrown at him before, so he didn't get a single drop of it. Feng Ji took 2 steps back, away from some of Makarov's saliva, and then took the things off his face. He looked down and found that it was a letter from the council. After opening it and taking a closer look, Fenjai immediately nodded in sudden realization, and then said to Makarov with an indifferent look. I know the situation, I will go to the council and the capital. After saying that, Feng Ye looked at Olusia and Kana, who were both worried and curious, raised his hand and rubbed the little heads of the two girls, then smiled and said, Let's go, how about we go to the council house first and then go treasure hunting? Is there really nothing wrong? From the president's perspective, it seems like the situation is very serious. Ultiya looked at Feng Ye with a worried look on her face and asked softly. Is there really no problem? Kana asked Feng Ye with a worried look on her face. It's okay, just apologize to them when the time comes, let's go. Feng Ye said indifferently, and then took the two girls and Pepe to shop in Magnolia. In the end, they bought a lot of miscellaneous things, all of which were placed somewhere by Feng Ye using space magic. Oludiya looked at them, who bought a lot of things but were able to travel light, and said with emotion. Space magic is convenient. Let's go. First stop, the council branch. Feng Ye waved his hand and led the two girls and the dog out of Magnolia. At dusk. Forest language, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room technique. As Feng Ye finished speaking, countless vines sprouted out of the ground, and eventually turned into a wooden house with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Amazing! Kana entered the wooden house and looked at the wooden house that was exactly the same as the ones she had seen before. She couldn't believe that this was something that magic could do. After pushing open a door, Kana looked at the furnishings inside and couldn't believe it. She turned around and looked at Ultiya and Fenjai in shock, and said in disbelief. There are even furniture such as beds and cabinets. Ultiya was curious when she heard this and went into the room to take a look. She found that it was exactly as Kana said. She looked back at Fenjai in surprise. When Fenjai faced Ultiya's gaze, he raised his head with some pride and said, I've practiced this magic a lot, so a 3-bedroom apartment is no big deal. 10 days passed like this, and Feng Ye took Olusia and Kana around for a while. He didn't care about going to the council, but the journey had to end. Today, Feng Ye took Olusia and Kana to the outside of the council's Fiori branch. Is this the council house? It doesn't look that good. Feng Ye looked at the council house in front of him and couldn't help but complain. Olusia and Kana beside him nodded slightly. This strange building was not to their taste. After showing the letter from the council house, Feng Ye and the other two were led into the council house by the staff. Fenjai Xingla. Do you know you are wrong? A congressman angrily questioned Fenjai. Yes, I know I was wrong. Feng Ye's attitude of admitting his mistake was unusually sincere. Facing the congressman's questioning, he nodded and admitted his mistake very obediently. The congressman was very happy after hearing Feng Ye's words and seeing Feng Ye's sincere attitude, but his face was still cold, and he continued to say to Feng Ye in a cold voice. Fenjai Xingla, as an S-class wizard of the Wizard Guild fairy tale, you dare to threaten and intimidate the council. You are showing contempt for us. Do you know your crime? Ah, yes, you are right, I know my crime and I plead guilty. Feng Ye still nodded obediently, and this attitude of admitting guilt made the House of Representatives very satisfied. Since you plead guilty, I will sentence you to prison. Ahem. When the congressman was about to announce the imprisonment of Feng Ye, the congressman next to him coughed a few times to stop him from speaking. At the same time, the congressman also cast a look at the congressman, and the meaning of that look was roughly. It's enough to just talk nonsense, but you still want to lock them up? Do you really want them to tear down our branch? The council member froze for a moment when he saw the gazes of the other council members, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You know, although their council manages all the guilds in the entire Ishgar continent, their own strength is actually not that good, and the reason why they can intimidate others is those special weapons. As for the current strength of their Fiori branch, the strongest is about the same as the S-class wizard of an ordinary guild, but facing Fengjai, who is an S-class wizard of fairy tale, it is not enough. Although these council members are not clear about Fengjai's specific strength, they can guess that Fengjai can definitely turn their branch upside down. Ahem, since you have a good attitude in admitting your mistake, I will fine you 1,500,000J. The congressman also reacted quickly and immediately turned to Feng Ye and said. Oh, Feng Ye nodded after hearing this, then looked at the congressman and asked. Finished? Well, you can leave after paying the fine. The congressman nodded. So that's it, Feng Ye nodded, then raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at the congressman. Then, goodbye. Bye. As soon as the words fell, Feng Ye's body instantly turned into a point of light and disappeared. The congressmen were stunned when they saw this scene. After a moment, someone reacted and roared angrily. Thought body. That stinky brat. What an interesting boy. A little old man looked at the disappearance, stroked his beard and said softly with a smile. At the same time, in the reception room of the council, Feng Ye, who was playing the game of drawing turtles with the two women, threw the two jokers in his hand directly into the pile of cards, tore off the paper on his face and said to the two women. Okay, the problem is solved, let's go. Without waiting for the two women to react, Feng Ye directly took them to pay the fine. Although Feng Ye was also very unhappy about the fine, paying the money could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Money and trouble. With enough money, Feng Ye chose to have as little trouble as possible. After leaving the council, Feng Ye took the two women to the capital. The council's Fiori branch is not far from the Fiori capital, about 300 kilometers. On the way, Feng Ye, who was laughing and chatting with Olushia and Kana, was suddenly startled, and then, in the puzzled eyes of the two women, he looked ahead with a serious expression. Seeing Feng Ye like this, Olushia and Kana also looked at him in confusion. Soon, a figure appeared in the sight of Feng Ye and others. When Feng Ye saw this person, he instantly took a breath of cold air and felt his scalp tingling. Feng Ye was very familiar with the person who came. Although this person appeared for a very short time, he left a very deep impression on him. Feng Ye looked at the person tensely and whispered his name. Selene. Chapter 46. Who is he? Oludia came close to Fengjai and asked him quietly. Selene. Feng Ye replied in a very serious voice. Is it very strong? Ultia has never heard of this name. Yes. Feng Ye nodded gently, his eyes fixed on Selene in the distance. Hey. Selene also saw Feng Ye. He was originally going to ignore Feng Ye and his two companions, but he noticed the way Feng Ye looked at him. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at Feng Ye unhappily and said. Look at you, little devil. Selene paused halfway through his words, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and his eyes kept looking at Feng Ye. After a moment, Selene raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. Interesting. I feel an extraordinary magical power from you. Since you look at me like this, you are ready, right? As soon as the words fell, Selene instantly formed a magic bullet with her right hand and threw it in the direction of Fengjai. Selene's action was so sudden and fast that Olushia and Kana had no time to react. They could only watch Selene's attack approaching rapidly. Boom! An explosion with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared, completely submerging Fengjai, 3 people, and 1 dog. The next moment, Fengjai rushed out of the explosion holding Olushia, Kana, and Pepet, and fled to the distance. Seeing this scene, Selene had no intention of chasing them, but stared at the explosion with her eyes and smiled. You actually used the thought body to take people away, you are an interesting guy. After saying that, Selene instantly jumped up and moved away from where he had just stood. The next moment, the place where Selene was originally standing exploded with a raging flame. After landing, Selene did not hesitate at all and dodged backwards in an instant. And where Selene stayed for a moment, countless sharp spikes suddenly appeared on the ground around him. Selene just dodged to a place, and just as he was about to continue to dodge and move, the ground under his feet softened instantly, and then his feet sank into the ground in an instant. Selene, the movement of dodging was temporarily suspended, and the body almost lost its balance. Selene lifted his feet with force, but found that he could not break free by brute force. Selene clenched his fists, and his magic power burst out instantly, and his feet broke free from the restraints in an instant. However, at the same moment, Selene found that the ground was emitting fluorescent light. Looking down, Selene was stunned, because his feet, which had just broken free from the ground, were now bound by vines again. Swish! Then, Selene felt his hands being imprisoned, and he found that his hands were also bound by vines. Bastard! Selene tried to struggle hard, but found that it was useless. She could only watch the magic under her feet take effect. The next moment, the earth cracked. Countless flames rushed out from the cracks in the earth, and instantly submerged Selene's body. Feng Yi's figure appeared from the shadows in the distance. He had a solemn face, and his eyes looked through the flames at Selene bathing in the flames, thinking, "It has no effect at all." Soon, the flames dissipated, and Selene, who was completely unharmed, appeared in Feng Yi's eyes. How interesting! Selene looked at Feng Yi in the distance and laughed. "You little brat, at your age, actually have such a huge amount of magic power in your body, and you know so many kinds of elemental magic. It's so interesting. Ha 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 ha." Selene laughed wildly, then her eyes focused, and the magic power in her hands gathered into a wind blade, and then she threw it to Feng Yi. Feng Yi instantly dodged and left the spot, and the wind blade swept across, leaving several gullies more than 10 meters long on the ground. Feng Yi appeared in the distance, pressed the ground with his palm, and then a magic circle bloomed under Selene's feet. Before Feng Yi's magic was successfully released, Selene had already dodged and rushed in the direction of Feng Yi. Seeing Selene approaching on her own initiative, Feng Yi did not dare to be careless, and his hands kept dancing while he retreated. Stone walls rose from the ground, trying to stop Selene's actions. However, brown magic appeared in Selene's right hand, and a punch it hit the stone wall directly. In an instant, all the more than 10 stone walls summoned by Feng Yi collapsed. Selene didn't stop at all and rushed directly to Feng Yi. Seeing Selene like this, Feng Yi didn't retreat anymore and also rushed to Selene. Seeing this, Selene punched Feng Yi directly, and Feng Yi didn't flinch either, and also punched Selene. The next moment, the two fists crossed and hit each other in the face at the same time. Selene's fist hit Feng Yi's face directly, but Feng Yi's fist was still some distance away from Selene's face. Seeing this, Selene smiled, punched Feng Yi hard and sent him flying, and then laughed wildly at Feng Yi. "Ha ha ha! It seems that my fist can reach farther than your fist." Feng Yi got up from the gravel, wiped his painful face, and his face was expressionless, but he was very annoyed and thought in his heart, "Damn! My hands are not as long as this guy's. We have to change our strategy." Feng Yi thought so, and his hand on the ground began to release magic. Stone Giants, Modified, Frenzy. One after another, the rock giants walked out of the magic circle and rushed towards Selene. "Wow! Is this the optimized magic? It looks pretty good." Selene was stunned after saying this. He looked up at the sky, but found that the originally clear sky was now pitch black. At the moment Selene looked up, a golden thunderbolt struck down and hit Selene. At the same time, several rock giants jumped up and smashed their huge fists at Selene. "It's useless." Selene's figure shook, dispelling the thunder, and then facing the giant's fist, she raised her fist to meet it. The two fists, one big and one small, collided, and the rock giant shattered instantly. Unable to withstand a single blow, Selene said disdainfully, looking at the rock giant that was smashed to pieces by his punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Cellini used his fist to fight against a group of rock giants. In a few moves, Cellini dealt with several rock giants. Just as he was about to continue, he paused and suddenly jumped into the air. At the moment Cellini jumped up, a shadow blade attacked him silently from behind. However, as Cellini jumped up, the sneak attack of the shadow blade naturally ended in failure. Shadow magic? What an interesting kid! Cellini said with a smile, looking at Feng Ye who had originally emerged from his shadow. As soon as Cellini finished speaking, he saw Feng Ye raised his hand and waved at him. Cellini didn't understand what he meant, but immediately heard what Feng Ye said. No flying. Chapter 47. Is it really okay? Altair looked at the colorful lights flashing from time to time in the distance, feeling the suffocatingly powerful magic. She looked at Feng Ye's thought body with concern and asked. Don't worry, if you really can't win, you can also run away. In terms of running speed, few people in this world can catch up. The thought body said softly, rubbed the heads of the two girls, and then took them to continue to flee far away, and the direction they were heading to was exactly the capital. The Fiori branch of the Magic Council. Thump thump thump. Panicked and hurried footsteps sounded, and the intruder pushed open the door of the speaker. Without waiting for the speaker to scold angrily, he shouted with a terrified face. Oh no! Two very powerful magical fluctuations were detected 200 kilometers to the north. What's going on? The speaker, who was originally furious because of the sudden intrusion, immediately became uncertain when he heard this. He kept recalling the powerful people in the kingdom of Fiori. Just now, the instrument detected two powerful magic powers fighting each other. The visitor recalled what he saw on the instrument, and said to the speaker with a look of horror. Too powerful? I have never heard of anyone's magic being that powerful. What's going on? Do you know who it is? When the speaker heard the words of the visitor, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that things might be a little bad. Yes. Yes. We have matched someone with the same magic power based on the fluctuation of magic power. The shock on the visitor's face became more and more intense. Who is it? When the speaker heard that he already knew the identity of one of them, he was delighted, because as long as he knew the identity of one of them, the matter would be much easier to handle. If it really doesn't work, he can also ask several of the 10 holy mages in the kingdom of Fiori to help. Even if the person fighting is one of the 10 holy mages, he can ask other 10 holy mages to go over, and the matter can be settled quickly. However, when the speaker was relieved, the words of the visitor made him stand up from his chair, and he heard the visitor stuttering. It's God, it's God Sama Cellini. What did you say? The speaker couldn't believe his ears, but when he saw the look on the man's face, his face darkened instantly. He slammed his hands on the table and said in a voice full of disbelief. How is it possible? God Cellini. Why did that lord come to the kingdom of Fiori? What does he want to do? The speaker couldn't figure out the purpose of Cellini's coming to the kingdom of Fiori, but he soon realized that what he had to do now was not to think about what Cellini wanted to do here, but to stop Cellini. He said to the visitor urgently. Go and notify all the 10 holy mages in Fiori and ask them to stop that lord. Yes. After everyone left his room, the speaker sat down on the chair weakly. The speaker knew very well that the few saints in Fiori could not stop Cellini at all, but he still sent someone to notify them. After thinking for a moment, the speaker's eyes gleamed. He stood up, locked the door, and took out a communication crystal from his arms. With the injection of magic power, the communication crystal lit up with fluorescence, and soon a woman's voice came out of it. What's up? Cellini has come to the kingdom of Fiori, and is fighting with others 200 kilometers north of the Fiori branch of the council. The specific situation is unknown. The speaker reported the situation to the communication crystal with a very respectful attitude. Selene? Are you talking about the head of the 10 holy mages, God Selene? A surprised woman's voice came from the communication crystal. Yes. The speaker said affirmatively, and then his eyes sparkled again, and he carefully suggested to the communication crystal. Sir, shall we take this opportunity? No, the woman's voice of denial came immediately from the communication crystal, and then continued. I will send people over there to take care of the matter. You just keep quiet. Now is not the time for us to take action. Do you understand? I understand. The speaker showed a look of disappointment in his eyes, but his tone was still respectful. Time goes back to not long ago. No flying. What? Just as Selene was wondering, he was still rising, and suddenly hit something, and then his body fell rapidly to the ground as if it was hung with lead. When Selene was a little distance away from the ground, he suddenly felt his whole body relax. Selene immediately adjusted his body and landed steadily. He looked up at the sky with curiosity, and saw lines of text appearing in the air a few meters high. Seeing this line of text, Selene suddenly realized and said, Surgery. Words run through. The three-dimensional word pierce suddenly came from the front and instantly pierced through Selene's body. Ah! Selene took a strong blow and took 2 steps back. Quicksand. The area within a few dozen meters under Selene's feet turned into sand, and then Selene's legs were tightly attached. Humph! Selene snorted coldly, and then her whole body was wrapped in flames. However, before Selene could do anything else, Feng Yet, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately launched a magic spell. Freeze! Instantly, Selene and the flames around him turned into ice sculptures. Although Selene's movements were restricted, Feng Ye sighed in his heart. Elemental magic is almost completely useless. If you want to defeat him, you have to use special magic. But before that... Maple Knight thinking of this, the frozen Selene instantly broke out of the ice and rushed towards Feng Ye. Seeing this, Feng Ye quickly waved his hands, ready to release magic to stop Selene's actions. However, all this seemed too difficult to Selene, and he laughed wildly. Too slow. Little devil. Selene came close, and her fist with magic power had already hit Feng Ye, who was still preparing to cast a spell. However, at this moment, Selene's pupils shrank instantly. Because Selene saw Feng Ye's mouth corners suddenly raised in front of him. Selene screamed in his heart that it was not good, but before he could think about it, the fist without any magic power, at a faster speed than him, slammed into his face. The power of this punch was very strong, so strong that it directly knocked Selene out. Selene slid on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. He turned over and saw another fist hit his face. He was knocked out again. However, this time, although Selene was knocked out, he kept his feet firmly on the ground. He saw Feng Ye, who was getting more and more aggressive, and he immediately chopped him with a knife. However, the next scene made Selene stunned, because he hit him so easily, and not only hit him, but also split him in two. Although Selene was stunned for a moment, she reacted quickly, stepped on the ground directly, and her magic power burst out, and she shouted, "Break!" As Selene finished speaking, the ground around him actually broke apart in an instant, and countless cracks of varying sizes appeared within a radius of several hundred meters. At the same time, a shadow moved quickly through the cracks. "I see it." Selene accurately caught the abrupt shadow, and directly grabbed it with her right hand, saying sternly, "Naraku." In an instant, a bottomless pit of dozens of meters appeared, and at the entrance of the pit, a figure was falling down. Secret word, wings. A pair of wings instantly appeared behind Feng Ye. He waved his hand towards where Selene was. Dozens of flames appeared from the magic circle blooming in his palm and shot towards Selene. Facing such an attack, Selene just waved her hand and dispersed it. Selene and Feng Ye looked at each other. Neither of them made a move for the time being, but were sizing each other up. But soon, Feng Ye took the initiative to rush towards Selene. Seeing this, Selene naturally did not flinch and directly met Feng Ye's attack. The fists and limbs of the two were covered with magic power, and they kept bombarding each other. In an instant, the space was filled with the sound of fists colliding and the explosion of magic power. The two fought for a long time, and Selene suddenly used a wind blade in the palm of her hand, which directly hit Feng Ye's chest. Feng Ye retreated instantly. He retreated several dozen meters away, keeping a safe distance from Selene. Plop! Da! 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 A large amount of blood instantly spilled on the ground, staining Feng Ye's shirt red, and then dripping drop by drop into the pool of blood on the ground. Feng Ye felt the huge pain in his chest. He lowered his eyes and found that Selene's attack had left him with a very deep wound, the depth of which was almost deep enough to see the bone. Selene looked at the wound on Feng Ye's chest, and a smug and disdainful smile appeared on her face, and then her smile froze, because she saw. Feng Ye raised his right hand, which was glowing green, and placed it on the wound on his chest. In Selene's astonished eyes, Feng Ye's wound quickly stopped bleeding under his healing magic. Looking at Selene's astonished expression, Feng Ye also smiled, and then he smiled and said to Selene, "Guess, why do I need to learn healing magic?" Selene came back to his senses after hearing the voice. He looked at Feng Ye's wound that had stopped bleeding. His expression instantly became ferocious, and his eyes turned black. He grinned. "Interesting. Very interesting. I will show you the most powerful magic in the world." After he finished speaking, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters centered on Selene instantly lit up with fluorescence. Cave Dragon. The earth is cracking. Chapter 48. This is, Feng Ye, who was in the attack range, screamed instantly. After being hit by the impact that erupted from the ground, he first flew into the air and finally fell into the huge pit on the ground. Humph! Seeing this, Selene snorted coldly and fixed her eyes on Feng Ye, who was falling. She didn't believe that Feng Ye, who had magic power comparable to his, would fall so easily. Sure enough, under Selene's gaze, purple wings appeared behind Feng Ye, and in the blink of an eye, he flew to the same height as the ground, staring at Selene in the distance. This is Dragon Slayer magic. Feng Ye looked at Selene, who was smiling at him from a distance, and said softly with a serious expression, "As expected of a dragon-killing magic, Selene's move is more powerful than most of the magic I know." Feng Ye learned a lot of magic, but most of them were ordinary magic with average power. Even with his huge magic power, the power of those magics increased several times, but it still couldn't make up for the gap between those magics. Wow, not bad in that case. After Selene finished speaking, she grabbed with both hands, and countless tiny wind blades instantly appeared in her hands. She immediately threw them at Feng Ye, laughing wildly at the same time. Storm Dragon. Wind blades. In Feng Ye's eyes, the moment Selene made the throwing motion, several transparent and extremely sharp wind blades appeared in front of Selene. Before Feng Ye could make any moves, the number of wind blades had increased from dozens to hundreds, and the length of each wind blade also increased. So fast! Feng Ye was startled, and then he turned around and began to dodge the wind blades that were already hundreds of them. He flew to the ground a few hundred meters away, and as soon as he landed, Feng Ye pressed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Triple defensive magic array, 3 divine pillars." Instantly, 3 huge stone pillars rose up beside Feng Ye, and then fell on each other to protect Feng Ye's body. Hundreds of wind blades seemed to have locked onto Feng Ye as their target, hitting the 3 stone pillars, and each wind blade left deep grooves on the stone pillars. After the stone pillars blocked most of the wind blades for Feng Ye, who was inside, looked at the stone pillars that had become dangerous buildings, and withdrew decisively. In an instant, he flashed out of the stone pillars. A second or two after Feng Ye left, the 3 stone pillars were completely destroyed by the wind blades, and the remaining wind blades left long and deep grooves on the ground. Fortunately, I ran fast. After seeing the consequences of the 3 stone pillars, Feng Ye couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Just when Feng Ye was feeling lucky to have escaped from danger in advance, a teasing voice sounded from his side. "What are you looking at?" After the words fell, a fist with brown magic instantly hit Feng Ye's waist. It can be said that Feng Ye was directly knocked out without any pause. After being knocked out, Selini's voice was heard by Feng Ye again. "The cave dragon's heavy attack." "Oh." Feng Ye spat out a mouthful of blood instantly, and stopped only after crashing into a dozen large trees. He covered the place where Selini hit him, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and gritted his teeth and endured the pain. A heavy punch. Hey! Don't let me lose my focus." Selini appeared in front of Feng Ye, looking at him with a grim smile, and said loudly, "Rock cave dragon's rocks." Rows of rocks burst out from the ground, each row reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters, and a length of 30 or 40 meters. Feng Ye dodged and retreated the moment he heard Selini's voice, which also allowed Feng Ye to avoid Selini's attack. The reaction is quite fast. After Selini finished speaking, she raised her hand and pointed to Feng Ye in the distance, saying, "Infernal dragon! Burning hell!" A huge pillar of fire instantly gushed out from the red magic circle in Selini's palm, instantly engulfing Feng Ye's body. "It's hot, isn't it? How about I cool you down?" Selini grinned, raised her other hand and pointed it at Feng Ye in the flames, saying, "Tylosaurus! Water formation!" The water column hit Feng Ye's body with great precision, and then because of the incompatibility of water and fire, an explosion occurred, blowing Feng Ye away. Seeing this scene, Selini's mouth curled up. Obviously, the explosion caused by the so-called incompatibility of water and fire was deliberately caused by him. Selini walked towards the direction where Feng Ye was, but he suddenly stopped after a few steps, because he saw that Feng Ye, who was lying on the ground not far away, was no longer moving. After seeing this scene, Selini's mouth curled up, and then he laughed wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha! No! It's still too weak! Ha ha ha! That's not right!" Selini suddenly stopped talking, his expression suddenly became serious as he stared at the camera and said, "This master is too strong. My dragon-killing magic is the most powerful magic in the world. Ha ha ha!" Selini laughed wildly while posing in a very childish way. After having fun there for a while, Selini looked at Feng Ye lying on the ground again and said, "It's boring. You fell down after just a few hits. But that's right. Under my dragon-slaying magic, it's natural that you fell down so quickly. Since you've already fallen down, then goodbye. God's worship." Selini shook hands with Feng Ye, and then he was stunned, because he saw Feng Ye, who should have been able to move, suddenly sat up, and smiled at him and said, "I don't fall that easily." "Hey!" Selini raised his eyebrows, looked at Feng Ye, spread his hands and said with a smile, "So you are very brave." They looked at each other, and as a breeze blew past, Feng Ye took the lead. Jing! Feng Ye waved his sword, and countless thorns with sharp thorns broke out of the ground and shot into the sky. Seeing the increasingly approaching attack from the ground, Selini raised the corner of her mouth, stomped her foot hard on the ground, and said loudly, "Bang!" As soon as the words fell, the ground and Feng Ye's attack collapsed together. Selini was not surprised to see this scene. His pupils moved and his sight was on a shadow moving quickly on the ground. The shadow stopped behind Selini, and Feng Ye appeared from it in an instant. He saw a flash of light in his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. "Change clothes." Feng Ye stabbed Selini's back with the sword in his hand, but just before the stab, Selini turned around and grabbed Feng Ye's sword with one hand. "Little brat! Didn't anyone tell you that your attack intention is too obvious? Selene grinned, and the hand holding the long sword broke it with a force, and then swung the palm knife at Feng Ye. The moment he was hit by the palm knife, Feng Ye turned into a black shadow and flashed behind Selene. The light in his hand flashed again, and a new long sword appeared in his hand. Holding the long sword, he chopped straight at Selene's head, and at the same time Feng Ye also answered Selene's words. Thanks for the reminder, but... Before Feng Ye finished speaking, Selene turned around and grabbed the sword he was about to chop down at her again, crushing it once again. Selene grinned and said, "Stupid." After saying that, he raised his hand and prepared to open one for Feng Ye, but Selene was stunned at this moment, because he saw Feng Ye's mouth corner suddenly raised. Before Selene could have too many doubts, he saw Feng Ye's hand that had been hidden behind him, holding a big black and round thing, slapping it towards his face. Before Selene could see what that thing was, Feng Ye's voice reached his ears, which made his pupils shrink instantly, and he heard Feng Ye laughing. Change clothes frying pan. Pa. Chapter 49. Asshole. Selene kicked Fenjai in the abdomen with anger, and kicked Fenjai out directly. Selene's left face was black at this time. It was the pot that Fenjai and Oludia used to cook last night. There was still plant ash at the bottom of the pot, and now there was a lot of black ash stuck to Selene's face. After being kicked away, Fenjai rolled on the ground twice. He smiled with the frying pan in his hand, and then his figure instantly turned into a shadow and merged into the shadow world. Fenjai in the shadow world began to release magic to cover his next action. Selene, who was already furious, felt the change of the magic power around him. Although he was very angry, he didn't lose his mind because of it. Selene quickly dodged, but Fenjai was already waiting for him there. As soon as Selene landed, Fenjai rushed out of the shadow world, waving the frying pan in his hand, and slapped Selene on the back of the head. After being hit, Selene attacked from behind, but hit nothing. Seeing this, he thought of how he had just been hit by a frying pan. This insult made Selene grit his teeth in anger. He did not wait for Fenjai's next move, he directly launched a magic, and he roared. "Get out of here! Guanglongs! Pyroxene heaven!" Instantly, a dazzling light emanated from Selene's body. The seemingly harmless light instantly hit Feng Ye in the shadow world. Feng Ye spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body was knocked out of the shadow world because of Selene's magic. As soon as Feng Ye came out of the shadow world, Selene grabbed his collar, kicked him in the abdomen, and kicked him out. However, Selene did not give up, but jumped above Feng Ye, and stepped down heavily from above. Boom! Dust and smoke rose up. When the dust and smoke dissipated, Feng Ye was seen lying on the ground, and Selene was stepping on his chest and twisting it hard. Feng Ye was stepped on by Selene and spit out blood again on the ground. He opened his eyes and looked at Selene, clenched his fist, and whispered, "Naraku." A bottomless pit instantly appeared under Fenjai and Selene's feet. Selene didn't expect Fenjai to use such a trick to get rid of his control. Fenjai kicked Selene away, then grew wings on his back and flew into the air. Selene stared at Fenjai fiercely as he flew higher and higher, while he kept falling. Fenjai, who was rising, lowered his head instantly, pointed his palm at the huge pit below, and said in a low voice, "Rain of light." A golden magic circle bloomed in the palm of her hand, and a large number of light arrows flew out of it and shot down. The next moment, Selene was surrounded by wind, and her figure quickly and agilely approached Feng Ye at a very fast speed. After Selene left, the huge pit that appeared because of the magic also turned back into the ground. Wind. Feng Ye looked at the wind flowing around Selene, and after he muttered to himself, his palm flashed with light, and he fell towards Selene with a long sword in his hand. Bang! Decorations are decorations. Feng Ye threw away the broken sword in his hand and rushed towards Selene with empty hands. Selene saw Feng Ye rushing towards him with bare hands, and he rushed towards Feng Ye without fear. Bang! Their arms collided. Feng Ye gritted his teeth and tried his best to compete with Selene in strength. Although Selene was also struggling, it was much easier than Feng Ye. Ha! Selene snorted coldly, then suddenly pulled back and dodged to the side, punching Feng Ye in the abdomen with a heavy punch, causing Feng Ye to retreat backwards. Granite Dragon's heavy attack. Selene slowly said the name of his move. Ah! Feng Ye cried out in pain, but he didn't care about the pain in his abdomen. He rolled back and landed on the ground. He suddenly jumped up and punched Selene with magic power. Selene raised her arm to block. After taking Feng Ye's punch, although Selene didn't suffer much damage, Feng Ye's punch with magic power caused the ground under his feet to crack instantly. Flaw! Selene said, and a magic bullet instantly condensed in her empty hand, and then accurately hit Feng Ye's body, causing a strong explosion, and dust and smoke rose up. Selene felt the fist leaving her arm, and the corners of her mouth rose, but the next moment, it blocked her vision and was instantly shaken away, and then Selene did not see anyone in front of her. What are you looking at? The voice sounded in front of Selene. Selene's pupil shrank. She looked down and saw a fist wrapped in magic power approaching. The next moment, Selene was punched away by Feng Jai, and his feet left the ground directly. Selene landed half a meter away. After he came to his senses, he looked at Feng Jai fiercely, grabbed Feng Jai's collar as he was about to attack, raised his right hand wrapped in thunder, pointed it at Feng Jai, and said expressionlessly, "Thunder Dragon! Thunder Summon!" A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that shattered the world. Below, Selene looked at Feng Ye, who was covered in black smoke, and threw him directly into the air. Selene looked at Feng Ye, who was slowly falling in the air. He grabbed the air with both hands, and the two different attributes of fire and water began to gather. Then Selene said sternly, "Purgatory Dragon and Sea Dragon. Ultimate Flame Spring." The attack of water and fire entangled with each other directly submerged Feng Ye's body. When the attack ended, Feng Ye's body appeared intact, but he seemed to have completely lost consciousness. However, even so, Selene had already planned not to leave Feng Ye with a complete body. Selene's figure flashed, and when he appeared again, he was already next to Feng Ye, who was still falling. He held Feng Ye's head and smashed it hard to the ground. Boom! Fortunately, Feng Ye was only a few meters away from the ground after being caught, and his own strength was also good, so he was not killed by Selene. Bang! Selene stepped Feng Ye's head into the ground with one foot. Selene announced Feng Ye's fate with a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were full of anger. He said, "Die." Selene raised her hand, and a magic bullet with extremely huge magic power condensed in her palm. As her palm pressed down, it quickly approached Feng Jai. Swish! Puff! A hand instantly grabbed Selene's wrist, stopping Selene's movement. Selene's pupil shrank, and then she heard Feng Jai's voice. "I've learned it." Hey! Selene was surprised that Feng Ye was still alive despite his condition, but she was even more curious about what Feng Ye meant by this. "I have learned it." Feng Ye did not directly answer Selene's doubts, but repeated his words with a smile on his face. Selene looked at Feng Ye with a puzzled look on her face, and then she saw Feng Ye raised his fist, and what happened to his fist instantly damaged Selene's pupils. Feng Ye's fist was instantly filled with blazing fire, and Feng Ye looked at Selene with a smile on his face. Selene felt creepy after seeing this scene, and he was shocked and said in disbelief, "This is impossible." Fire Dragon! The flames on Feng Jai's fist burned even hotter, and then he struck Selene in the face. Selene's pupils were filled with Feng Jai's fist wrapped in flames, and Feng Jai's words rang out again. "Iron Fist. I will explain what happened later, tomorrow." Chapter 50. How is this possible? Selene touched her chin, which was punched by Feng Ye, and looked at Feng Ye, who stood up with an unbelievable look on her face. Hee hee. Feng Ye grinned, and without saying anything more, he rushed towards Selene with flames in his hands. Almost in the blink of an eye, Feng Ye approached Selene, and kept punching Selene with his fists. Selene was still in shock, and for a moment she was at a disadvantage. Although Selene had the dragon-killing magic of the Purgatory Dragon and was extremely immune to fire, the flames did not cause any damage to him under Feng Ye's attack, but he was beaten back by Feng Ye's fists. Feng Ye raised his knee and hit Selene's chin, making Selene spit out a mouthful of saliva, and his body retreated again and again. Feng Ye also took advantage of this opportunity to pursue the victory, and his limbs kept hitting Selene. After Selene was beaten by Feng Ye for more than 10 seconds, he suddenly came to his senses. His puzzled eyes instantly became fierce. After straightening his body and taking several consecutive attacks from Feng Ye, he punched Feng Ye in the abdomen and directly knocked Feng Ye out. After leaving a gully more than 10 meters long on the ground, Feng Ye covered his abdomen that was hit by Selene and took a breath of cold air. "I understand." Selene suddenly yelled at him, then looked at Feng Ye with an expression that seemed to see through everything, and said, "That's not dragon-slaying magic at all, it's just a fake created by imitating my magic." "Hey? I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly." Feng Ye looked at Selene in surprise, but all this was still within Feng Ye's expectations. After all, Selene can be said to be the #1 person in the current Ishgar continent, and is also one of the strongest people in the world. If she can't detect the difference between the Dragon Slayer magic he just used and the real Dragon Slayer magic in a short period of time, then there is really a problem. What's more, Selene herself is a Dragon Slayer wizard, and there are 8 Dragon Slayer magic crystals in her body. Humph! Selene sneered at the words and continued. "Your magic is just a cover after all. Even if you imitate its aura and power, what does it matter? It is not the real Dragon Slayer magic after all. The real Dragon Slayer magic has characteristics." "And what is this characteristic, do you know?" Selene said with a perverted smile on his face. He waited, waiting for Feng Ye to show a puzzled expression or ask him actively, so that he could let Feng Ye clearly understand the difference between the counterfeit and the genuine. Thinking of this, the smile on Selene's face became even more perverted. However, things will not develop as Selene thought. Just as Selene's smile became more and more perverted, his pupils shrank instantly, because he saw that Feng Ye did not show a curious look as he thought, but laughed. Without waiting for Selene to think more, Feng Ye smiled and spoke. He said, "Of course I know." "You know?" Selene looked at Feng Ye with disbelief. He looked at Feng Ye with some contempt and said, "I'm afraid you don't know the rarity of Dragon Slayer magic yet." Selene said, her voice turned high and she said loudly, "As far as I know, in this world, there is only one Dragon Slayer in existence. Xiao Hei, Hei? Laxus, Hei?" Selene was not lying. Ever since he was tripped by a Dragon Slayer crystal when he was young and became a Dragon Slayer, he has been very interested in Dragon Slayer magic. Over the past few decades, Selene has been hit on the head by a Dragon Slayer crystal falling from the sky while walking on the road, picked up a Dragon Slayer crystal while swimming in the sea, and even sat on a Dragon Slayer crystal by chance, self-edited. In short, the 8 pieces of Dragon Slayer crystals in Selene's body were obtained in more bizarre ways than the last. If Feng Ye knew how Selene obtained the Dragon Slayer crystals, he would definitely say, "Good guy, you are indeed a man blessed by the Dragon God." After becoming a Dragon Slayer, Selene has been constantly looking for people like him who are also Dragon Slayers. However, after decades, Selene has not found anyone, and has not even heard of anyone who knows Dragon Slayer magic. After so many years, Selene gradually realized that perhaps he is the only Dragon Slayer in the world. "You said you knew? Are you kidding?" Before this, you probably only knew about Dragon Slayer magic from a book. Selene said, with an extremely arrogant smile on his face, and he continued to say to Fenjai. The reason why dragon-slaying magic is called the magic that can slay dragons is that it has a characteristic that no other magic has, and that characteristic is the power of the dragon. Feng Ye said this word before Selene gave the answer. Selene was shocked when she heard it. He looked at her in disbelief. Feng Ye looked at Selene's expression, his mouth corners raised, and he asked with a smile. Am I right? How do you know? Selene said absent-mindedly. I guessed it. Feng Ye replied with a smile. Are you kidding? Selene muttered to himself. He looked at Fenjai's expression and knew that Fenjai's words were absolutely false. What most wizards in this world don't know is that some special magic, especially most of the magic in Lost Magic, have their own magical properties. For example, although many people know that Dragon Slayer magic is called Dragon Slayer magic and it is described as a magic that can slay dragons, they don't understand why Dragon Slayer magic can slay dragons. The reason why Dragon Slayer magicians can cross the huge gap between races and slay dragons is precisely because of the characteristics of Dragon Slayer magic, the power of dragons. The essence of Dragon Slayer magic is to give wizards the power of dragons, allowing wizards to use the power of dragons to fight dragons, and even hunt and slay dragons. Hey! Feng Ye suddenly called out to Selene, who was in a trance. When Selene looked at him, she saw Feng Ye grinning and said, Do you know where the original dragon-slaying magic came from? Hey! Selene looked at Feng Ye with a puzzled look on her face. She was thinking about Feng Ye's question and why Feng Ye suddenly asked her this question. That is, Fenjai's right fist burned with a powerful flame, and his body instantly rushed towards Selene. Selene immediately prepared for defense, but he was stunned by what Fenjai said again. He looked at the flames on Fenjai's fist that suddenly surged again, and listened to Fenjai's roaring answer. Attach.